Chapter 571. Thales's embarrassment seemed contagious. At least, the air in Ballard Room froze for a while. Exactly the time the king's eyes rested on him. So that's all. Fortunately, King Kessel moved his gaze away and spoke again. I'm not sure. Sauter? The air began to flow again. Thales heaved a sigh of relief and avoided the others' gazes. Thankfully they did not pursue the matter. Perhaps he shouldn't have said so much about little rascal? Yes, your majesty. Military advisor, Sauter Ryder bowed and replied. All the Northland military intelligence we need is here. In the dimly lit room, the Imperial Conference resumed its normal working atmosphere. Prime Minister Cullen shook his head thoughtfully. Military advisor Sauter looked solemn. Viscount Kenny, who was in charge of trade, and Kirkirk Mann, the chief of finance, were whispering something. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, continued to daydream. Archdeacon Stylianides did not say a word but continued to listen intently. Thales maintained the gentle smile and elegant sitting posture of the Duke of Star Lake, low-key and dignified. Only the king's figure remained unmoved, more stable than a certain everlasting lamp behind him. Gilbert? The Iron Hand King's eyes flickered faintly as he swept his gaze over the map and chess pieces on the table. The former Foreign Affairs Minister had expected this. He calmly raised his glasses. Yes, your majesty. Gilbert flipped open his notebook again. Thanks to the generous cooperation of my colleagues in the Secret Intelligence Department, and thanks to Lord Sauter and the Military Affairs Department sharing the battle reports, the Foreign Affairs Department has a new assessment of the post-war situation after understanding all the details. He cleared his throat. The overall conclusion is, although we won, but there was a glint in the cunning fox of Constellation's eyes. Extet was by no means the winner. Thales' gaze shifted. First of all, without the other two cities' attrition and restraint, Dragon Cloud City would not have been able to take down Fort Liberté so easily. Gilbert pointed to the black and white chess pieces on the long table. But now, fame and profit, city and land, all the good things have been taken by heroic Spirit Palace. Instead, the city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City suffered a crushing defeat and were ridiculed. Realization dawned on the participants' faces. And don't forget the Archduchess' peace decree, Sauter added coldly, as well as her magnanimous forgiveness towards the prisoners of war. In contrast, Rockne and Letko's family suffered heavy losses and had no harvest. Thales thought of the resolute Archduke Rockne and the old but firm Archduke Letko and felt uneasy. And the troubled citizens. Gilbert nodded and added something to his notes. The Burning Blood Lady received help from the troubled citizens of Fort Liberté in this battle. She even helped them after the battle as a form of repayment. Don't forget, as fellow Northlanders, the city of Faraway Prayers has been exercising oppressive rule over the troubled citizens in their territory. Gilbert looked up. Everyone, in summary, we have reason to believe that. Constellation's cunning fox narrowed his eyes behind his spectacles. After this battle, Dragon Cloud City will inevitably drift further and further away from Dragon Blood Gang, which is led by the city of Faraway Prayers, be it in terms of interests, ideals, reputation, or stance. When he heard the unfamiliar form of address, the king's eyebrows twitched. The Dragon Blood Society? Thales felt his heart clench. Dragon Blood. This was definitely not his favorite phrase. Gilbert nodded in the face of his colleagues' doubts. Over the past 2 months, King Chapman has been wiping out Black Sand region. He has been merciless in eliminating those who oppose him. Correspondingly, the oppositionists in Black Sand region shouted the slogan, "Do not forget the great dragon's blood and remember the late king's kindness." The blood of a giant dragon, the kindness of the previous king. Thales recalled the born king's voice and smile, and for a moment, he had mixed feelings. They said that as long as you stand up against King Chapman, you will be a true Northlander, and a member of Dragon Blood who cherishes brotherhood. Gilbert said, so there's no need to mention Dragon Cloud City. The city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City, who have a clear stand, are also included in this group. They are known by the people of Extet as the Dragon's Blood Party, which is the opposite of King Chapman's Black Sand Party. The king snorted softly, his emotions indiscernible. The Dragon Blood faction opposed the king, cherished the former king, and cherished the brotherhood. Thales sighed internally. The person who came up with this slogan and name, Viscount Kenny, who had traveled through many countries and was knowledgeable, voiced the prince's thoughts in a timely manner. Ah, the hint in this is really vicious. Rumors and names have power. You must know that public opinion can melt gold. Prime Minister Cullen sighed and clicked his tongue. But why do I feel that this is the work of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? He looked at the scar-faced man. The envoy from the Secret Intelligence Department bowed respectfully. Prime Minister, you have overestimated us. The public opinion in Northland is turbulent, and it is not something that the Secret Intelligence Department can control. But he immediately smiled, and the scar on his face twisted. But it is true that when the voices gradually rose, I cannot say that our people did not play a corresponding role. Duke Cullen revealed a strange expression. All right. Looking at the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, Thales raised his eyebrows. Chapman Lampard is probably not fated to have a good reputation in this life. So, Dragon Cloud City is no longer welcomed by the Dragon's Blood Party. No matter how I put it, it sounds strange. This means that the Walton family will join Lampard's side? Viscount Kenny returned to the main topic. Even if their hatred is as deep as the sea? Gilbert shook his head. Not necessarily. After careful analysis, the Department of Foreign Affairs believes that Dragon Cloud City is likely to break free from the struggle against the king. It is not favored by the Dragon's Blood Party, nor is it friendly with Black Sand Party. Instead, like Beacon Illumination City, it will remain neutral. Military Advisor Sauter snorted softly. Then they won't be able to please either side, and will be in a disadvantageous position. Gilbert first nodded, then shook his head. But they will also be outside the storm and have the right to observe from the sidelines. With Dragon Cloud City's size and status, coupled with the Archduke's natural contempt for female rulers, Heroic Spirit Palace might even be able to benefit from it. What is happening in our northern neighbor will no longer be the confrontation between Black Sand Party and Dragon's Blood Party for the past 6 years. Thales listened to his teacher's analysis and felt relieved. Even though all the nobles in Dragon Cloud City disliked King Chapman, and Saroma and Count Leespan had witnessed the Night of Dragon's Blood with their own eyes, and their hatred was hard to resolve. But fortunately, Heroic Spirit Palace did not act rashly because of this. They chose the path that was most suitable for them. Viscount Kenny pondered and said, in other words, after this battle, Extet will be even more chaotic? There will always be at least 3 parties involved in any issue? For now, that is indeed the case, Gilbert said. Very good, Kirkirkman's eyes lit up. A triangular chair is more stable than a 2-wheeled cart. Lord Croppen, who had been daydreaming, snapped out of his daze and exhaled. Finally, the damned Northlanders have their day. The atmosphere in the Imperial Conference improved greatly, and the ministers were in high spirits. But the king remained motionless. Until Gilbert shook his head and poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's spirits. But we can't be too optimistic. More chaos means that conflicts will intensify, and the struggle will intensify. The former Foreign Affairs Minister's eyes showed wariness. It means further progress towards the end. Prime Minister Cullen was deep in thought. The end? Gilbert nodded. 200 years ago, Extet faced the morning calamity. Tain rebelled, Presti's orchid changed hands, and thus entered the cruel century of the last day. In that century we, Constellation, fought against the Great Dragon. From Conqueror of the North Erica to Sailor John for generations of kings, we were not weaker than our neighbors. Listening to Constellation's glorious past, the ministers were in awe. In contrast, the kingdom of the dragon became more divided and weaker. During the king's selection, 5 dukes fought, and the situation was tragic. 4 died and 1 was crippled. The darkness and chaos became worse. Thales thought of King Chapman's old sword, which he never left, and clenched his fists. But Gilbert's tone changed and he was filled with fear. But it was precisely the chaos and disorder that reached its peak that finally prompted Steelbreaker to be crowned, and Dragon Clouds to ascend to the throne. Starting the Walton family's monopoly on the throne for 3 generations. The Archdukes of 10 lands became one again, bringing the kingdom of the dragon back to its peak, and dominating the western peninsula again. No one at the long table spoke. The shadow of the bloody year shrouded everyone's hearts. Gilbert's words were sincere and earnest. History has proven that Extet is not Camus Union, much less Thorn Land. They will not be divided forever. And a friend once told me, never underestimate the Northlanders' courage. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to Dragon Cloud City. All sorts of Northlanders flashed before his eyes. King Nuven, the Dead Face, Administrator Merk, Caslin, Chapman Lampard, Viscount Kenvita, the Fire Knight, the Long-Haired Rockney, the Bowl Cut, the Red Witch, the Veteran Glee Ward, the Tailor, the Raven of Death, the Annoying Ian. But he suddenly thought of something. Little Rascal and Quick Rope. They were Northlanders as well. Well said. Military Advisor Sauter Ryder raised his voice and glanced at the ministers who were previously celebrating Extet's decline. and we have no time to waste. His tone was firm and brooked no rebuttal. Thales noticed that the chief of finance, Kirkman, curled up the corners of his mouth in disapproval. But at that moment, Gilbert, King Kessel's voice suddenly rang out, and it was rather decisive. You will be reinstated immediately. The Foreign Affairs Department is yours, even though it has always been yours. The king's gaze swept across the crowd. I guess, whether it's Extet or Constellation, no one will raise any objections this time? The ministers at the Imperial Conference lowered their gazes. No one spoke. The king's orders shall be obeyed, Prime Minister Cullen replied gently. The sentence seemed to be a signal. The former Foreign Affairs Minister, to be precise, the current Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorary Earl Gilbert Casso, was silent for a moment, then nodded respectfully. I will do my best. Thales quietly savored the undercurrents in this question and answer. The king nodded and turned to another person. Sodder, I heard you have something to say? The military advisor bowed. Yes, your majesty. Thales leaned back in his chair. After learning about the outcome of the war in the Northwest, his mood improved significantly. Even the pressure that had enveloped him when he entered the palace had quietly dissipated. Now all he had to do was quietly sit in on the meeting, and then face the consequences of last night. He understood his role. Sodder flipped open the document in his hand and cleared his throat. Although the development of the war was somewhat unexpected, the conclusions of the Department of Military Affairs have remained basically unchanged over the past few months. The war between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom may be small, but it has far-reaching implications. This soldier stretched out his palm and gestured on the map. City walls, barricades, fortifications, catapults, eternal oil, military crossbows, mystic guns, military intelligence crows and hunting falcons, as well as the refined crystal drop weapons specially assigned to elite troops. These things have played an irreplaceable role, even more so than before. Sodder paused for a moment, his expression serious. War. Gentlemen, war. War in this era is no longer the same. Chief of Finance Kirkman, who sat opposite him, waved his hand unabashedly and looked impatient. Not again. Saldus' expression tensed. But he suppressed his displeasure and said patiently, war's demands on logistics are getting higher and the reliance on it is also getting heavier. The military advisor gestured at the locations of several major battles on the map. Battle examples from the front lines tell us that the Northlanders' frontal combat power is still unparalleled, but Saldus' tone became urgent. Whether it's their strong physique, superb skills, or fanatical fighting spirit, the pride of the past cannot make up for hunger, broken armor, and broken soldiers. His words caused many ministers to frown. And their bad example proves that not only are the supplies obtained from burning, killing, and looting not enough for the battlefield, it will also trigger unexpected resistance and hostility, leading to lax discipline and low morale. Sodder nodded in the king's direction. This is why the Alliance of Freedom is only a small place, but it can rely on the favorable terrain and the favorable human conditions to drag out the three great cities of Extet to the point that they are unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. That taught us a lot of lessons. As soon as he finished, he scanned his surroundings, only to be greeted with an unexpected silence. The ministers seemed to be exchanging glances with one another, which puzzled Thales. This was his first time attending the Imperial Conference, and he did not understand the rules. Finally, as the highest-ranking Prime Minister of the kingdom, Duke Cullen coughed softly and took up the topic that no one wanted to continue. For example? Sodder retracted his dissatisfied gaze. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the Northlanders. We must pay attention to the maintenance of supplies and ensuring the efficiency of transportation. Let's start with the regular Royal Army. There was another period of silence. Even King Kessel did not say a word, as if it was a terrible topic. Sir Sodder, our logistical supplies for the regular Royal Army have always been our top priority. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, who had been distracted for most of the meeting, suddenly snapped out of it and hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Especially during wartime. Sunset can attest to that. At least we have never been short on provisions, Sodder interrupted him. I have no intention of criticizing you, Lord Croppen. But in the next moment, the military advisor turned to Thales. A few months ago, the regular Royal Army and the suzerains of Western Desert worked together to rescue His Highness Thales, venturing thousands of miles into the desert. The Duke of Star Lake was startled. That was a valuable attempt. After the Desert War, we once again tested our ability to establish a unified supply line in a foreign land, and expanded the limits of expeditionary logistical transportation. The detailed report has been presented to you before the meeting. Some of the ministers began to flip through the documents on the table, while others were unhurried as if they had expected it. But Sadr raised his voice and resounded throughout Ballard Room. Facts have proven that the independent logistical capabilities of the regular army are quite outstanding. The shortest route specially designated by the Department of Military Affairs, the security of the rear defense line, and the ability to sweep back and forth in the desert have all effectively ensured the smooth flow of the supply line, and even supported the army all the way to the border of the Alliance of Freedom. His tone changed. But in contrast, the local suzerains of Western Desert organized their own logistical support. They were procrastinating, inefficient, and messy. From Blessings Town to the desert front line, countless greedy people changed hands along the way, and the transportation figures remain a mystery to this day. As a result, some illegal merchants smuggled eternal oil from Blade Fang's camp into the hands of the desert orcs, until they were intercepted by the regular army. Smuggling eternal oil. Thales gulped, took the document that Gilbert handed to him to read, and smiled in acknowledgement. Sadr Ryder flipped through one of the pages of the document in his hand with an ugly expression. Baron Williams even reported a vicious incident. His vanguard officers dealt with their spoils according to the rules after a battle against the orcs, but they were unreasonably obstructed and illegally embezzled by the local conscripts of the Western Desert. The other party showed no respect for the royal family's dignity, and almost attacked their allies. Hearing the familiar story, Thales rubbed his nose. Yes, the legendary Wings report also said. Kirkirkman's nonchalant words were interspersed with the sound of flipping pages. With a patriotic and loyal heart, he endured the humiliation after the incident. Taking the overall situation into consideration, he had no choice but to dismiss a selfless and upright vanguard officer under his command in order to keep the peace and preserve the dignity of the Dukes of Western Desert. At this point, the Chief of Finance's expression changed and he slammed the document down. You believe that idiot's nonsense? Thales raised his eyebrows. Well, this was the evaluation that one of the 3 commanders of Constellation, who enjoyed boundless glory, received at the Imperial Conference. Judging from the wording, Gilbert coughed at the right time to cover up Lord Mann's sudden vulgarity. I believe that Williams must have changed his new scribe. The Foreign Affairs Minister's teasing was just right and eased the atmosphere. Low laughter broke out among the officials at the Imperial Conference. Sir Sadr, I understand what you mean. The Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, Thales somewhat understood his position at the Imperial Conference, smiled obsequiously and replied, what I'm trying to say is in terms of logistics, since the beginning of the Desert War, we have been cooperating well with different merchant groups and trade guilds, from food and cloth to livestock and ironware. If there is a need, I will be happy to introduce them to the Military Affairs Division. Sadr interrupted him again. No. The military advisor said coldly, in a war involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, war logistics is a combination of precision and complexity, scale and longevity. No suzerain, town, castle or merchant group is qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. Not even the Military Affairs Division. Lord Croppen's smile froze. Saldus' eyes sharpened. Unless it is under the king's orders, unified deployment, followed by the entire country. And the practice of different suzerains providing their own rations and logistics and gathering supplies on the spot is long outdated. At these words, all the officials at the Imperial Conference fell silent. The military advisor's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he swept his gaze across the people at the long table. No matter how diverse the composition of the army is, or how many suzerains have the authority to lead troops, we need a more unified, efficient and convenient logistics organization. Only then can we provide sufficient and continuous supplies to the front line in a war that will last several years in the future. The officials had different expressions as they pondered the meaning behind these words. King Kessel's face was still hidden in the darkness of the backlit room, leaving only a flickering shadow. Until Prime Minister Cullen exhaled and said meaningfully, Sir Sadr, you're talking about logistics. But you're not just talking about logistics, right? Sadr looked at the Prime Minister with an indifferent gaze. Ballard Room fell silent again. Come on, soldier, we all know what you're up to. Chief of Finance Kirkirk scoffed and made no attempt to hide his displeasure. What else? Say it all at once. Thales noticed that Gilbert had begun to wipe his handheld glasses, a sign that he had misgivings and was looking for an opportunity to think. Sadr gave Kirkirk a deep look. That's not the only lesson the Northlanders have taught us. The military advisor bore the scrutiny of the entire Imperial Conference, but he appeared even more unyielding, without the slow-wittedness typical of his age. Take the Alliance of Freedom's battle as an example. Luring the enemy, harassing, occupying, concealing, dividing, circling, decapitating, spying and gathering intelligence. The cycle of war is prolonged, the scope is expanded, the tactics are complex, and the impact is multifaceted. It's no longer something that can be summed up by a few key battles. Sauter stared at the chess pieces on the long table. As we can all see, Ekstedt has unparalleled numbers and a head-on advantage, but it's also because of this that it's inconvenient for the army to move around and overstaffed. In the face of Surprise Ivan and his nimble and small number of elites, they appear flustered and at a loss as to what to do in a foreign land. Not only that, Karkagel is only the commander-in-chief in name. The three armies of the Northlanders are not unified. At most they cooperate with each other. The delivery of orders is time-consuming and inefficient, and it's difficult for multiple commanders to work together. In the end, it's a bitter outcome. His tone changed to one of anguish. However, such a chronic problem exists within us as well. Sauter slammed his palm on the long table. Based on what I saw during my trip to Western Desert, the regular army of the royal family and the conscripted army of Western Desert work together, but they are under different command systems. The former are clearly professional elites who have gone through hundreds of battles, but are often held back by the conscripted army of the same profession. The latter are under the command of their respective suzerains, do not listen to orders, have poor coordination, lacks discipline, and low combat power. The back-and-forth wrangling between the major feudal vassals of Western Desert has seriously affected the entire war situation. As he spoke, the military advisor gradually forgot the official language he had developed through years of frequent visits to Renaissance Palace, and began to use the slang he was used to when he was young. Two armies of the same rank can't get along just because there's a rift between their respective commanders. Multiple commanders will cause delays in battle opportunities. Baron William's military report specifically mentioned this damnable point. If it weren't for the negligence of these local suzerains and their conscripted soldiers, His Highness Road home would not have been fraught with thorns, and Bladefang's camp would not have suffered such a calamity. Thales immediately felt quite a number of gazes on him. He, who more or less knew the truth about the Western Desert incident, felt even more pressured. But the figure at the end of the long table did not move. In the face of Saldus' questioning, the ministers were equally silent. The only secret intelligence department emissary standing at the side, the scar-faced man, was like a statue and did not move an inch. Duke Cullen spoke slowly, seemingly used to this job of continuing the silence in the Imperial Conference. So, Sauter took a deep breath. The Starlight Brigade has already proven this during the Bloody Year. Today, Ekstedt and the Alliance of Freedom have reaffirmed this point. In modern warfare, the key is no longer quantity and strength but quality and efficiency. He clenched his fists and spread his arms. For this, we need a unified chain of command, reliable logistics and transportation, more officers and soldiers who are proficient in military affairs, including strict organization, efficient military intelligence transmission, and of course, the spirit and awareness of selfless dedication. Sauter spoke passionately, disregarding the increasingly ugly looks in his colleagues' eyes. And we cannot count on the conscripted soldiers of the suzerains to achieve this, whether it be His Majesty's direct vassals or the faraway feudal dukes. The only ones we can rely on are the regular soldiers of the royal family, whose profession is war. Prime Minister Cullen raised his voice. His tone was solemn, unlike his usual leisurely manner. Sir Sauter, what are you trying to say? The military advisor pounded the table and raised his voice. My lords, times have changed. For the sake of the future, we need more officers and more professional soldiers to undertake stricter and more important missions in the country in case of emergencies. The expansion of the regular soldiers of the royal family must be put on the agenda. Saldus' words were met with another round of silence. In the stiff atmosphere, Thales exercised his back, which was also stiff. He saw that Gilbert had closed his eyes gently. Expansion. Duke Cullen sighed. How many times has this been? The third time, Kirkuk Man quickly continued without blinking, obviously very familiar with the process. Not counting the 4 times it was rejected. He immediately received an angry glare from the military advisor. On the other side, Gilbert tried to ease the atmosphere. The military readiness of the Dukes of Western Desert is lax. This is a problem that needs attention. But it would be making a mountain out of a molehill if we expand it too quickly to the entire kingdom. It's not just Western Desert, Sauter quickly interrupted. Even across the country, even after the previous expansions, The regular soldiers of the royal family still do not account for enough of our total army. Our actual combat strength is heavily dependent on the cooperation and quality of the conscripted soldiers. The military advisor's stance was irrefutable. The separation of logistics, multiple commands, communication barriers, inconsistent training, all these bring about too many problems. Pardon me for interrupting, Chief of Finance Kirkman coughed heavily. Soldier, have you seen last year's financial statements? The military advisor frowned at being called out by his nickname. Do you know how much the regular soldiers of the royal family, which you are so proud of, spend every year on the budget of the Department of Finance? The Chief of Finance looked at Sadr with a dark expression. Take the three main guards of the regular army, Fury, Starlight, and Stardust. Although they are called guards, do you know how much they are overstaffed and how much they cost to maintain? And this doesn't even include those who are not part of the establishment. Do you know that the amount of money spent on them is enough to recruit another 30 companies and form 10 armies if placed in the general conscripted soldiers? Kirkman looked disgusted. It was obvious that he had been troubled by Sadr for a long time. Expansion? How are we going to expand? Spittle from your spittle? But Sadr was in no hurry to refute. He waited until Kirk's breathing stabilized before he spoke again. That is also the second point I wanted to make. He turned to the dark figure at the end of the long table. Your Majesty, I propose to enact a new bill to reform the kingdom's military system. The next moment, soldier, Sadr stood up decisively and his voice reverberated through the secret chamber. We should gradually reduce the number of private conscripted soldiers under the suzerains of the various lands throughout Constellation. Once he said that, everyone in the room, including Thales, was stunned for a moment. They could not react. But Saldus' cold words continued. Gradually reducing the length of service, reducing the frequency of conscription, we can even exempt the suzerains from the obligation to respond to expeditions. We can even ultimately remove their right to conscript soldiers in their territories. 1 second, 2 seconds, everyone's expression changed. Thales, who had been in Dragon Cloud City for 6 years and was deeply influenced by Extet's military culture, blinked. Reduce? The moment he understood what Sadr meant, Kirkman turned pale with fright. What? At the end of the long table, the king's figure moved slowly. His cold gaze pierced through the darkness again. Like an unsheathed blade. The military advisor raised his voice. I believe that this can save on the cost of conscription every quarter, streamline the army, focus on agriculture, livestock, industry and commerce, increase tax output, and perhaps even make up for budget shortfalls. Prime Minister Cullen looked at his longtime colleague in disbelief. Sadr? But Sadr Ryder did not care. And the regular army is ready to take on the heavy responsibility of national defense. He looked up abruptly as if he had turned into an immovable rock. The armaments of the nation, the weapons of Constellation. Henceforth only one command. No exceptions. The narrow and dim Ballard room fell into an unprecedented silence, followed by a slight chill unique to stone rooms. Sadr looked around the long table, strong and unyielding, like a veteran who had been through many battles. The shocked ministers all turned to look at him. Thales was stunned. When discussing the war in the north earlier, he was so focused that he was not affected by the atmosphere of the meeting. But it was at this moment that Thales truly realized. This was the Imperial Conference. The matters he heard at this long table concerned the future of tens of millions of people in the entire country. At this thought, he felt a sudden sense of suffocation. It was a feeling that neither the duel in the Hall of Heroes nor the day of Heroic Spirit Palace's State Affairs hearing had given him. Everyone? After a long silence, someone finally spoke in a soft voice. Please do not leak the contents of today's meeting, not even to the people closest to you, not even the slightest bit or a word, the Prime Minister said in a low voice, tired and hesitant. And Sadr? Duke Cullen raised his head to look at the kingdom's military advisor, who had a determined expression on his face. Chapter 572. When will you understand that the level of your father's skill has nothing to do with the outcome of his stubbornness? A familiar, shrill voice rang in his memory. And it's not just him, there are countless others. Whether it's the king's partisans who side with the king, or those who oppose him like Koster, the growing conflict between them will bring about unforeseeable consequences. Thales sat quietly in his chair and stared intently at the map in front of him, trying his best to drive out of his mind what Faken has said on Ghost Prince Tower. Is this the kingdom I'm going to face? At this very moment, everyone in front of the king was cautious. Do you know Sadr, not to mention implementation? Beside the conference table, Prime Minister Cullen was like an old man who had suffered a serious illness. His voice was weak as he said, "How much of an uproar will it cause in the kingdom if your words today are leaked?" The military advisor snorted and shook his head. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by the Foreign Affairs Minister. "It is one thing for us to live frugally and be responsible for our own profits and losses to support the regular army of the royal family." Gilbert was still gentle, but the warning in his words was clear. "As for issuing an order to the entire country to reduce the suzerain's authority to recruit soldiers? Sodder, that's another matter." Sodder frowned as if in disagreement. But out of respect and admiration for the cunning fox of Constellation, he did not immediately refute. Seeing that someone was on his side, Prime Minister Cullen gave the Foreign Affairs Minister a grateful look with relief. "Take Eternal Star City as an example. The regular Royal Army and the Jade Star Private Army, one as their duty, the other as enlistment." The Prime Minister nodded and smiled at the shadowy figure on the throne. Although they come from different sources, they are both weapons in His Majesty's hands. The mayor of splendid Port City, nicknamed the Sword of the Bay, turned to look at Sodder. His eyes were no longer filled with the greasiness of a good old man, but were instead filled with the seriousness of a businessman negotiating. "It's the same for all parts of Constellation. The suzerains usually hold a small but professional elite guard, and if necessary, they can enlist a large number of citizens to serve as the main force on the battlefield. One strange and one righteous in battle. One enlistment and one conscription, two tracks at the same time. This is the kingdom's long-standing tradition." Kirkuk Man snorted softly, Viscount Kenny narrowed his eyes, and Lord Croppen simply continued to daydream. "But it is precisely this dual recruitment system that has seriously hindered our army." Sodder, whose hair was sparse but still looked hale and hearty, did not care about the gazes of others. "Reality has already proven that the suzerain's private conscripts, even the Jade Star family's private army, I mean no offense, Your Majesty, are poorly organized and have a mixture of good and bad soldiers. They cannot compare to the elite regular soldiers of the royal family." King Kessel changed his sitting position in the shadows, his face blurry as before. Thales's gaze moved slightly. He remembered that many years ago the Jade Star private army that guarded Mindy's Hall, which had been sealed off for a long time, was recruited from his family's territory. That's why he could not be conferred the title of nobility. Kirkuk Man shook his head disdainfully at Sodder and raised his hand to complain to the Prime Minister. "Every time the atmosphere is good, this damned soldier will do something, spoil the mood and ruin everything." Advisor Sodder whipped his head around, his eyes sharp. "And every time it's a critical moment, you're always on the sidelines, sarcastic and mean, holding your purse tighter than your own pants. Like a general on the battlefield," he retorted coldly. "That's probably why you've never been conferred a title, purse." Kirkuk Man blushed. But a few seconds later, facing Saldus' piercing gaze, the resentful chief of finance lowered his head. He was mumbling something indistinguishable. Thales heard with his hell senses that Kirkuk was probably muttering, "As if you don't need to shit." After a small victory, Sodder no longer looked at Kirkuk but at everyone else. Since the establishment of the Sand King era, the regular soldiers of the royal family have gone through decades of development and testing, and have proven to be a reliable and professional elite force. From recruitment to training, from maintenance to combat, their significance and status far surpass that of ordinary suzerain's personal guards. He spoke generously. "Take the three main guards as an example. Baron Murch's Fury Guards are the strongest army in the world, good at fighting tough battles, fearless and not inferior to Extet's heavily armed elites. Lady Cecir's Starlight Guards shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding Broken Dragon Fortress. They are highly experienced and especially good at defending, exhausting and blocking in the face of strong pressure. Baron William's Stardust unit is the sharpest knife and arrow on the western front line. Their light cavalry is as fast as lightning and can travel thousands of miles. They are renowned for their military prowess." Thales recalled the three marshals of Constellation and the elite soldiers under them and fell into deep thought. Sodder turned to Duke Cullen with a hint of challenge in his voice. "Can the Jade Star private army, which is a conscript, do all of this? Even the professional personal guards of a few suzerains, Western Desert's Black Lion Infantry Regiment, Arun's White Eagle Scouts, Great Deer Family's Mountain Walkers, do all of this?" The king's figure moved slightly, revealing the sunlight behind him, which just happened to shine on Sodder. At this moment the military advisor seemed to be upright and dignified. Duke Cullen was silent for a while. After a while, the Prime Minister picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. "When it comes to war, Sodder, I'm not as good as you. But armed self-defense is the natural right of suzerains, and assisting their monarch in battle is their traditional duty. It's a norm that everyone has been imbued with since birth. From Central Territory to Blade Edge Hill, the conscripts of the hundreds and thousands of suzerains of Constellation account for 90% of the kingdom's total military strength. And the command and commander-in-chief duties of their children are related to the promotion and demotion of countless people, as well as the local legal system. Cullen looked at Sodder seriously. Territorial population, fiscal output, governance, it's all part of it. Be careful. But he did not get the response he wanted. 90% of the kingdom's total military strength? Sodder scoffed. You mean the few hundred people you and the loyal suzerains put together at the National Conference 6 years ago? Facing Saldus' cold gaze, Prime Minister Cullen's teacup trembled slightly. Sodder, we're at the Imperial Conference. Gilbert spoke up in time with a warning tone, calming the terrible atmosphere a little. Be careful. Facing the Foreign Affairs Minister, Sodder reined in his combative demeanor. He said slowly, My apologies, Count Casso. The military advisor turned to the others with a firm expression. Your Majesty, everyone. His Highness Thales has returned to the kingdom. The Fortress Treaty exists in name only. There is no longer any room for a political buffer between us and Extet. Thales frowned. Gilbert gave him a reassuring look in time, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. 6 years ago in the Hall of Stars, the awkwardness of the group of suzerains discussing the number of troops to be dispatched is still fresh in our minds. Sodder did not look at the Prime Minister, but he could not care less that everyone else was looking at Duke Cullen. The latter only swirled his teacup gently as if he did not feel anything. This is why I took the trouble to move the detailed battle reports to Ballard Room. The military advisor had a pained look on his face. Constellation will not be able to withstand another bloody year. In an instant, it was as if someone had abruptly turned off the sound in Ballard Room. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The table, the palms, the documents, the teacups. All the officials seemed to have found something more interesting, except that no one dared to look at the throne at the end of the long table. Thales took a deep breath and caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. King Kessel was as calm and unperturbed as ever, as if he was just an observer in the meeting before him. And a bystander in the disaster more than a decade ago. That's enough. Don't try to scare me anymore. A few seconds later, Kirkuk Mann, the chief of finance who had long been dissatisfied, finally spoke up. Count Casso made it very clear just now. Exted is suffering from internal strife and is in decline. Saldus' expression turned cold and he quickly retorted. So the balance is no longer there and the situation is in turmoil. More than ever we need a powerful army. Kirkuk looked disdainful and was about to retort, but his expression changed before the words left his mouth. Sodder, I understand. The chief of finance said thoughtfully, You're so keen on this, is it because you're about to retire? So, you want to help your own people in the end so that your muddy soldiers in the regular army as well as the little vampires in the military affairs department can move their butts a little so that they can make an exception and be promoted to high positions? Kirkuk Mann narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. Just like you now? Saldus' expression changed. In the eyes of a businessman who prioritizes profit over everything else. He snorted and turned his head away, exasperated, but not as generous as before. Even sunlight reeks of money. Kirkuk Mann sneered. Reek of money? After spouting so much nonsense, the chief of finance slammed the table, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Sodder in a domineering manner. Don't you just want to get money from the national treasury? By the Sunset Goddess, after the mess Williams created in Western Desert, I was hoping that the military affairs department would calm down a little. Sodder took a deep breath and looked like he was about to flare up, but finally held back under Gilbert's gaze. Thales watched the two of them argue and observed their attitudes towards each other. Slowly, he began to understand the rhythm of the Imperial Conference. It was precisely what happened in Western Desert that strengthened my resolve. The military advisor's voice trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was holding back his anger with great perseverance. Needless to say, most of the conscripted militias are faced with lax discipline, inefficient organization, and an awkward position on the battlefield. Although the regular professional soldiers are few in number and good at fighting, if they only listen to the orders of an unruly suzerain, it is very easy for internal command problems to arise when cooperating in battle. The harm is worse than that of conscripted militias. Just like the chaos in Blade Fang's camp and Extet's defeat. Sodder said seriously. We thought that by running the two systems of conscription, we would be benefiting from both, but in fact, we are suffering from the disadvantages of both. Whether it's for war or politics, whether it's for the regular army or conscripted militias, reform is imminent. His words were full of reason and lacked his previous indignation and accusations. Even Kirkuk, who disliked Sodder, could not refute him for a moment. Unexpectedly this time the one who spoke was Gilbert. Putting aside the expansion of the regular army of the royal family around Eternal Star City, the Foreign Affairs Minister advised earnestly. But Sir Sodder, in the eyes of more people, interfering with the autonomous rights of local vassals, especially restricting the conscription of armed forces, will be interpreted as the royal power's persecution of freedom. Perhaps because he did not expect his old friend to not support him, Sodder snorted angrily this time and did not spare Gilbert any face. Do you think they won't understand if we keep giving in without saying a word? Gilbert's expression darkened. Look at last night, the military advisor said coldly. The accident that happened at the royal banquet. No matter who it is, if they dare to reach out to the heir of the kingdom we must respond. Thale's expression did not change. He pretended not to see the looks in everyone's eyes. But in his mind, the words of the Duke of Western Desert rang louder and louder. But haven't you noticed? Compared to 6 years ago, whether it's my father or the feudal vassals now, the actions of both sides are too drastic. And the irony is, do they really think that they can erase their opponent's ambitions and hostility through this so-called victory? Saldus' words rang out in reality, echoing Falkenhaz's words in perfect unison. Even if it's for the sake of future generations, sooner or later we will have to disband those so-called local conscripts that appear grand and imposing, but are in fact incompetent and deadly at critical moments. Thales closed his eyes gently. No, they will only make things worse for the other party until the final step is either now or in the future. Sodder looked around and gritted his teeth. Those antiques that are bound to be eliminated. On the other side, Kirkuk finally grew tired of arguing with him and said impatiently, "Then go and tell them." The chief of finance slammed the table without any grace, causing Gilbert and the others to frown. Lord Cullen is sitting right here. Tell him to his face, tell the 7 Jadestar attendants, the 6 great clans, the 13 distinguished families and countless suzerains, tell them that the kingdom wants to abolish their conscription system and remove their right to conscript. Our children and nephews no longer need to attend martial arts classes, no longer need to train as knights according to tradition. Everyone can focus on farming, no longer need to be soldiers, and hand over all the taxes originally used for conscription to the Office of Finance and Taxation for us to raise the regular army of the royal family. Sodder seemed to be used to the verbal sparring with Kirkuk at the Imperial Conference. I don't think you understand the basic relationship between cause and effect, Purse. The military advisor replied coldly. It's not because they pay enough taxes that we can afford to raise a regular army. And it's precisely because we raise a regular army that they will pay enough taxes. As soon as he said this, many people had strange expressions on their faces, as if they had seen through something. Duke Cullen, whom Kirkuk used as an example, was especially so. Ha ha ha. The chief of finance laughed sarcastically and said sinisterly, "You know, thanks to you, soldier, when the people outside are indignant, oh, the treacherous king's partisans are deceiving the king and persecuting the loyal in the dark room again, I'll think, perhaps we're not so innocent after all. Then perhaps the innocent you and your bunch of accountants should join the loyal camp," the chief of military advisor retorted sarcastically. Thale scratched his head. He suddenly realized that the Imperial Conference of Constellation, which was sparsely attended, was not necessarily as clear and simple as the large-scale National Conference or Dragon Cloud City's boorish and unrestrained state affairs hearing. Be careful, Sodder. Prime Minister Cullen sighed. Before Kirkuk could find a new way to retort, he helplessly interrupted their argument. Some words spoken. There is a price. Sodder shifted his murderous gaze away from Kirkuk and responded to Cullen. So are you saying this as the Prime Minister, or as the Guardian Duke of Eastern Sea Hill? As soon as he finished, Prime Minister Cullen's expression darkened. Sodder. Gilbert sternly interrupted his aggressive old friend. Enough. The Foreign Affairs Minister obviously carried a lot of weight before the Emperor. His words stopped his colleague's quarrel in time and prevented it from devolving into a street quarrel. The meeting room was silent for a while. A few seconds later, Cullen let out a long sigh, feeling rather emotional. I never thought I would say this here, but please understand, Your Excellency Advisor. The pot-bellied governor of splendid Port City leaned on the table and looked sincere. At the Imperial Conference, as the Prime Minister and Guardian Duke of the Kingdom, at this moment, this is far more important to Constellation than me being one of them. The officials present, including Sodder, were taken aback by those words. Even Thales could not help but raise his head to look at the Duke, who was usually a wily old fox. You may be of humble birth, but you now hold an important position, Your Excellency Sodder Ryder. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Bob Cullen, looked straight at Sodder. You should understand this better than anyone else. Sodder was silent for a while. A few seconds later he unexpectedly bowed to Duke Cullen. It's my fault, Your Excellency Prime Minister. I understand your difficulties. This made Thales have a much better impression of him. Finally, a stern voice rang out in Ballard Room. Bob's words are not without reason. Everyone turned solemn and looked at the end of the long table. King Kessel raised his head, revealing his side profile in the light. He looked rather stern. It is not wise to recklessly interfere with the military power of a vassal. Lampard is a lesson learned. These words seemed to set the tone for the quarrel just now. Prime Minister Cullen exhaled in relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. As if by tacit agreement, the officials heaved sighs of relief. All right. Since you say so, Sodder looked displeased and reluctant, but he still gave in. I withdraw the proposal to reduce the national conscription. The corners of Prime Minister Cullen's mouth curled up, and he turned back into the smiling Duke of Eastern Sea. Thank you for your understanding. The Chief of Finance also leaned back in his chair, looking as if he was in a difficult situation. Thank God. Gilbert pursed his lips and smiled at his colleagues. At that moment, Thales looked at the king at the end of the long table and suddenly realized, the Imperial Conference was different. At least, at the National Conference, King Kessel could not overpower the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families with a single word. And on the day of the State Affairs hearing, the Archduchess had to be careful even in front of her own vassals. Only here, in Ballard Room, no matter how much the officials quarreled, the Iron Hand King would always sit at the end of the long table. But Your Majesty, Sodder interrupted Thales' thoughts. You can try it out in Eternal Star City, set an example, and reduce the number of Jadestar private soldiers serving regularly. Surely it can be done? Everyone was taken aback. Kessel, on the other hand, pondered seriously for a few seconds. If it doesn't involve other regions, perhaps there won't be too many objections. The military advisor's eyes lit up. Very good. And we can select the best of the disbanded Jadestar private soldiers to expand the regular army of the royal family. The king pondered for a moment. A few seconds later, King Kessel spoke again with an unquestionable tone. All right, Sodder, Kirkirk, Croppen, discuss the details. Start with the Jadestar private soldiers. Start by reducing the conscription period, and carefully replenish the regular army of the royal family. Let's see how it goes. Apart from Kirkirk's expression changing drastically, the others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not interrupt. The military advisor looked delighted. Yes, Your Majesty. The next second, Kirkirk man spoke urgently. Wait a moment. The Chief of Finance, who had looked relieved, bounced forward from the back of his chair and pointed at Sodder in disbelief. Expand? Why are we back at it again? The military advisor's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he did not speak. The Chief of Finance looked at the king, then at Sodder, his expression shifting. I understand, soldier, you did it on purpose. He turned pale with fright. Reducing the military strength of the feudal vassals, it's all a cover. You've made up your mind from the beginning to ask for sky-high prices and return them as low as you can. Kirkirk pointed at Sodder in disbelief, his fingers trembling. It's all about getting money to expand the army. Having gotten what he wanted, Saldus' expression was calm. I've already given in, His Majesty has given his consent, and the others have no objections. Kirkirk looked around and was surprised to see Cullen's silent expression and Gilbert's silence. No one objected like before. You think I'm a pushover, don't you? Sodder snorted softly. After the expansion is complete, the Ministry of Military Affairs will give you a new list of personnel salaries and material purchases. Money bags. It was Kirkirk man's turn to explode. * King Soldier. The Chief of Finance put on a fierce expression like a dog protecting its food and enunciated each word clearly. I'll be merciful and tell you again, as I've said on countless occasions last year, the maintenance costs of the Royal Army are already heavily overstretched. I strongly suggest that you take a good look at last year's financial statements. If you're not smart enough, at least look at last quarter. If after that you still insist on expanding the regular army, then I suggest that you look for your own source of income. By the way, it's popular to do business with rich ladies in Red Street Market, and those strong six-pack soldiers under you are in high demand. Sodder frowned slightly. How do you know? Lord Kirkirk man blushed and coughed. Managing finances, coordinating taxes, formulating economic policies, I naturally have to be proficient in that industry. In the midst of the awkwardness, a trembling voice rang out. Can I say something? Everyone turned to see the Minister of Agriculture, Lord Croppen, smiling cautiously. My lords, I've seen Lord Saldus' draft request for an expansion of the army last year. Although our food supplies are increasing, but the amount of cultivated farmland, pastures, mines, forests, and towns in the country in the last 10 years is far slower than the rate of expansion of the army and nobility. He smiled obsequiously and probed. Everyone, do you know what this means? Kirkuk man seemed encouraged. He shrugged his shoulders and raised his arms. Look, soldier. But it was not Sadr who replied. This means that we can't just cut back on expenditure, we need to open up more sources. Kirkuk turned his head and saw the speaker clearly. Viscount Kenny? The well-bred Minister of Trade, Viscount Kenny, bowed slightly. Extet's decline due to internal strife will inevitably lead to unrest in its surroundings. Their territory is vast, and nearly a third of the trade routes in the entire Western Peninsula will be blocked. Merchants and goods will have to find other outlets, and even affect the transoceanic trade between the eastern and western peninsulas. The newly promoted minister of the imperial household observed the expressions around him and tried to seize the rare opportunity to speak up. If we can seize the opportunity while the Northland barbarians are preoccupied with their own affairs, deploy our troops and attack aggressively, such as seizing control of the 3 major trade routes in the Great Desert, retaking the Lost Sea Corridor, and even further influencing the countries in Dragon-Kissed Land and the Long Corridor Sea Route, to fight for more benefits? Gilbert furrowed his brows while Prime Minister Cullen bared his teeth. Even the king's gaze flickered. Did I hear you right, sharp-faced Kenny? Kirkuk man said in disbelief. Forget it if Sadr wants to ask for money to expand the army. You still want to go abroad to fight. Viscount Kenny flashed a friendly smile, but unfortunately, it was ineffective on that pointy face. Chief Kirkuk, we are talking about absolute control over key trade routes, strategic hubs, resource-rich lands, and transoceanic trade. That's a huge sum of money. If we succeed, I guarantee that you will never have to worry about financial resources again. But the chief of finance only caught one key word. His face was full of suspicion. If Viscount Kenny's smile did not diminish. To achieve this, perhaps, and I mean perhaps, the number of regular troops and armaments can indeed be temporarily increased. Kirkuk gritted his teeth. Perhaps. Kenny coughed. Yes. But there is no doubt that the kingdom's gradual recovery and return to prosperous commercial trade requires trade routes, markets, gold and silver, exchanges, and more opportunities. In turn, this will provide considerable tax revenue for the kingdom. This will be a sustainable virtuous cycle. Kirkuk's face contorted and grew paler. Sustainable? Viscount Kenny shrugged. Anyway, Advisor Sadr, Chief Kirkuk, the next time you go to war, will you consider it? Kirkuk man understood what the other party meant. His gaze shifted back and forth between the Minister of Trade and the military advisor. Sadr pondered for a moment. It's not that we can't, but we should find some time to look at the map and look for possible targets. The regular troops of the royal family need training. At that moment. If you want to go by yourselves. The ministers were startled and turned their heads. Kirkuk had stood up at some point. His lips were trembling and he was furious. You prodigal sons, money-losing fools. The stingy chief was not stingy at all. In any case, don't even think of getting a single cent from me. A single cent. 1. 2. 1. 1. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lord Moneybag spat angrily. Easy for you to say. Why don't you go to the Wang family bank yourselves, obsequiously and humbly invite all the rich men to Red Street Market, give them all the good wine and food they want, humble yourself to them like prostitutes, toasting and smiling obsequiously, shamelessly coaxing and pestering them, just so that they can extend the repayment date, and then lend us more money to make up for the financial deficit. Gilbert coughed softly, wanting to remind Kirkuk to be careful with his words. But Kirkuk did not seem to notice at all. He continued to grimace. Then return to the government office and wait for vampires like you and Big Soldier to chase after us like spoiled brats who haven't been fed enough milk, crying and begging for money, turning the financial statements that we've painstakingly improved into a black bottomless pit again? Kirkuk chattered on. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. It was as if he had nothing to lose. The kingdom's chief of finance? Perhaps it was because he had hit a sore spot. Kirkuk slammed his palm on the table. I'm AF** King Gigolo who sells my **ss with my face. Lying on the bed and forcing a smile while being f***ed by a customer? Having to get up and give the money to the procuress with both hands before it even warms up. You have to pay for the lubricant yourself. Kirkuk man closed his eyes and waved his fists wildly in front of his chest. He enunciated each word clearly. Damn it, it's like this every year. Every year. Every 1 year. Thales was inexplicably shocked. Even the king had a strange expression on his face. A few seconds later, Gilbert coughed loudly. Kirkuk the occasion. The chief of finance took a few deep breaths before he came back to his senses. He was instantly shocked. Ahem, that, he bowed awkwardly to the king. I was just making an analogy. I was just making an analogy. Rhetoric. The imperial conference was silent for a moment. I know it's difficult, Kirkuk. Finally, the king spoke in a rare consolation tone. That's why I need you in this position more than anyone else. King Kessel stared at Kirkuk from afar. This is a job that even the noblest of bigwigs can't do. The chief of finance shuddered slightly, his expression instantly becoming inexplicably touched. Of course, your majesty, of course. Receiving the king's encouragement and recognition, Kirkuk man looked grateful. It's my honor to serve you, again, military advisor Sauter said indignantly. How many budget bills have he repudiated just like that? Kirkuk, on the other hand, only looked at the king loyally as if he had not heard anything. King Kessel raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. That's enough. Let's rest. The meeting will resume in the afternoon to discuss how to help Kirkuk solve the budget problem. As if ringing the bell signaling the end of class, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Sauter and Kirkuk, who were at the center of the discussion, glared at each other and turned their heads away in disdain. Cullen, Kroppen, Stylianides, the scar-faced man from the Secret Intelligence Department. Everyone bowed respectfully and got up to leave their seats. Thales also heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up with Gilbert and helped him tidy up his notes. Until, you stay. Thales froze. The king did not even open his eyes. But everyone knew who he was talking about. The prince sighed inwardly and sat back down. All right. What's coming will come. The ministers glanced at him with different expressions. Relax. Gilbert patted him on the shoulder and said softly, just answer truthfully. Sauter deliberately walked past Thales and bowed to the Duke of Star Lake. I hope I didn't scare you, Your Highness. It's a pity. If the war in Western Desert could continue, the military advisor sighed, it would further prove that the suzerain's private armies are useless and pose a serious threat. The proposal to gradually reform the conscripts into a regular army would be more convincing. He gave Thales a regretful look. Your Highness, if only you had stayed a little longer in the desert. A little longer. Thales froze for a few seconds. Why does this sound so weird? A few minutes later, as the stone door closed, only he and the king were left in the imperial conference. The cramped Ballard room was much more spacious. But the atmosphere was solemn. Thales sat in his seat, trying hard to suppress the anxiety in his heart as he watched King Kessel rub the side of his forehead. All of a sudden. Do you love her? Thales was puzzled. What? Love what? But the king had no intention of asking him. Every time that girl is mentioned. King Kessel put down his hand and revealed a pair of cold eyes in the darkness. You're like an old hen protecting her chicks. Thales was shocked. He tried his best to keep a straight face. After the accident last night, he had imagined the reasons why King Kessel would look for him. Assassination, duel, bet, acting on his own. But this, I have a good relationship with her. Thales frowned. But no. The Duke of Star Lake sneered and shook his head. She's the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. I don't love her. And it's impossible for me to love her. After saying this, King Kessel looked at him for a long time. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Then why at the banquet last night? The king spoke softly. Every word was powerful. Gilbert, Eastern Sea Hill, Land of Cliffs region, Elafir City, Reformation Tower, you cried to everyone you could find for help, wagged your tail and begged, just to help her? What? At that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. How did he know? Thales tried to frown and tried to defend himself. I don't understand. I saw a lot of people last night, but the king used an affirmative sentence which did not allow him to refute. Your performance last night was terrible. The Iron Hand King leaned back and completely sank into the darkness of Ballard Room. There was a hint of contempt in his tone. Lord Polaris. Polaris. For some reason, the title given to Thales by this Northlander made him feel a chill in his heart at that moment. So, the heir to the throne of Constellation fell in love with a Northland girl from the Walton family. At that moment his father, his supreme king, spoke coldly. And he was head over heels in love. Unable to extricate himself. Chapter 573. Why is he here? Every time he walked along the corridor of Renaissance Palace, Mallows could not help but ask himself this question. A few rays of light shone through the narrow stone window, dividing the corridor on this floor into countless black and white fragments. As for him, he passed through the light and shadows, flickering in the cold morning air. Soon, the path under Mallow's feet forked before his eyes. One path led to the royal treasury and watchman's secret room, while the other led to the guard's duty room, which he hated the most. Why is he here? Mallows did not hesitate to walk down one of the paths, because he was destined to be here. When he passed by the precious portrait of the wise Prime Minister Halva from the era of the King of Renaissance, the watchman greeted the two logistics officers of the royal guards who passed by. But he was sensitive enough to notice that their attitude was very strange. It's normal. After all, after last night, Mindy's Hall has become the center of attention in the capital. Mallows thought calmly. What's more, the person who's really bearing all this pressure. Mallows turned a corner with familiarity, pushed open a wooden door and walked into the guard's first duty room. So, Will, what are the benefits for New Year? Mallows stopped in front of the wall with the duty roster. He greeted the people in the room while he removed his saber and hung it on the sword rack. Touching weapons, meeting others. His power of eradication awakened in his body like an instinct. The entire world became quiet. Barren. Dead silence. Cold. Heavy. Dark. Until someone disturbed him. Mate T. At the other end of the duty room, a young man, flag-bearer Will, put down his teacup with a bitter expression and looked up from behind a desk full of documents. A merchant group brought it back from the Sante archipelago. It's so bitter that it can't be sold in the capital. So the logistics division got a large batch of it at a low price. It helps to refresh the mind. At least that's what they said. Will was depressed and the reason was unknown. Mallows controlled his face and made a smile that made people feel that it was sincere. Not bad. The watchman picked up the teapot and poured himself a big cup. Bitter. This is the style of the logistics division. Mallows took a sip, and the taste in his mouth made him frown. It's especially suitable for your job. But the usually talkative Wuxia didn't respond that time. Don't look at me, Sir Mallows. Will raised his hand in resignation. Today I am just a record keeper. Mallows paused when he saw Wuxia's unusual caution. Not only was he depressed, but he was also trying to hide his nervousness. But why? The sound of footsteps could be heard from inside the room. A new fluctuation appeared in the dead world, attracting Mallow's attention. You're late. A voice rose in the duty room. It was steady but stern. Lord Mallows. The voice was full of displeasure. The watchman turned around. A man about his age, with a pair of thin lips and a pair of narrow eyes, walked out of the inner room and stopped in front of him. It was him. Mallow's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. Why did he still feel disappointed? He knew he was coming, didn't he? I didn't expect it to be you. Mallows put down his teacup, flashed a smile and faced the newcomer. Lord Talon. Vogel Talon, the vice-captain cum chief flag-bearer whom he had just met last night, scoffed at him. Yes, I didn't expect it either. Mallows nodded. Vogel was unhappy. In the dead world, he told himself. The other party wants something but can't get it, so he's extremely resentful. The watchman turned to ask Wuxia. Where's Gaitan? I remember he's usually in charge of the records. Behind the desk, flag-bearer Wuxia stared intently at the words under his pen, as if he didn't hear the watchman's words. He seemed determined not to raise his head. The flag-bearer division is very busy today. We're understaffed. It was Vogel who answered him. The chief flag-bearer said coldly, thanks to last night. Mallows smiled faintly. Very busy? So much so that you, as the chief, have to do it yourself? The watchman turned his head and looked straight into Vogel's willow leaf-like eyes. To do paperwork? Vogel did not answer him. He moved to the back of the desk and pulled out a chair beside Wuxia. Mallows saw that Wuxia had discreetly moved to the side. In the next second, Vogel suddenly uttered an ancient saying in a cold voice. Gather the knights. When he said that, Mallows and Wuxia became solemn in unison. Despite having other thoughts, the watchman had no choice but to respond with a straight face together with Wuxia. By the Emperor's command. He did not know the meaning of this ancient ritual. But as far back as he could remember, the royal guards had been following this rule. As if this would restore the demeanor of the Emperor's Praetorian guards. He could only obey. The atmosphere became solemn. Vogel stared at him silently as if to test the veracity of his words. A few seconds later, the vice-captain nodded. "Lock the door. Let's begin." Wuxia took a deep breath and got up to do as he was told. He pulled out a black box from the locked cabinet and took out a crystal drop and a coarse oval-shaped stone. Mallow's gaze froze. "Then, esteemed watchman of the guards, Tormund Mallows, please take a seat." Wuxia respectfully invited Mallows to take a seat as he pulled open an iron gate behind the wall. The wall under the iron gate was engraved with strange but intricate patterns, on which were written many ancient runes that could only be understood by scholars. Wuxia obviously did not understand these, but this did not affect him from following the procedure and embedding the crystal drop and stone into the intricate holes in the wall. His movements were careful, familiar but also reverent. Wuxia closed the iron gate. A few seconds later, the gap in the iron gate glowed with a strange light. "What does this mean?" Mallows stared at the light. "Sound reproduction stone," Wuxia replied excitedly. It seemed like he also found it novel. "Impressive, isn't it? I heard that it can be activated like this." Mallows interrupted him. "I know what this is. I'm asking why." Wuxia was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Vogel. As you know, important records in the Royal Guards usually need to be recorded in eternal files, especially the flag-bearer division. Vogel suddenly coughed. Wuxia immediately stopped talking and put on a serious expression. On the morning of the 4th of January, year 680 of the calendar of eradication, in accordance with the Praetorian Covenant, the work of the Royal Guards as flag-bearers begins now. The target of the record is the Watchman of the Guards, Tormund Mallows. The flag-bearer flipped open the record book. It was very standard. "I am Special Class Flag-bearer Wuxia Coden, responsible for witnessing and recording this time. Accompanying me is Chief Flag-bearer Vogel Talon, who will lead today's." But Vogel interrupted him. "Enough. Crystal drops are very expensive, let's be frugal." Under Wuxia's awkward expression, Vogel took over the reins of the conversation. "First of all, about last night in Mindy's Hall?" Vogel flipped open a page of records in his hand and looked straight at Mallows. "Whether it was an impulsive act or a proxy duel, as the captain of the guards, you know the pros and cons. Why did you not stop it, but instead condone Prince Thal's impulsive act?" Mallows retracted his gaze from the inlaid sound reproduction stone and crystal drops on the wall. He no longer looked at the ancient sound reproduction spell that had been tinkered with by countless amateurs over the past 600 years and was now barely usable. He returned to last night. "I have neither the right nor the ability to interfere with His Highness' decision. Since he has spoken, I can't go against him in public." Vogel snorted indecipherable. "Is that so? But why do I feel that you were quite eager to disagree with your superior last night?" "He hasn't changed." Mallows stared at Vogel's face, which was as suspicious, mean and hostile as ever. Just like 18 years ago. At that time, Vogel, Facundo, Stanley and Thales, including himself, were still young knight apprentices. Even Vogel, who was of the highest birth and the most experienced, was only a candidate for the Royal Guards, and not even an official member of the Guards. They were just a bunch of youngsters, looking up to a former legend, yearning for illusory fame. But at an age when they were already sensible and about to become adults, witnessing a bloody nightmare. He lost his head in panic. Confusion and disorder. Mallows shook his head. "You must have misunderstood, Lord Talon. Last night you and I..." But Vogel did not give him a chance to finish. "Danny Doyle. That's D.D. He's your first-class protector." The chief flag-bearer looked down at a page of documents. "His performance last night was unbearable, even humiliating. For his own selfishness, he acted rashly, disregarded the prince's safety, and ignored his superior's orders." Vogel looked up. "Is that so?" Mallows and Vogel stared at each other in silence. For 18 years he and Vogel, the youngsters of their generation, trembled with fear as they worked hard to portray themselves as the most admired, but also the most unfamiliar. From selected students to trainees to second-class officials, first-class officials, until now. They thought that as long as it was like this, that it would cover up their former fear and despair. Become adults. Then teach a new generation of youngsters a lesson. "Yes," Mallows said straightforwardly. "He was very foolish last night." Vogel snorted, his meaning unclear. As for first-class vanguard, Caleb Glover, the chief flag-bearer switched to another page. "As far as I know, Doyle broke free from his grasp and endangered the situation." "Is that so?" Mallows suddenly felt a little sleepy. But he could not yawn in front of them. Not polite. Not very polite. I can't deny it. Mallows picked up the mate tea beside him, covering up his yawn as he savored the stimulation of the bitter taste in the dead silent world. This made him very excited. The logistics division occasionally does good deeds, doesn't it? So they deserve to be punished, don't you agree? While Vogel interrogated, Will scribbled something on the side. Watchman. Mallows lifted his nose out of the teacup and smiled faintly. Of course. Vogel looked at him for a long time, as if to confirm that this was really his reaction. He pulled out a report and pushed it backwards in front of Mallows. Very well, then sign here. I'll send it to Chief Penal Officer Facundo. For your sake, the flag-bearer division will not pursue the responsibility of others. Mallows looked at the flag-bearer's report in front of him and caught a few key words. Dereliction of duty. Overstepping. Loyalty. Dealt with. Mallows lifted the corner of his lips. But he still obediently grabbed the pen and flipped open the report. Don't worry. Although the mistake has been made, I think that both Doyle and Glover are pardoned, and will not be imprisoned by the guards. Vogel continued to stare at him with bright eyes. His words softened considerably. I suggest that Facundo only demote them to second class. Mallows was as indifferent as ever. He tested the ink on the draft and grunted. That's very generous of you. He was not. Vogel was eager to do so. Mallows told himself. To assert the power he never had elsewhere, to numb the pain he felt elsewhere, to cover the frustration he had been feeling for decades. The world was still dead silent, allowing Mallows to sense Vogel's emotions more clearly. But even after he did so, he was still not satisfied. Just like how revenge could not fill the emptiness. The future could not make up for the past. But there's no doubt that these two are no longer fit to stay by Prince Thale's side. Vogel's tone changed. I think they should return to their original positions in the wings, reflect, and await further orders. Mallows nodded as he looked at the report. There's only one small problem. Vogel paused. What? The sound replication spell flickered slightly. Weah frowned and knocked on the wall tentatively. Under the witness of Prince Thales and the entire team, I have already carried out the punishment. Mallows' attitude seemed indifferent. Doyle and Glover have also paid the price they deserve. Vogel was silent for a few seconds. When? This morning. Mallows flipped to the next page. Oh, this was the signature page. The specific records are with Vice Penal Officer Gray Patterson. Of course, I believe that Hugo Fubel will also report this to the flag-bearer division as soon as possible. Vogel did not speak. But in the dead silent world, Mallows felt that the pressure from Vogel was rising. Like a stove for boiling water. This morning, Vogel exhaled. Isn't it a little hasty to deal with last night's incident in such a hurry? It was indeed hasty. Mallows dipped his pen in ink. Unfortunately, Prince Thales could not suppress his anger. We dared not delay under a forceful order. Vogel frowned fiercely. Mallows, on the other hand, laid out the report meticulously. He was prepared to sign the most perfect signature in his life on the report. After a few seconds, the vice-captain in front of him slowly forced out a sentence. Is that so? Vogel stared at Mallows. Prince Thales, is he so harsh, ungrateful, and unreasonable? At that moment, Weah suddenly felt a little suffocated and had to concentrate on maintaining the sound replication spell. As if he really knew that stuff. Mallows shrugged and chuckled as he began to write the letters. Ha, you can't imagine. Vogel lowered his eyes and looked at Mallows' beautiful handwriting. Are you sure the punishment is appropriate? I don't know. Mallows dipped his pen in ink and shook his head. Of course, if you feel that His Highness was unfair and needs to be resentenced, it is not incomprehensible. Bang. The vice-captain slammed his palm on the table. Mallows' pen stopped. He raised his head and looked at Vogel. He did not need to stroll in his own dead silent world to sense the other party's emotions. No need. Vogel stared intently at Mallows and pulled back the report in an irrefutable manner. Halfway through his signature, the tip of his pen left a long ink stain on the paper that was pulled away. Weah lowered his head deeply. This child had been in the flag-bearer division for a long time and knew how to read people's expressions. Under normal circumstances, we do not punish him twice for the same crime. Vogel was expressionless. In front of Mallows, he tore the report in his hand into pieces and threw it into the wastepaper basket. Of course I forgot. Mallows put down his pen and smiled at him. Thank you for the reminder. What a pity. That was his best signature. Vogel was silent for a long time until he had digested his current emotions. A few seconds later, when the chief flag-bearer looked up, his posture was perfect and his attitude was proper. As far as I know, you have been living with Prince Thales for more than 2 months. Vogel swept away his earlier unhappiness. He took out another report and returned to his current work. How has His Highness' personality been these days? Personality? That child's personality? Mallow's gaze was slightly unfocused. Fighting with no regard for his life. He said slowly, still reluctant to admit defeat. Vogel frowned and looked down at the report. It's not just martial arts, it can also be, the chief flag-bearer paused. Other aspects? Mallow smiled faintly. Perhaps the kingdom's secret intelligence department knows more about His Highness' life in the north. Vogel looked up. But I'm asking you. There was a momentary pause between the two. Mallow stared at Vogel quietly. Just like when they were young. Bardic poetry. Mallow spoke slowly with a nonchalant expression. He quite likes this stuff. He's read quite a lot and sings quite well. It's a pity that he's only good at lute, played by him like a cat in heat. Vogel frowned again. He liked to talk to himself and play chess, but his chess skills were as bad as DD's. He liked to carry a book wherever he went, pretending to be a cultured person. Mallows picked up his teacup and gradually felt that the tea inside was not so bitter. But he never flipped through it. What else? Vogel interrupted. For example, some abnormalities? Mallows looked up. Vogel's expression did not change. We all know that the prince is a genius, different from ordinary people. Different from ordinary people. The watchman stayed in the dead world that only he knew about for a while, before scoffing and returning to reality. His Highness's venomous mouth is unforgiving. But strangely, his usual temperament is gentle and unhurried. Mallows put on a knowing smile again. Including some of the usual moodiness and melancholy of his age. You know, the lack of love in childhood. Vogel coughed intentionally. Mind your words, Lord Mallows. Mallows smiled apologetically. How interesting. The watchman stood in the dead world, looking at the boundless wilderness ahead. Vogel had been living in irritation and emptiness, burning with anger. But he was still in awe. In fear. Anything else? Yes. Although I'm not sure of the details, there is something about His Highness that worries the guards. Vogel raised his head and pretended to listen. From various signs? Mallows thought for a moment. Prince Thales, he might, The watchman nodded and said seriously, prefer men? At that moment, Will, who was sipping his tea, was splashed in the face by a huge splash from the teacup. He hurriedly wiped it away in a pathetic manner. The report in Vogel's hand was torn out of shape, its folds disheveled. The night shift room was silent and inexplicably awkward. Only the sound replication spell was still operating diligently. Mallows. Vogel's face was expressionless, but his voice deepened. Do you know we used the sound replication stone? He said darkly, this eternal world file will be passed down for thousands of years. Mallows smiled. Yes, I know. The watchman looked at the glowing sound replication spell. His smile was as fake as a New Year's greeting. So we try to be as real as possible, don't we? Chapter 574. Thales sat in his seat, but his body did not feel like his own. He realized that at this moment, in the Imperial Conference Room, he was the only one facing the king. He could not turn a deaf ear to it, nor could he lower his head to hide. This morning, when the military intelligence from the north arrived, regarding Dragon Cloud City, King Kessel's voice rang out in the narrow room, lacking the echoes and emptiness of the council chamber. But it made people feel even more suffocated. Gilbert insisted on letting his student listen in, saying that this was the prince's practical lesson. However, even in front of the emperor, when he was wrangling over your farce last night, he was not this anxious. When Thales thought of Gilbert, gratitude and disappointment surged in his heart at the same time. Today, Bob Cullen specifically mentioned that pirates from the north are becoming increasingly rampant. He said that he wants to reorganize the Huigang Navy to protect the trade interests of the 7 ports of the East Blue. Kessel sat on the main seat. Even the everlasting lamp could not light up the darkness in his figure. Koster's men, on the other hand, rushed to the Department of Agriculture and Pastoral Affairs early in the morning. With the excuse of preparing to purchase seeds for the spring plowing, they checked the amount of grain exported to the Land of Cliffs region. Most of the grain was also grown in the Northland. Thales tried his best to inhale. Prime Minister Cullen and the one-eyed man of the Land of Cliffs. As for Extet, the king snorted coldly and his words were filled with disdain. Elifir City's diplomat group has been in Eternal Star City for a long time, but they've been very patient. It was only after the banquet last night that they released the messenger crow to communicate with the country. Those Northlanders from Reformation Tower are really clean, and we can't get anything on them. It's a pity that the Doyle family is unlucky. They exposed the matter of them selling grain privately. Jorge of Elifure and Levi of Reformation Tower. Thales stared at the map on the table. You ran around for that girl, thinking you were doing it discreetly. The Iron Hand King's voice suddenly tightened and focused on Thales like a scattered mystic gun. Actually, every single one of my movements is completely exposed. Thales suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Obviously, the tea in Ballard Room was not prepared for the Duke of Star Lake. And I thought that you would calm down a little in front of the foreign ministers at the Imperial Conference and put away your rutting tail feathers. Obviously, I underestimated your determination, Duke of Star Lake, or should I say North Star. King Kessel paused for a moment and repeated the word coldly but sarcastically. For love? The king's voice fell. Thales looked up. But, the teenager instinctively retorted, that's not love. No, the king's eyes pierced through the darkness, piercing the sunlight. It descended on Thales. Not love. His father's response was scornful. That's worse than love. Is it the desire for youth and beauty? Or are you interested in conquering noble women? Kessel V's voice boomed like thunder. Or are you just an arrogant pig who can only rely on your swaying penis to find self-esteem? Thales shut his eyes. Over the past 6 years, the library, the Hall of Heroes, Shield District, the dining room, the study. Countless scenes from his memories assaulted him in that instant, but none of them helped the situation before him. But we're not. Thelma. No. The youth clenched his fists. He struggled to breathe, trying to expel the discomfort that he had not felt in the past 6 years. What? Why did he feel so uncomfortable, suffocated, out of control, and irritated? No. Thales looked up and defended himself with difficulty. Thelma and I, we have a good relationship, that's true. He withstood the Iron Hand King's cold gaze, just like withstood the day before the bitter cold blizzard, and also withstood the desire to retreat in his heart. You can't run away. Find a way out. Face him. Just like facing his past opponents, King Nuvan, King Chapman. But outside of our personal friendship, I treat her. Face him. Face it. Face them. Thales took a deep breath and finally said those words. I have a responsibility to her. At that moment, Thales felt the air around him circulate just like his words and thoughts. A rhetorical question came from the dark room, not much better than before. Responsibility? Thales found himself nodding slightly. That's right. 6 years ago, I should say that you and the kingdom used all of our power to send that girl to the throne of Heroic Spirit Palace. King Kessel did not speak. The youth met the king's gaze, slowly regained his train of thought and said in a firm tone, all of Constellation. We all have a responsibility to bear. The prince seemed to have returned to the state he was in when he faced the vassals in Ekstedt. And I don't think that this responsibility is a meaningless moral burden. Thales suddenly realized that Ballard Room actually had quite a few windows. But what entered the room through them was cold air, not light. Because of what happened 6 years ago, that girl is naturally close to us, to Constellation. The Duke of Star Lake sorted out his logic and spoke methodically. In Ekstedt, in Dragon Cloud City, in a group that is incompatible with us in terms of interests and ideology, this is especially valuable. The king did not move. Only his gaze remained the same. So I believe that Saroma can be trusted and expected. Even from the kingdom's point of view, my attention and help to her is not a meaningless effort. Thales tried his best to portray himself as a counselor in front of the king. His words were confident and firm, just like Soder and Kirkirk just now. As I said, she is enough to be Constellation's ally. He stared at his father intently. King Kessel chuckled. Constellation's ally? He asked hoarsely, like a beast opening its eyes from hibernation. Or your weakness? Weakness. For some reason, Thales suddenly thought of the Black Prophet, whom he had not seen for a long time. He thought of their first meeting. Thales gulped. I understand your concern. He armed himself to the teeth, braced himself, and treated the person in front of him as a formidable enemy like Nuvan and Chapman. A Camion once told me that you can't just look at numbers and profits when doing business. Sometimes you also have to rely on word of mouth and connections. The king snorted. Business. But Thales just continued. Even in the most ordinary of wars, our allies will be attacked, our friends will be attacked, and our comrades will be threatened. But this does not mean that they are our weaknesses. Thales tightened his croaky voice, which had yet to go through puberty, to make himself sound more mature and rational. On the contrary. To reap profits you have to take a relative risk. So last night, for the sake of our interests, I could not stand idly by. He had to be resolute and certain. Because I believe that the girl will bring us greater value and benefits. Thales stared at the pair of eyes that were incredibly piercing in the darkness and tried his best to raise the shield that belonged solely to him. King Kessel was silent for a long time. So long that Thales' sitting posture became stiff. Finally. We. The Iron Hand King sneered. You use "we" to coerce your reasoning. You tell me that this is what we should do. The next moment the king pressed down on the arm of the chair. Kessel came out of the darkness into the sunlight, revealing his figure, his face, and his gaze like a stone statue. And the 9-pointed star symbol on his clothes. It was even more obvious than the symbol on Thales' collar. But what about yourself? For some reason the king's action sent a chill down Thales' spine. Like a fierce beast revealing its claws from the fog. Your own feelings, your own intentions, your own considerations, your own preferences, the king said coldly, and where are you? Where am I? Thales frowned. He stopped thinking about other things and replied, I am among you. If, in addition to the interests and standpoint of the kingdom, you can also consider sincerity and not betray my personal friendship with her, then everyone will be happy. But the king's response came like a shadow. No. Kessel's tone was steady, but there was an unshakable majesty to it. You are pretending to be among. Thales furrowed his brows. Because you think that I am a rational and calm king born for constellation, a cruel king who only has eyes for the kingdom. The Iron Hand King's words were incomparably cold. I despise emotions and impulsiveness, and only care about gains and losses. That's why you racked your brains and spent so much effort just to disguise yourself as me and face me. Thales was stunned for a second. To prove that what you are doing is in line with the principle of interests and political considerations, the king's words were calm. So that I will believe in your words. So that I will let go of your recklessness and let go of your girlfriend. Thales was about to retort, but the Iron Hand King's next sentence completely froze him. Just like your usual trick, to understand your opponent's methods, their logic, and then defeat them on their battlefield. Kessel snorted coldly. He rubbed his fingers gently. To deal with King Neuven with exquisite calculations. To fight back against Chapman Lampard with a desperate gambit. To deal with Williams with a domineering attitude. Or like last night. Using the weakness of human nature to play a remote game with the boy from the Covendier family. Thales stared at the king in a daze. He knew. The king's words echoed in Thales' mind. Usual trick, to pretend to be like him and face him. The teenager suddenly had an illusion that he was stripped naked from head to toe and was standing naked in front of the king. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to adapt, and nowhere to escape. But some things can't be disguised. Kessel V raised his eyes. Just like last night. Last night. Thales' pupils moved. The Iron Hand King stared at him from afar. That feeling came again. The kind of oppression that neither King Neuven nor King Chapman had ever given him. The kind of powerlessness that made him feel as if 1,000 pounds were weighing down on him, and he opened his mouth to speak but felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. Why? The king spoke softly but found it difficult to parry. Last night, why did you put yourself at risk? You personally participated and you enjoyed it? Thales felt as if he was seeing double. It was Anchor and Doyle's faces. The teenager took a deep breath, focused, and tried his best to explain. The situation at last night's banquet was tricky. I was in a dilemma and no choice was appropriate. So I personally participated in order to find a third way, to show them a completely different Thales Jadestar so that we, but at this moment. What? Thales stopped talking. You personally participated, not because of us. King Kessel stared at him from afar as if he was watching a game of chess. And it was because of you. You wanted to save the chess pieces and the game at the same time. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Because this is who you are. No matter what, you always want to find a way for everyone to be happy, a perfect choice that meets the highest expectations in your heart. It's best if there are no ripples, no harm. To avoid the ugliness and sacrifice that you are most unwilling to face. Thales felt his breathing become more and more sluggish. He wanted to speak to relieve the pressure, but, it's useless, Thales. The teenager opened and closed his lips in vain, thinking bitterly. It's useless. He knows. Thales lowered his head in a daze. And just like he said, you have nowhere to hide. No excuses. But what I don't understand is. The king continued speaking. Don't tell me that damned fate doesn't give you a damned response every time? Thales was stunned. At that moment, King Kessel's gaze seemed to cut open his chest. You slaughtered everyone at the national conference, but received even more malice and suspicion. You turned the tide in Dragon Cloud City, but brought up an enemy more terrifying than your predecessor. You spoke up for the Archduchess in Heroic Spirit Palace, but put yourself in danger of being targeted by public anger, and had no choice but to turn to an even worse ally. You had an ambiguous attitude in Blade Fang's camp, and seemed to be enjoying a better life. But at the banquet last night, you were hit hard by the irreconcilable conflict between both sides, and ended up in a sorry state. As he listened to these personal experiences, Thales felt his body become more and more numb. Is that so? As for my choice, fate gave me a response every time? Just like last night when you wisely secured the chess pieces in the game, and won your position and reputation. The king's tone was sarcastic. But you left the shit on your ass for the entire kingdom to wipe. Thales was stunned. More excuses emerged from the bottom of his heart, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not bring them out. The third way. Just like how you are used to the willfulness of a street beggar, but delusional about the status and glory of the kingdom's bloodline. Hearing this, Thales could not help but tremble. You wander around the top of a cliff, but delusional about the view of the sky. And you think that as long as you are not afraid of death, you can have a firm foothold. Kessel's rebuke was like a sharp blade, and it cut into his heart. The king's sharp gaze left Thales and he looked into the air. Just like you and that girl from Dragon Cloud City. Thales allowed the Supreme King's voice to drill into his ears, but he could do nothing about it. You tell yourself that out of value and position, a powerful ally can bring you benefits. But you also tell yourself that out of love and desire, a beloved lover will make you willing to sacrifice yourself. In the next moment, King Kessel's words took a sharp turn. But if you confuse these 2 points, drift between the two and think that you can handle both with ease and take care of both, then you are wrong. The king's gaze was deep and cold, and he enunciated each word clearly. Until you understand that every time, every self-righteous and perfect choice, there is a greater price. The teenager gulped again. I think that she, the Lady of Blazing Blood, has already proven her value and position in that battle. Thales adjusted his voice so that he did not sound so lost and helpless. But for some reason, his sentence was stuttering. She is very powerful. She can be very powerful. She can bring benefits to us. The king snorted coldly. You know, he looked straight at Thales and said coldly, I'm not talking about her. Thales' body swayed a little. The Iron Hand King said sarcastically, Polaris. Polaris. Polaris again. Thales had never hated this title as much as he did at that moment. Just like how he hated this moment. What about you? After struggling for a while, Thales' voice finally rang out faintly. Your Majesty. The teenager's voice was not loud and the pitch was not steep, but it sounded like a powerless question that had gone through a lot of hardships. Honorable Lady Gines, is she your ally or your lover? In the darkness, King Kessel's eyes suddenly moved. The air around him was no longer frozen. But there was an additional tension like before an avalanche. And are you really, as you said, someone who despises feelings and impulsiveness and only cares about gains and losses? Like a drowning person coming to the surface and gasping for breath, the teenager's words fluctuated. A rational, calm and cruel king who only has eyes for the kingdom. Able to distinguish everything clearly and without confusion? Kessel's gaze sharpened. But Thales could not tell if there was anger or sadness surging in his eyes. But he suddenly realized that this was the first time he had refuted his father today. Or, the first time in his life? The stone statue named King Kessel moved in his seat. He raised his chin slightly, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. But Thales interrupted him. I am a jade star. He inhaled with all his might, as if this was the only way to avoid suffocation. He even had to grab his palm hard to keep his voice from changing. As the Prince of Constellation, as the bloodline of the kingdom, if I cannot even be responsible for a girl who has suffered because of me? Thales realized that he could not control the pause in his words, but he still tried to finish them. Then, in times of crisis, at the critical moment, what right do I have to stand up and be responsible for my kingdom and my compatriots? King Kessel's gaze changed and there was a different light in it. Thales stared at the king. That's right, this has nothing to do with her. It only concerns me. A few seconds passed. The waves in the king's eyes finally subsided. He looked at Thales again and his tone was firm. You care about her. Thales shuddered. At that moment, the teenager actually did not dare to raise his head and look at his father again. But he still had to face it. Just like Kessel's questioning of his past behavior just now. He still had to answer. I do care about her. The teenager did not know what his expression was like at the moment. He knew how difficult it was for him to break through all the obstacles before his words could come out of his throat. Just like what he was thinking at the moment. She is my true friend, my friend in times of need. My savior, my classmate, Li Yundong said. Thales lowered his head sadly, and his voice also became softer. Of course I care about her, and maybe even like her. Little rascal. King Kessel did not respond, not even a sarcastic and disdainful snort. He only looked at his son in silence. Thales took a deep breath. He forced determination out of his gaze and forced away the pain. So that's even less of love. Did not have to be love. Could not be love. The moment he said this, Thales' heart trembled. He felt as if he had stepped on air. Weightlessness, imbalance. He was at a loss. Thales looked at King Kessel, trying to catch his breath in a trance, deliberately forgetting everything else. Until the king replied faintly, "Is that so?" There was no ripple, no praise or criticism. Thales closed his eyes, then opened them again. I am very realistic. After the discomfort, Thales could finally adjust his sitting posture without any hindrance. With an inexplicable emotion, he raised his head proudly. I am your son of the Jade Star bloodline, heir to the kingdom. King Kessel's face moved slightly under the sunlight. I have long understood that my fate is destined to be full of ups and downs, full of misfortune and misfortune. Thales glanced sideways slightly, a little gloomy. But just like you, I have made my choice. The next moment, he looked at the king again as if he was looking at another version of himself, and spoke the subject of the next sentence in the language of the ancient empire. I was born for the stars. The king looked back at him silently. Ballard Room was as silent as before, but the air was no longer blocked. Thales exhaled, like a prisoner who had broken free from his shackles and was breathing luxuriously under the sunlight. The teenager gritted his teeth. So I will not and cannot have any improper thoughts towards her, romantic feelings, or thoughts that go beyond the bounds of propriety. Will cause the same disaster, and bring it to her. Precisely because I care about her, care about Saroma, care about my friend. King Kessel did not say a word. With a mixture of pain and discomfort, Thales uttered the words that had been buried in his heart for a long time, confirming things that he had already figured out. So that is definitely not love. That cannot be love. Absolutely not. At that moment, he was like a bird freed from its shackles, finally able to spread its wings and soar into the sky boldly. Until his wings broke and he fell to the ground. You asked me where I am, the young duke said in a low voice. He suddenly liked the darkness of the stone room. I am here in Renaissance Palace. Just like you. Father. Thales' mood sank. And you don't have to worry about her and me. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales realized that he was sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. This was far from the demeanor that the Duke of Star Lake should have. The silence in the room lasted for a long time. It was as if he wanted to leave enough time for this confession. Until the meaning behind it was completely understood. Is she well? King Kessel suddenly spoke, startling Thales. But the teenager immediately fell into dejection. I don't know. He closed his eyes and opened them again, trying to eliminate all expressions. I also don't want to know. Ballard Room was completely silent. It seemed like a long time had passed. Finally, the king's figure voluntarily retreated in the light. He sat in the shadow of his seat again. His face was no longer visible. Only the voice of the king could be heard from afar. Sometimes I am really strange. King Kessel's words were as sharp and harsh as ever, but there was no longer that prickling sensation. Why is your rationality on par with your stupidity? Why are they in the same mind? The king snorted coldly. And still able to coexist peacefully. Thales did not speak. He sat at the long table in a daze. Just now the teenager understood a little. In his life he had faced 3 kings. King Nuvan's tyrannical methods were a combination of strength and gentleness, a mixture of kindness and authority, as unfathomable and immeasurable as the sea. King Chapman, on the other hand, pressured and threatened him with tangible benefits, as if a blade was pressed against his neck and a thorn in his back. But the Kessel the fifth in front of him. The Iron Hand King. He was completely different from the other 2. As the supreme king of Constellation, he did not speak eloquently and did not know how to speak boldly. But Kessel had an even more bizarre and terrifying ability. With this ability he could transcend kindness and authority with just a few words, directly strike at the heart, and grasp the most damned vital point. forcing Thales to face his true self. Calm and tranquil, but heartbreaking. The king reached out and moved a cradle on the table. The door to Ballard Room opened. A few unfamiliar royal guards appeared at the door. A person walked past them and into the room. It was the scarred man from the Secret Intelligence Department. But Thales did not seem to hear it. He just sank into his seat expressionlessly. "Take him out," King Kessel's voice rang mercilessly. "Let him see the mess he left behind." Thales looked up absent-mindedly. "What?" "Don't dawdle." The king lowered his head again and flipped to the next document. "There are much more important matters in Ballard Room. Remember what you said today." Thales did not remember what happened next. He did not even remember how he walked out of Ballard Room in a daze. He also did not remember how the scarred man stiffly put his hands behind his back and apologized stiffly, saying that the king's orders could not be disobeyed, but Lord Mallows could not leave for the time being and asked His Highness to come with him. Until Thales followed him absent-mindedly out of the palace through a side door and into a carriage. "Where are we going?" Feeling the swaying of the carriage, Thales, who had finally adjusted his emotions, came back to his senses. "The kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, Your Highness, His Majesty's orders." Opposite him, the fierce-looking scarred man scratched his face as he answered. "Secret Intelligence Department." Thales frowned. But he found something even more wrong. The scarred man in front of him, his voice became different? Noticing the prince's gaze, the knife-scarred man smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to tear off the skin on his face. Thales widened his eyes. "Long time no see, Your Highness." The person in front of him threw away the scarred mask and lowered his head to fiddle with his eyes. His voice was relaxed and humorous. "How have you been?" Thales was stunned. "It's him." "You don't look happy, why?" His old acquaintance, the Baron Bone Man Raphael Lindbergh, opened his dark red eyes in the carriage and looked straight at Thales. "Dumped by your girlfriend just now?" Thales' expression froze. "Raphael." The prince, who was already in a bad mood, leaned back. "One more word of nonsense from you?" The Duke of Star Lake stared straight at the top of the carriage and said expressionlessly, "I'm going to ask for the Honorable Lady Miranda's hand in marriage." Raphael's face fell. Then the carriage became completely silent. No words were spoken throughout the journey. Chapter 575. Thales and Raphael sat opposite each other in the swaying carriage. They did not speak to each other. Thales sized up the emissary of the Secret Intelligence Department, who had gone through life and death situations with him in Dragon Cloud City. He recalled the last time they parted in the tunnel. Raphael remained calm, a faint smile in his dark red eyes. He was as confident as he was when they first met. Why was he always so confident? Then he would do all sorts of shameful things, and when he messed up he would need someone else to clean up after him. Thinking of this, the youth who had just escaped from Ballard Room felt even more gloomy. "Weren't you supposed to stay in the north and play hide-and-seek with the Star Killer? When did you return?" Thales was the first to break the silence. He could not stand the other party's enchanting smile. Raphael smiled and looked out the window. "Recently." "Look, it's so fast. Could there be a more mysterious answer?" Thales coughed. "Those who stayed in Dragon Cloud City, Waya, Ralph and Putre, safe." Raphael's answer was concise and tight. Thales frowned. "Gilbert said that he could not find you in the Secret Intelligence Department for the past few years. It's a secret." "Then the disguise you put on at the Imperial Conference just now? Hide. So why did you bring me to the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department?" "It's important." After going back and forth for a few rounds, Thales, who felt that he was talking to Yodel, laughed out of extreme anger. "Can't you say a few more words?" Finally Raphael turned around. There was a profound meaning in her red eyes. "But you were the one who said it. If I say another word of nonsense, you're going to marry Miss Miranda?" Thales choked. After a few seconds he sighed. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. "How petty." Thales waved his hands in resignation and logged out of the game. "Just kidding, okay?" Raphael smiled, leaning easily against the side of the car. "I know," he said with a pleased expression. "Me too." The corners of Thales' lips curled into a fake smile. "Is there any point in being so talkative?" "It's meaningless." Raphael sized up the prince's small, deflated face. "It's just interesting." For a moment Thales did not know how to reply. He could only sigh wordlessly. A few minutes later. "Raphael, have you seen Miranda in the last 6 years?" Raphael raised an eyebrow. "You want to hear the truth?" "Of course." "Then I have to lie." Thales took a few seconds to digest this information. The prince nodded. "Then, what about meeting Cohen?" Who is he? The carriage swayed for a few more minutes before Thales sighed. Raphael, if you never plan to leave the Secret Intelligence Department for the rest of your life? The prince looked at the barren bone man seriously. Then what does she mean to you? How are you going to face her? Raphael raised her red eyes. Why do you suddenly ask? He cares about his subordinate's love life. Raphael smiled sarcastically. What about you? He asked back, what does she mean to you, Your Highness? Thales leaned against the carriage and sighed. I've already said that I won't marry Miranda, but Raphael's next sentence made Thales stop talking. But I'm not talking about Miranda. The air was silent for a moment. The scenery outside the window changed inch by inch from a city street to a country road. Thales was silent. When you were in Dragon Cloud City, you had a deep and intimate relationship. Raphael looked to the north. His voice was light. Can you really give up on this relationship? And become strangers from then on? Thales clenched his teeth. Don't talk about other things, Raphael, the prince said unhappily. I have nothing to do with her. Raphael chuckled, unconcerned. If you are destined to become the king of Constellation, Your Highness, strategizing in Ballard Room? In Thales' ears, the barren bone man's words became extremely sharp. How are you going to face her? Face what I like. Thales felt a wave of irritation. I will only say it once, Raphael. The prince turned his head and said coldly. I definitely don't have that kind of relationship with her. Oh, yes. What kind of relationship? Why do you care what kind of relationship I have? But, no buts. I just want to say, don't say it. After going back and forth, Raphael could only sigh and admit defeat. Fine. Thales snorted and hugged his arms tightly. The barren bone man sighed. It's just a pity that you don't like her. Thales turned his head even more to the side. You know, we went through a lot of trouble to pick out refined grains for her and prepare to welcome her back to the country. Thales froze for a moment and turned his head around. Refined grains, welcome her back to the country? Wait, who are you talking about? Who else could it be? Raphael turned his head around. The Secret Intelligence Department carefully selected her for you from thousands of candidates, of course. Raphael flashed his white teeth and smiled brightly. What a good horse, Jenny. Thales was silent for a full 10 seconds. He stuck close to the carriage and swayed with the wind. Only then did he give his middle finger expressionlessly. F***CKU. Raphael laughed heartily when he saw his expression. Thales swore with a dark expression that if Raphael told this joke again, the first order he gave when he became king would be for Miranda to marry Cohen. At that moment, God knew how much he missed Cohen. Raphael sat back in his seat. Are you feeling better now? Not at all, Thales said listlessly. But thank you for livening up the mood. You're welcome. Raphael did not care about the resentment in the prince's words at all. You'll only feel worse later anyway. Thales' mood, which had improved a little, collapsed again. This time, is it because of what happened last night? A shadow flashed across Raphael's face. What else could it be? When it came to serious matters, it was as if the relaxed mood just now had disappeared. The barren bone man sighed. 14 hours ago, I was still busy sorting out the Alliance of Freedom's battle report, and then I received news of an accident at the royal banquet. Anyway, no matter where you are, you can always stir up trouble. Raphael clicked his tongue and shook his head. Thales snorted in annoyance. Then depose me, change my face and disappear. Do you believe that I can be a law-abiding citizen for the rest of my life? Raphael glanced at him. You, a law-abiding citizen? Do you believe it yourself? Thales was speechless for a moment. So, what happened last night? Thales tried to steer back to the topic of concern. The grudge between Crocaw City and Mirror River, that is, between Byrel and Doyle, what is the truth? Raphael was silent for a few seconds. His Majesty has ordered the Court of Justice and the House of Nobles Affairs to be in charge of the case. Due to the principle of neutrality, I suggest that you not intervene. Thales yawned widely. Seriously, Raphael, why do you think I'm not dancing with the young ladies at the banquet until dawn, but smelling your sweat in this broken carriage? Raphael changed his posture and sniffed his collar without batting an eyelid. Or do you think I'm as gullible as Cohen or as tolerant as Miranda? Thales winked at him. Just take it as giving me some personal inside information? Raphael frowned. Thales raised his eyebrows, his gaze inadvertently falling on Raphael's sleeve. The latter's forearm was as fair and perfect as ever. It was hard to imagine that it used to be. The barren bone man was silent for a moment and instinctively pulled up his sleeve. You should not talk about personal relationships. His red eyes sparkled. You are a prince and I am a servant. We should do business according to the rules. Hey, who was the one who was trying to establish a personal relationship with him? If it were someone else, it might be. But you are still different, Raphael, Thales said in a half-sincere and half-conventional manner. That night in Dragon Cloud City was different. Raphael tilted his head at him. By the way, Thales added, if we really want to work together for the next 50 or 60 years and meet at the Imperial Conference, then it's best to start learning how to get along with each other from now on. Perhaps convinced by the last sentence, Raphael took a deep breath and sat up straight in the carriage. He said sternly, from the information gathered by the Secret Intelligence Department, this is an unfortunate tragedy. Yes, tell me something I don't know. Thales nodded earnestly and modestly as he swallowed the words. Raphael continued. Baron Doyle of Mirror River is a complete idiot. His greatest strength is his shamelessness. But he was lucky. His remarried wife was a business expert. Over the years she managed the family and amassed wealth, or rather she speculated and groomed for personal gain, amassing wealth everywhere, so the Doyle family became richer and more daring. Their reach grew longer and more unscrupulous. Thales thought of Baron Doyle and his wife and nodded with lingering fear. Raphael snorted softly. On the other hand, the ruler of Crow City is not a good person either. He never had good intentions when he borrowed money. Old Byrol doesn't know how to manage money, but he's good at the traditional arts of coercion, intimidation, and blackmail. Over the years, just the number of victims he blackmailed, threatened, and reneged on their debts is enough to form a team of guards. Perhaps there's even a reserve force. Thales frowned when he heard this. It's only been a day and the Secret Intelligence Department has already investigated so thoroughly? Raphael laughed and shook his head. Of course not. But we found out that one of the parties involved in this case has long been registered in the Department of Finance. Sir Kirkirkman has been eyeing the Doyle family for a long time, eyeing their gray income, waiting for them to fatten up so he can slaughter them. Chief of Finance Kirkirkman has been eyeing the Doyle family for a long time? Thales understood a little. Raphael said disdainfully, so there's no need for an investigation. Our people just moved the tracking files and investigation files that have been piling up for a few years here overnight? Of course, the people in the Department of Finance might not be too happy about being intercepted. Department of Finance, overnight, intercepted? Hearing this, Thales had a strange expression on his face. He recalled Sir Kirkirkman's loss of composure at the meeting this morning when he vehemently rejected the budget proposal. Now that he thought about it, he did not lose composure at all. That was basically, Brother Chin lost a few $1,000s tonight. He already had good self-restraint by not flipping the table. So in this way the suddenly rich and greedy Doyle and the arrogant and scoundrel Byrol, these two families are now at odds. Thales exhaled and said helplessly, I've really met my match. Raphael nodded. It's nothing much to begin with. After the nobles' internal strife and a great deal of damage, the two families who are stuck in a stalemate will probably return to the negotiating table as usual. Raphael glanced at Thales. But at this time, because the legendary wing left the camp, Blade Fang's camp was ambushed by the orcs and the Baron Bone people. Old Byrol, who was stationed there, was unfortunately hit and died in fright. The balance is now out of balance. Thales pressed his palm against his forehead in frustration. Why is it me again? But Raphael's words continued. Moreover, recently Doyle, the Baron of Mirror River, who fawns on the rich and powerful, relied on his son to get close to a newly returned important member of the royal family. He has become especially prestigious in the capital and has become more upright. Thales' expression became increasingly unpleasant. Raphael deliberately dragged out his words and repeated them, important people of the royal family. Do you understand? Thales sighed. Why is it still me? If that's the case, then it's fine. It's just a win and a loss. One side benefits, the other falls. Until old Byrol's eldest son returns from the Tower of Eradication, as you can see, he's a hothead. His mind is filled with radical ideas that the traditional nobles in the country don't have, and he decides to go to a banquet and make a big splash. Thales curled up in the corner of the carriage and smacked his lips numbly. Why is it always me? Raphael said helplessly, so, Your Highness, you have to stay here and smell the stench of my sweat. As soon as he said that, both of them sighed at the same time and hugged their arms. So, Anchor Byrol, how is he now? We're still interrogating him according to procedure, from the motive process to the mastermind behind it, Raphael said calmly. In my opinion, among the guests the kingdom's secret intelligence department has received, that child is considered very strong. Interrogation. Thales' heart dimmed. What else is there to ask? The prince said indignantly. The mastermind is Zayn Covendier. That guy admitted it in front of me last night. He's the one who should be here smelling the stench of your sweat. Raphael's expression was a little strange when he heard this name. I think you should know, Your Highness, Guardian Duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier, left the capital this morning due to urgent family matters and returned to Jade City. Thales was shocked at first, then he understood. That was fast. Of course, as the mastermind, he has to save his own life. Thales sneered with his arms crossed. Isn't it an urgent matter? If the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City had Zayn's ability to slip away, perhaps his neck would not have been broken by King Nuvan. But Raphael's tone was grim. Before he left, Duke Covendier sent His Majesty the Jade City Substitute Servitude petition. Thales did not react for a moment. What? Raphael glanced at Thales. He applied to His Majesty that the vassals under Iris Flower can voluntarily pay a new quarterly tax according to their needs, and be exempted from military service and labor accordingly. Jade City's business is prosperous, and there are many suzerains who are willing to do so. The Covendier family will lead by example and pay taxes to the royal family in lieu of servitude to make up for the loss in the form of subsidizing the regular royal army. Thales took a few seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. What? The Covendier family will lead by example, pay taxes, substitute servitude, subsidizing the regular royal army? In the next second, the shocked Thales struggled to get up from the back of the chair. We just argued about this at the Imperial Conference. But isn't this too fast? And it's a major matter concerning the suzerain's rule of the entire South Coast. Unless it's in advance. Raphael shrugged. The official announcement will probably arrive in the afternoon. Thales suddenly remembered his father's words in Ballard Room. The meeting will be held in the afternoon to discuss how to help Kirkuk solve the budget problem. Afternoon. Budget. At that moment, some joint connected at that moment. Zayn, he and my father actually. Thales was in disbelief. Seek. He cursed in displeasure. The prince then looked at the Baron Bone Man, not without disappointment. So our Duke of South Coast, he won't be held accountable, right? At least not for instigating assassins to harm the Duke of Star Lake? Raphael patted his shoulder sympathetically. Not only that, the Secret Intelligence Department has to send someone else to refute the rumors, Raphael said with a displeased look. There are always people spreading ignorant lies like, the Duke of Star Lake accused Covendier in public last night. Ignorant lies. Thales took a while to put away his incredulous expression. No way. Not only did I gain both fame and fortune, and even control the comments? So, I messed up your business again? Thales asked woodenly. It doesn't matter. Raphael looked as if he had nothing to lose. The Secret Intelligence Department is used to it anyway. In the past 6 years, I've set up a special emergency response team. You're their favorite. You've greatly increased their sense of existence and budget. By the way, their nickname is the Prince's Bum. Thales, who was immersed in depression, frowned. The Prince's what? The Baron Bone Man helplessly lifted his cheek. You know, every time you poop, Raphael gave him a particularly annoying look, you have to wipe it. Thales was flabbergasted and speechless. Raphael even gave him an evil smile. All right, Covendier, having figured something out, the prince exhaled in annoyance, buried his face in his palms and rubbed it up and down. I really should have gotten rid of him last night. What did you say? Nothing. Thales pulled his face out of his palms and put on a serious expression. Anchor Byril, what will happen to him? Raphael put away his doubtful expression. If His Majesty has no other opinion, the Court of Justice will convict him. But based on the facts, he stormed a royal banquet with a weapon, injured fellow nobles, threatened the Duke of Star Lake, assassinated a member of the royal family, despised the dignity of the royal family. Listening to Raphael's list of crimes, Thales recalled Anchor's desperate gaze and his last conversation with him. His heart felt heavy. If I let go, what should I do? I don't know, but I'll try my best. I've tried my best. No, you haven't. You didn't see me. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. What about his family? What about his family? Raphael glanced at him but did not speak. Thales sighed. But his gaze immediately sharpened. Listen, Raphael. If I say, with your help, the Duke of Star Lake wants to do something and affect certain outcomes, is it possible? Raphael's red eyes flashed with a similar light. It depends on what you want to do, the Baron Bone Man said cautiously. Different options, different outcomes. Thales was silent for a while. All right then, from difficult to easy. The prince gave it some serious thought and asked 3 questions in a tentative manner. Jailbreak. Release? At least, avoid death? Raphael silently recited these 3 options and smiled amiably. Without hesitation, he answered the 3 corresponding answers in a considerate manner. Impossible. Impossible. And, impossible. There was a minute of silence in the carriage. For a moment only the sound of wheels could be heard. Raphael Lindbergh. Your Highness. What do I need you for? All right, there's one last way. What? You're crowned king. That's not funny. I know. Chapter 576. Renaissance Palace, the Royal Guard's Duty Room. Lord Mallows, you mentioned that Prince Thales's power of eradication is the wrath of the sea? As the chief flag-bearer come vice-captain, Vogel no longer harped on the prince's sexual orientation. He switched to the next report and used his peripheral vision to intimidate the flag-bearer Wuxia, who was frantically wiping the stains off to the side. But as the target of interrogation, Mallows felt that the tension in the room was even more intense than before. Yes. The watchman stood in his own silent and barren world, expressionlessly sensing Vogel's emotions, extreme anger but calm instead, leaving only turbulent undercurrents. When did it awaken? Given that His Highness is 14 years old, it should be not long ago. Vogel flipped open the report, his gaze never leaving Mallows. Awakening at 14 years old, almost the earliest record. No exact time? Lord Talon, Mallows looked helpless. I've only known him for a few months. Vogel stared at him for a long time, but the watchman was calm and flawless. You said in the report that it's a variant of the wrath of the sea. What do you mean? Mallows pretended to think seriously. I mean it literally. That means that at certain times, it will display characteristics different from the wrath of the sea that we know. After all, the power of eradication varies from person to person. Vogel scoffed. If it varies from person to person, how can you be sure that's it? Mallows smiled courteously. Perhaps you've forgotten, but I'm the watchman of the guards, the watchman of inheritance. Sure enough, the moment he said this, he saw Vogel's expression stiffen. I came into contact with the eternal file of the guard's inheritance. There are many records about the enemy of the wolves, including his incredible power of eradication. If you have any questions, Lord Talon, you are welcome to request permission from His Majesty to enter the watchman's chamber and read top-secret files at any time. Vogel was silent. But at that moment, Mallows felt the flames in Vogel's chest leap. Manic, restless, frustrated. He cares. Mallows told himself. It's been more than a year since the watchman's selection ended, but this guy still cares. Why? Why does everyone grieve, obsess and go crazy over something unattainable? The atmosphere was a little strange. Will could not help but gulp. A few seconds later, Vogel moved his razor-sharp lips. No need. Mallows responded with a smile. The prince's physique is very good, his recovery rate is several times that of an ordinary person. Vogel quickly returned to normal, displaying his good qualities as a flag-bearer. Is that so? I'm not sure about that. I heard that Madame Gines took care of His Highness' daily life 6 years ago, but Vogel would not let him off so easily. But I'm asking you. Mallows was silent for a few seconds before he nodded naturally. It should be. The watchman spoke again, but his voice became even more stern. At least in martial arts training, no matter how vicious the beating, he can quickly jump around. Although he likes to sleep on the floor and wash his hair every few days, he has never had a serious cold. Vogel's gaze shifted back and forth between the man and the report in his hand. You've never doubted it? It's a good thing that Your Highness has an outstanding physique. Even the Secret Intelligence Department didn't ask about it, so why should I doubt it? What about your own guess? Mallows' gaze shifted. The royal family pays me a salary and grants me responsibilities, not for me to guess. But I am. Vogel's gaze sharpened. And I'm not asking for your help, Lord Mallows. The 2 men in the room stared at each other in a silent confrontation. Beside them, Wuxia felt immense pressure, so he meticulously poured more tea for the 2 officers. Looking at Vogel's cold gaze, Mallows thought of the countless top-secret eternal files displayed in the watchman's secret chamber. Although in those times, the 6 wings of the Praetorian Guard were not as close and loving as they appeared to be. But the flag-bearer division, when did they start to stand on their own? From flag protectors and messengers, they became monitors and investigators. How did they become so glaring, annoying, relentless, and overbearing? Was it the age of the virtuous king? After the kingdom's secret intelligence department shed its gray coat and became a formal and grandiose state organ? A few seconds later, Mallows finally took a step back. If I had to guess, that physique might be a special effect of the wrath of the sea and stormy waves. Just like what was recorded in the Watchman's files. Enemy of the wolves can predict and adapt, and avoid death like a miracle. But he changed the topic as if he suddenly realized something. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have told you. Vogel's breathing paused for a second, an undercurrent surged in his eyes. In this barren world, Mallows felt the flames in the vice-captain's chest rise by an inch. Anger, humiliation, patience. Vogel wasn't just concerned. Mallows told himself sorrowfully. He cared too much, too deeply, too much. So he didn't notice it. Unlike me, who was locked in and unable to extricate myself. But you just said, Vogel breathed expressionlessly, Prince Thales only recently awakened his power of eradication. But his physique is at least 6 years old. Mallows took a sip of tea. You look much clearer than I do. Answer the question. The watchman stared at him for a while. I don't know, but I think someone might know. Who? Extensions, especially that star killer? It was said that he supervised His Highness outdoor training in Dragon Cloud City. Vogel paused slightly. That's right, the murderer who killed Prince Horus. Mallows smiled faintly. Are you going to summon him for questioning? Like this. There was a moment of silence in the night shift room. Until Vogel leaned forward slowly, as if trying to get a good look at Mallows from the inside out. Haven't you thought of another possibility? Mallows did not answer immediately. In this barren world, he sensed that the Vogel in front of him had turned into a huge shadow, igniting everything around him with the cold flames in his chest. Strange. What else does Vogel want besides this? The watchman met Vogel's gaze. I don't understand what you mean. Vogel's expression turned colder. His Majesty and Captain Adrian, do they not understand like you? Watchman. Mallows' pupils constricted slowly. Then why don't you ask them? At this moment. Click. The two men facing each other turned their heads in unison. Beside them, Weah looked awkward. He pointed stiffly at the broken pen tip in his hand, his smile terrible. Realizing the presence of a third party, Mallows and Vogel exchanged a look and retreated. Weah heaved a sigh of relief. It's all right, Vogel's tone softened, but his gaze was like a venomous snake's tongue, licking Mallows' calm face from time to time. Let's talk about something else. Mallows picked up his mate tea and let the bitterness hit his taste buds. Vogel waved his hand, and Weah placed a new stack of documents on the table. 24 royal knights, transferred from the royal guards to stand by under your command, to welcome the return of Prince Thales. But from now on, stationed at Mindy's Hall, by the side of the Duke of Star Lake. Vogel sneered. So, Lord Mallows, how does it feel to leave Renaissance Palace and establish a new position? Establish a new position. Weah, who had just relaxed, had to hold his breath again. He turned his head and focused on monitoring the sound replication spell. In the first few months, the work of the guards was still a little rusty. Mallows thought for a while, as if he did not understand what Vogel meant. But thank you for your concern, we are gradually getting on track. Vogel lowered his head and snorted, his meaning unclear. In fact, the accident at last night's banquet had a profound impact. The vice-captain picked up one of the reports. The sharp-eyed Mallows recognized it as the personnel files of the Star Lake Guards. Each file on the table had so many pages and so many entries that even if the person in question were to write an autobiography, it would not be as exaggerated as this. An old trick of the flag-bearer division. Damn it, who sketched this? Can't they make my hair look nicer? I'm a watchman after all. This made me realize that your daily work in Mindy's Hall has many shortcomings. The vice-captain was unhurried. Out of the 24 people, you chose 3 from the Command Division, 8 from the Vanguard Division, 6 from the Guard Division, 3 from the Punishment Division, 3 from the Logistics Division, and the Flag-Bearer Division, only 1 person. Vogel paused. There was a profound look in his eyes. You don't like our division very much, do you? Don't like it? Old friend, your choice of words is too elegant. I chose Flag-Bearer Hugo Fubel because he is experienced and capable. Mallows looked at Vogel, then at Weah, who was standing beside him. I think that in Mindy's Hall, he alone is enough to replace 2. Vogel snorted coldly. Not just him. He picked up a file. And Danny Doyle, he almost lost his life last night and even implicated others. Will sense something was amiss. He seemed to be involved in the political struggle between the watchman and vice-captain, the people around the future king. Mallows smiled and decided to go on the defensive. I thought we discussed Doyle earlier and His Highness has already punished, but Vogel's voice drowned him out. You think you're protecting them? Vogel pushed the file towards Mallows. On the file, Doyle's handsome, sketched face smiled at him. But as you can see, Danny Doyle has a bad reputation in the capital. He indulges in beauties, indulges in rouge, and there are even rumors accusing him of being a womanizer and abandoning women. Mallow's expression remained the same. In this barren world, Vogel's flames were burning brightly. Radical, incisive, determined to win. The watchman shook his head. Doyle is of noble birth, handsome. It's not his fault that he's popular with the opposite sex. Vogel sneered. So last night's loss of composure was no accident, but the inevitable result of his usual indiscretions in life, not to mention the mess his father created. You expect someone like this to protect the kingdom's bloodline? Mallow stared at him without retorting. This concerned the rights and wrongs of the guards. Will, who was taking notes, dared not even breathe loudly. There was a long silence in the night shift room. Vogel pulled out another file. His voice was even colder. Caleb Glover. To be honest, I was pleasantly surprised when I saw this name. Mallows did not speak. Let's hear what Staley's report has to say, Vogel sneered and read. Vanguard Glover is socially inept, eccentric and extreme with hidden violent tendencies. They call him Zombie. Vogel put down the report and looked at Mallows. Mallows did not argue. He merely raised his teacup and stated calmly. The strong always have their own personalities. Vogel interrupted him like a selfless flag-bearer. Vanguard Glover has attacked his own people during missions more than once. In the most serious case, this son of AB*TCH severely injured 6 of his Vanguard Division colleagues in Blade City, causing 3 to retire and 1 to be permanently disabled. This is your so-called personality? Mallows furrowed his brows. Hearing these secrets, Will's expression changed several times. He could not help but recall if he had offended that zombie. Although the news was suppressed, this is a stain that can't be erased even with his noble birth. Neither the power of the Glover family nor his grandfather's legacy can save him. Vogel sneered. Until you took the warrant, took him away from the detention well, and brought him directly to Western Desert. And then a few months later, he suddenly became the personal guard of the Duke of Star Lake? Mallows was as indifferent as ever. In his barren world, the Vogel before him emitted a dark shadow, ignited a flame and filled the entire room. Vogel. You did want something. From just now until now, everything was just a means. Logistics Division, Leo Praca. Vogel flipped through another person's file, his voice becoming calm. In the early years of the Vanguard Division he was quite famous, rumored to be comparable to Staley. The chief flag-bearer's tone changed to one of contempt. But ever since he was injured in the Desert War, his health has deteriorated. He lost his drive and all he can do is bow and scrape. I heard he lost to Prince Thales in training? Mallows took a sip of make tea. The bitterness made him feel alive. I'm more inclined to call him a smooth person. Vogel snorted disdainfully. When the blade is blunt, it can still shine again. When the willpower is lost, it's incurable. Mallows watched as Vogel tossed Praca's file aside and picked up the next one. Defense Division, Gianluca Commodore. This is an opportunist. I heard he didn't even complete night training, and used a lot of tricks to climb his way up from the position of police officer. Vogel scoffed and looked at Mallows. Climbed to Prince Thales' side. Mallows raised his eyebrows as if he did not understand Vogel's sarcasm. Beside him, Weah hurriedly turned to look at the sound replication spell to avoid the increasingly unpleasant topic. At the same time he cursed himself regretfully. Why did I sell my soul for 2 gold coins and switch shifts with that old fox Gaetan? Why aren't you speaking? Vogel said coldly. Aren't you quite good at retorting? Listen to your advice, Lord Talon. Mallows looked up. And reflect on yourself. Vogel snorted angrily. Mike Johnvold, originally from the Discipline Division, transferred to the Vanguard Division from the Star Lake Guards by you. The vice captain flashed the next file. Received night education from the Northern Territory. No wonder he's a left-handed swordsman. Looks like the Northlanders didn't correct him when he was young. But why did I hear that he had an affair with his young stepmother? Mallows sighed silently. He really did not know about this. He had indeed underestimated the flag-bearer division. Vogel flipped to the next page and spoke faster. And Nate Ness. A brilliant disciple of the Tower of Eradication, a student of the Flash faction, a genius who was admitted as an exception, a supreme class sooner or later. The chief flag-bearer looked up maliciously. But he has a nickname and both of them are linked together. One-on-one Heavenly King? Vogel paused, then maliciously spat out Ness' second nickname. Sinkhole Team Battle? Mallows frowned. About that, But Vogel seemed to have found a rhythm to attack and he showed no mercy. Ness is arrogant and selfish, has no sense of teamwork, and will step on the heels of those in front of him even when walking in line. These are the original words written by Mariko in the training report. Although this child is talented, he is not naturally suited to teamwork and cannot work as a partner. Whether it's the battle formation of the Age of the Empire or the contemporary astral formation, if there's even one additional comrade within 2 meters, the swordsmanship he prides himself on will be greatly discounted, and he may even attack blindly without distinguishing between friend and foe, dragging the battle down and making things worse. Mallows sighed in his heart. Vogel put down the file and sneered. I didn't expect there to be someone in this world who 1 + 1 is less than 2. Reminds me of your predecessor, Lord Mallows. The watchman's gaze sharpened. He glanced sideways at Mallows. One is when the enemy is against him, the fewer people, the better. The other is when the enemy is against us, the fewer people, the better. Vogel shook his head sarcastically. Sure enough, geniuses have something in common. That's right. And you, Vogel Mystical CC Talon, you have something in common with your predecessor as well. Mallows reminded himself not to retaliate with sarcasm. Perhaps after living with a certain Jade Star boy who was unforgiving with his words, his desires in this area had grown stronger. That was not a good sign. In the world of dead silence, Vogel's shadow grew larger and larger, his body covered in flames. Confidence, greed, ruthlessness, and emptiness. Next, Vogel flipped open the files one by one like a dealer, while Weah carefully took the files he had read. Penal Officer, Gardner, Gray Patterson. To be honest, Facundo should be very grateful to you. He's been trying to get rid of this untouchable deputy of his for a long time. Logistics Officer Stone? You're really good at picking people. I heard he'll be retiring in another year? Defense Division, Iron Tower Bastia. A man who can't even outrun a rapid march. Defense Division Hyman Franzuk. A man who's afraid of water and heights? Defense Division Dummy Fairy. Rumor has it that he has mania. Mallows remained silent. Vogel continued to scoff. Vanguard Division, Ghost Face Vladivostok. So unpopular that he can only sit at a table by himself during lunch. Vanguard Division, Shit, Supa Langley. Oh, that's quite a nickname. And Bronze Jose Custa. A foreigner and a son of thorns. Leo Morgan. A guy you promoted from the Jade Star Private Army on your own initiative. Before the formation of the guards was finalized, he followed you to the western desert to welcome the prince. At the mention of this name, Vogel's expression changed. But the most important thing is, he lifted the file. The sketch was of a sinister man with a face full of scars and enough to make children cry at night. Morgan. A veteran who murdered his superior on the battlefield? Vogel slammed the table angrily. Are you F***king kidding me? Mallows stared at Leo Morgan, who looked like a murderer on the file. His expression was calm and his thoughts were indecipherable. These are the elite guards you've selected? For the sake of Constellation's heir, the nation's treasure, you've chosen such a batch. The vice captain gritted his teeth. Defective? Chapter 577. Defective goods. Had defective goods. The watchman pursed his lips. He looked up in this barren world, only to see withered and derelict everywhere. Oh, Vogel, what makes you believe that superior goods exist in this world? Believe me, Lord Mallows, I hate to describe my brothers and sisters in this way. Vogel snorted coldly and leaned back in his chair. But obviously you didn't give me much leeway. In the awkward silence, Mallows stared at Vogel for a long time without a word. On the other side, Will had long regarded himself as a dead man, almost becoming one with the spell on the wall. Until Mallows sighed. What do you want, Vogel? The watchman addressed Vogel by his first name instead of his surname, which was rare. If you really want to cause trouble for my subordinates, it would be much more effective to report it directly to His Majesty, the Captain, or even Chief Penal Officer Facundo. Vogel stared back at him, the anger on his face slowly fading. A few seconds later, he reverted to the stern vice captain. Flag bearer Will. Vogel spoke softly. On the other side, Will, who was trying hard to pretend that he was not there, shuddered subconsciously. Why don't you let go of that pitiful sound replication spell and go for a walk outside? Will looked up from the spell he had been repairing, for almost 5 minutes. His face was ashen. A walk. Joy appeared on his face when he realized something. Of course. I'm a little tired from sitting for so long. Commander Talon, you're so considerate. Will. This time it was Mallows. He was calm and gentle, concise and clear. Get out. No. Will, who was about to say something, immediately fell silent. In a few seconds he tiptoed up, left their line of sight, and slipped out of the night shift room as if fleeing from a disaster, leaving the two men in the room facing each other. And the sound replication spell that was glowing strangely. Others may not be able to tell, Tormund, Vogel spoke softly, addressing him by name. But the Flag-Bearer Division is the eyes and ears of the guards, specializing in internal investigations. That's why after last night I realized that the so-called Star Lake Guards under your command either have a bad reputation, a lack of character, a foppish playboy who's hard to teach, a lot of trouble, or a lot of *T in secret. He tapped the guard's file on the table. When you became the prince's personal guard captain, everyone was envious of you because you were close to the prince, yet you chose these people who were marginalized in the royal guards and even controversial people to be your right-hand men? Are they easier to control or are they less threatening and less likely to cause trouble? Vogel's gaze sharpened. Maybe I should ask you, what do you want to do? The captain of the prince's personal guards. Being in a favorable position and being envied by others? Mallows was expressionless. You envy me, Vogel. Not me. Mallows was silent for a moment. You're doubting me. The on-call room was silent for a while. Vogel sneered and crossed his arms. You know, when I saw the Duke of Star Lake's righteous act last night, he picked up the last file on the table. Did I remember something? Vogel was slightly distracted. He's not willing to sacrifice his soldiers to protect the king. Mallow's expression changed slightly. Vogel's eyes focused. Sacrifice the pawn. The next moment, the vice-captain pushed the file in front of him. Die. Mallows lowered his head. On the file, his own sketch was looking at him. Indifferent. Calm. Unconcerned. Smack. Vogel slammed his palm on the table, just enough to cover Mallow's surname. I don't know why watchmen have so much autonomy. But after taking over the Flag-Bearer Division, my job is to keep a close eye on everyone in the guards. So that the tragedy will not repeat itself. Their gazes met and their breathing paused. Mallows was silent. In his barren world, Vogel's shadow was enormous. So yes, I'm doubting you, watchman. The flag-bearer leaned forward, his astute gaze falling on Mallows. As you said, there are many top-secret eternal files in the Watcher's secret room, including the bloody year, Roland said with a smile. Therefore, I suspect that when you became the captain of his personal guards and selected the Star Lake Guards for him, you had other ideas. Some ideas that are far beyond the duties of the royal guards, and not even known to His Majesty and the captain. Mallow's gaze fell on the glowing sound replication spell. Without waiting for a response, Vogel scoffed and said in a warning tone, "Tell me, you must have a good reason for doing this?" Vogel's gaze turned cold. "Tell me what's so strange about the prince. Is there a secret that only the watchmen of the past generations know? So much so that you act cautiously, peculiarly, and even absurdly around him?" Mallow's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. "Tell me, Tormund, or this eternal file will be presented directly to His Majesty and the captain." Vogel said coldly, "Tell me, the 24 people under your command, including yourself, did not you act on your own? Did you specially select them for that special prince out of resentment?" In the next second, Vogel's tone became chilling and vigilant. Consumable. In that moment, Mallows saw in the barren world that Vogel's shadow and flames simultaneously turned into infinity, covering everything. The room was very quiet. Only the sound replication spell operated tenaciously, ignoring the oppressive atmosphere at the moment. A few seconds later. Vogel. The watchman slowly raised his head and addressed Vogel's name like he did many years ago. "What's on your mind?" Vogel was startled. Mallows looked at him expressionlessly. "Was it me who was nominated a year ago and snatched away the watchman position that you were supposed to have?" Vogel's expression changed. "Was it the senior flag-bearer division who escaped the escort team because of your mistake 6 years ago, Colin Samir? Was it you who saw a blood chant, take the late king's head in the Hall of Stars the day before you officially joined the Royal Guards? Was it the chaos in the capital during the bloody year, which ultimately implicated your parents and caused them to die under the mob?" With every question Mallows asked, Vogel's face turned paler. "It was the national conference 6 years ago. Because of the second prince's sudden appearance," the watchman said slowly. "Among the 13 distinguished families, the Talon family, a distant relative of the Jadestar family, failed to successfully become the heir of the royal family when the king had no heir? Vogel Talon?" In the next moment, Mallows stood in his barren world and saw, as expected, the huge shadow belonging to Vogel trembled. The boundless flames flickered erratically. Desire, apprehension, unease, and fear. When you lose everything, people will always want to hold on to something, whether it's a life-saving straw or a devil's condition. Don't let fear dominate your life, old friend. Mallow shook his head. It's not worth it. Vogel's breathing became faster and faster. His anger grew hotter and hotter. If this is your answer, Watchman, Mallows interrupted him. He has a very special ability. Vogel narrowed his eyes. That's right. Most people, including you, might think that he's naive and hedonistic, thick-skinned, lazy, baffling, even frivolous, and rather unreliable. Mallow's pupils focused. But there's one thing. Whether it's contempt, disdain, helplessness, or sighing. Most people, after interacting with Danny Doyle and truly coming into contact with his character, find it hard to get angry. It's hard to truly hate him. Not to mention hatred and strife. Vogel's expression changed slightly. As long as he wants to, he can close the distance between him and anyone in a minute, without hindrance or burden, even if the other party is an unreasonable lunatic or a murderous monster. Mallows stared at his reflection in the teacup. Do you know how difficult it is for most people in this world not to hate you, Lord Talon? He said faintly. It's much easier to train to the supreme class. That's why, in terms of ability and quality, Danny Doyle may not be the strongest, but he can mingle well with the guards and win the hearts of the people. They would rather let him handle matters. Vogel stared at Mallows, the anger in his eyes still lingering. And Vanguard Glover. Mallows stared back at Vogel, calm and indifferent. Although he's taciturn and unsociable, he's reliable and meticulous. He participated in the Desert War, and is the most knowledgeable in actual combat among the younger generation of the Vanguard Division. Even second seat Mariko might not be able to win against him. Vogel furrowed his brows. As for his blemish, if you don't limit yourself to cold records and figures and tear apart the prejudices and misunderstandings of others, Lord Talon, then you might discover that Caleb Glover fought with his peers because the other party had been insulting his family and background for a long time, ostracizing, isolating, and framing him for 5 whole years. As a royal knight of the kingdom, Caleb Glover could not take it anymore, and was forced to respond. Vogel repeated with a frown. Forced? Mallows nodded. If I were you, I might pay attention to the discipline within the guards. Think about why the Vanguard Division would have 6 people ganging up on one person. And why the Vanguard Division, known for their combat prowess, ended up with 3 injured and 1 disabled despite fighting 6 against 1. Vogel did not speak. He frowned at the files on the table. As for the others, Patterson has an eccentric temper, Stone is about to retire, so they won't be easily bribed, especially when the prince returns and everyone wants to pounce on him. To be honest, Commodore isn't perfect, but we need someone who understands the affairs of the city's police station and officials. I don't know about the scandal between Jonvold and his stepmother, and Costa is indeed a son of thorns, but in view of His Highness' experiences over the past 6 years, Mallows did not hesitate. We need to ensure the geographical diversity of the guards. Ness is a pain in the ass. But when we were young, who wasn't supercilious and self-centered. He might be a little exaggerated, but he just needs to be honed like a partner who can take a beating. And did I mention that in the Desert War, Bastia took 2 blows from the Orcs' hammers and didn't fall? As for Vanguard Morgan, his old case from 20 years ago has been concluded. There is no evidence to prove the accusation that he murdered a superior. Vogel snorted coldly. But that's even scarier, isn't it? Mallows smiled. I know my men, the watchman said calmly. They're not what you think. Mallows looked at his old friend seriously. They're not expendable, nor are they abandoned pawns. They're people. The night shift room fell silent again. Vogel's gaze flickered between the file and Mallows. People. People? Vogel was silent for a long time. He patted the file on the table and snorted. You know, the flag-bearer division doesn't see it that way. Don't trust people. This is the first lesson of the flag-bearer division. Mallows shook his head. A long time ago, about 60 years ago, there was a watchman in the Royal Guards named Cyril Fakenhas. He said, the command division is the brain, the flag-bearer division is the eyes and ears, the vanguard division is the arm, the guard division is the foot, the logistics division is the flesh and blood, and the punishment division is the backbone. But, the watchman of inheritance, this is the heart of the guards. Vogel was stunned. The brain can be confused, the eyes and ears can be deceived, the limbs can be broken, the flesh and blood can be broken, and the Emperor's Praetorian Guard has also been destroyed and lost. Mallows picked up his own file on the table and stood up. but the heart will not. He pressed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, only the inheritance is unbroken. Witness eternity. Vogel stared at him in a daze. Mallows closed his sketch page and piled it on top of the other files. I guess the flag bearer's record ends here? If you want, submit the eternal file to His Majesty. I'm fine with it. The watchman nodded and turned to leave. Vogel took a few deep breaths and gazed at the other man's back, but was no longer aggressive. On the contrary, his expression was calm and his eyes were like water. But in Mallow's world, he saw the flames in Vogel's chest shatter inch by inch and turn to ashes. Until the vice-captain spoke again. Really, Hart? Mallows stopped in his tracks. Then tell me, old friend. Vogel's hoarse voice sounded like a serpent's tongue hissing. Back then, when you secretly snitched and betrayed your father to Renaissance Palace. When you implicated the entire family, caused unprecedented riots in Eternal Star City, assassins looking for an opportunity to stir up trouble, and the spread of blood throughout the night. The steady cup in the watchman's hand trembled. Vogel's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing into his back. Tormund Mallows, in exchange for the king's trust in order to obtain the status you have today, outside the visible files, do you really have a heart? In that instant, Mallows felt the power of eradication in his body collapse. He saw that the barren world he was in suddenly gained color. The grass grew long and the nightingales flew. It was full of vitality. The flowers were red and the grass was green. It was a riot of colors. Bewitching, bizarre, psychedelic. Enchanting. Chapter 578. If you asked a constellatiate which department under the king was the scariest, he would most likely blurt out, the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But if you asked him which department was the scariest, he would definitely not know. Only for Thales, this department was considered an old acquaintance. Whether it was when he first met the Black Prophet in Mindy's Hall, when he was imprisoned in Dragon Cloud City, or when they met in a hurry in Bladefang's camp, they had interacted a little too many times. Unfortunately, it was definitely not pleasant. Now, this mysterious department that had been operating since the era of the King of Renaissance, the highest intelligence agency of Constellation, was sitting in front of him. This is the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Thales stepped off the carriage and sized up the manor in the southern suburbs of Eternal Star City. It was surrounded by a small river, the fields were barren, the low walls were simple, and the mansion was old. There were even farmhouses, warehouses, and even free-growing woodlands that had obviously been left uncultivated for many years. It was ordinary and conformed to the norms. If it were not for the vast area and few people, this would be a standard suburban aristocratic manor. Maybe it really was confiscated after raiding some aristocratic family, Thales thought. At least for the past decade or so. Raphael greeted the carriage driver. The latter did not say a word and disappeared before Thales' eyes with the sound of horse hooves. Just like an ordinary passerby in the countryside. The baron-bone man made a pleased gesture to the prince and gestured to the iron gate of the manor not far away. However, the entire manor was silent, almost dead silent. Like a tomb. I don't see many guards. Thales suppressed his anxiety, stepped on the autumn leaves on the ground, and followed Raphael to the iron gate. But he soon discovered something unusual. 2 black crows flew out of the dense forest, flew over their heads and disappeared into the simple manor. No need. Raphael's pace was relaxed. Ordinary intruders can't threaten us. Thales raised his eyebrows. Then what if it's not ordinary? But at this moment, Thales' hair stood on end, and he heard the whistling of the wind. Reminded by the roar of the Sin of Hell's river, he quickly turned his head. But it was too late. A huge black shadow broke through the air with an unstoppable force. It went straight for Thales. No. Amid Raphael's shocked and angry cry, Thales could only seize the time given by the Sin of Hell's river to react and put on iron body style. Dong. In the blink of an eye, the huge black shadow arrived and crashed into Thales' bosom. He was sent flying. The first thing Thales felt was a violent jolt in his arm. Then he felt the pain of his back rubbing against the ground. His bones and muscles all over his body were protesting. It was as if he was about to fall apart. No, no. As the Sin of Hell's river surged, Thales gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He tried his best to open his eyes. But this was not the end. A huge black shadow immediately enveloped Thales' entire body. It restrained his legs, pressed down on his shoulders and pressed a huge weight on his chest, making it difficult for the teenager to move and breathe. Thales could even feel the other party's heavy, violent, fiery, and hurried breathing as he leaned forward as if he was demonstrating his strength. He was so close to Thale's cheek that he could even feel the other party's rough, violent, and fiery breathing. No. Thale struggled fiercely. He swore that no matter how inconvenient, suspicious, or inappropriate it was, he would definitely bring the police or the sentinel with him. He absolutely could not allow himself to be slaughtered unarmed. The attacker stuck his head under Thale's neck and took a few deep breaths. Each breath was longer than the last, and he seemed to be gradually intoxicated by it. Raphael's exasperated voice was then heard. No. Edward. At this moment, Thale suddenly felt his cheeks heat up. Below his neck, a moist and sticky soft object covered him. His chin, cheeks, and cheekbones. From bottom to top, it slowly swept across the side of his face. Hot, warm, and soft. And a little fishy? Thales was stunned. The other party left his cheek, leaving behind a sticky liquid. When the wind blew, it felt cool. Before he could react, the black shadow approached him again, accompanied by rapid and fiery breathing. Another wave of warmth and dampness covered Thale's mouth, nose, forehead, and ears, over and over again. It made him unable to open his eyes. The other party breathed continuously. The tip of his nose and lips brushed against Thale's skin countless times. They pressed closely against each other, and he seemed rather excited. Thales was stunned. Even the sin of Hell's River was silently dispelled. What is this? Edward, this is Prince Thales. He's not a threat. Finally, the Baron Bone Man's arm appeared on the attacker's neck, trying to pull him off Thale's body. As the attacker protested in dissatisfaction, Thales felt his chest loosen. He finally gained some space and raised his head. The prince was immediately stunned. On top of him was a large, pitch-black dog. Woof woof. At this moment, Raphael was grabbing the fierce dog's neck and dragging it backwards. He was in a sorry state during the wrestling. Thales recognized its breed. It was an angry wolfhound. This breed of dog was known for its fierceness. It had always been a good helper for the nobles of Constellation when they went on hunting excursions. A long time ago, Chief Morris of the Brotherhood, Quide and Rick Superior, also kept a majestic angry wolfhound. He even met Thales by chance in the back alley of Sunset Pub. The angry wolfhound also liked to play with Thales. The play, that was not too friendly. The large dog in front of him also had similar characteristics, whether it was sharp fangs or a fierce face. Except for one thing. It was also too big. Thales stared blankly at the wrestling in front of him. Although Raphael was slender, he was not short. But even with his size, it was difficult for him to restrain the large dog. He was like a child trying to reach out and hug an old tree that was 2 or 3 times thicker than him. At this moment, the fierce-looking dog was looking at Thales on the ground with great interest. Its breathing was hot, and it occasionally licked its tongue and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sabo. Raphael, who saw that he could not hold on any more, looked into the distance and shouted angrily. Pull it up. A gloomy and lazy voice rang out at the right time, approaching from afar. Coming. Be at ease. A right hand with only 3 fingers appeared in front of Thales. It grabbed the large dog's collar and exerted force in a very skillful manner. Finally, Thales felt his body relax. It felt as if someone had lifted the 3 layers of quilts covering him, and in the middle of summer. The large dog was pulled away from his body. It barked in dissatisfaction, and the sound was deafening. I'm sorry, Lord Raphael. Edward was walking in circles, and I did not pay attention. The lazy voice dealt with the large dog's protest while apologizing insincerely. Thales grabbed Raphael's hand, felt his whole body go numb, and struggled to get up. Damn it. What is this? Thales patted the dust off his body, still in shock, and pulled up his sleeves to wipe the saliva that had not dried on his face. Raphael coughed awkwardly. Your Highness, I believe you have met Edward. He is one of our guards. The Baron Bone Man waved at the large dog in front of him. The exaggerated movement made it roar. Oof, oof. It bared its teeth, its gaze fierce. But when it subconsciously wanted to move forward with a fierce look on its face, the right hand with only 3 fingers reached out and stopped Edward. You know, guards, Edward doesn't like being introduced like this. He thinks this is his territory and he is the master. Raphael snorted. Is that so? The person holding the large dog was a haggard middle-aged man who looked like he did not sleep well last night. He had dark circles under his eyes and ignored Edward's threatening barking. He bowed to Thales. Duke of Star Lake, I've heard a lot about you. Raphael looked at the angry wolfhound warily and introduced, This is Sabo, the best tracker in the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Sabo shrugged. Also a gatekeeper and a dog walker. The large dog next to him was dissatisfied again. "Oh, oh. All right, my bad," Sabo comforted Edward. "I mean, I'm a gatekeeper and someone who scoops your poop." Tracker, gatekeeper, dog walker. Thales, who got rid of the unknown liquid on his face, nodded awkwardly and returned Sabo's greeting, but his eyes kept drifting to Edward. The Secret Intelligence Department's watchdog, looking at the other's forelimbs that were as thick as his thighs, and the four paws that could reach the height of a normal person's shoulder, as well as the impact of a heavy cavalry charge, Thales gulped with lingering fear. This is too big. That's against the rules. Once it noticed that Thales was sizing it up, the ridiculously large black angry wolfhound instantly lowered the volume of its growl. The large dog Edward retracted its sharp teeth and revealed its tongue. Its lower jaw opened up into a huge arc, and its tail swung freely from side to side. "Obviously he likes you, Your Highness." Sabo frowned and said in a dark tone. Edward opened his mouth in a frightening manner. He could not hide the saliva dripping from his mouth as he stared at Thales with sparkling eyes. Joy was written all over his face. He was full of energy. Thales quickly lowered his head to avoid eye contact, and tidied up his messy clothes in a flustered manner. "Yeah, I can see that." Sabo held the collar with one hand, and scratched Edward's back with the other to soothe its restlessness. It's been a long time since he pounced on someone. The last time was a long time ago. Raphael cleared his throat and gave Sabo a warning look. "I'll go open the door. Watch your dog." Sabo turned his head indifferently, and Edward bared its teeth again. "Woof woof. You misunderstood. Raphael wasn't talking about you, he was talking about me. Watch me." The Baron Bone Man strode towards the double-opened iron door. Sabo looked at Raphael's back, and then at the large dog beside him that kept nudging forward, obviously interested in Thales. Lord Hansen must be very upset." Thales suppressed his fear of Edward. "What? Don't you know?" Sabo took out a chain. "Who the F***ck uses a steel chain to chain a dog?" The prince later complained, and buckled Edward's collar. He took a step closer to Thales. The prince subconsciously took a step back, and said in a low voice, "There's a rumor in the Secret Intelligence Department that Lord Hansen's leg was bitten off by a terrifying dog." The Black Prophet's leg? Thales pricked up his ears. "But there's always been a dispute over which dog it was. There's even a bet. But, if you ask me," Sabo winked at the large dog beside him and put on a pretentious air, hinting at something. "Do you understand what I mean?" The terrifyingly large angry wolfhound barked excitedly, its enthusiasm for Thales undiminished. Thales took a step back and nodded stiffly. In the distance, Raphael approached the double-opened iron door, pulled up his sleeves and waved his fingers in the air. What was even more bizarre was that as his fingers danced, the air in front of the iron door rippled like the surface of a sparkling water. Thales frowned. "What is he doing?" "Magic veins." Sabo looked at the prince, then at Edward and answered casually, "It's a trick of Soul Tower. Only by drawing the corresponding veins on the corresponding ceiling circle will one be let in. In comparison, I prefer Alchemy Tower. They're all classical and like to use keys." Thales' heart skipped a beat. "But I remember that magic is forbidden?" Sabo shook his head. "Forgotten." Thales raised his head in confusion. "What?" Sabo tugged at the chain on Edward's body and prodded it, preventing the large dog from slipping out of the cage and approaching Thales. "Magic is forgotten, not forbidden." Thales' expression changed. "Is there a difference between being forgotten and being forbidden?" Sabo shrugged. "From the practical point of view, no. But in terms of motive and purpose, at that moment." "Sabo," Raphael's voice came, sounding dissatisfied, "that's enough." At some point, the Baron Bone Man had turned around, and the iron door opened a gap behind him. Sabo smacked his lips and waved his hand nonchalantly. "All right." But before he could finish, there was a sudden change in the situation. The large dog Edward suddenly jumped up and leaped towards the iron door. Thales was shocked. Perhaps unprepared or perhaps unable to let go in time, the equally shocked Sabo was pulled down by the chain and dragged towards the iron door by Edward. In the next second, the large Edward slammed into Raphael in front of the iron door. Bang! The Baron Bone Man was mercilessly sent flying and fell to the side, moaning. Sabo was thrown off by the chain and rolled a few times on the ground, moaning as well. Thales looked at everything in front of him in shock. Two men were taken down by a dog. Are you guys all right?" "I knew it. This dog is too big." But what happened next was even more unexpected. In front of the dumbfounded Thales, the large black angry wolfhound dragged the empty chain and happily smashed open the iron door on one side, then ran back and clumsily pushed open the other door. Once it was done, it turned around happily and looked at Thales. The prince's heart sank. Wait, hey, good dog Edward, right? I actually don't know them. If you have a grudge against them. But in the next moment, Edward roared, took a step forward and rushed towards the teenager. No. Don't come over. The traumatized prince took 5 or 6 steps back in fear. In the end, he could not care less about the dignity of the royal family and turned to run. But Edward's size was not only huge but it was equally fast. Thales had only run a few steps when the large dog swept past him and pounced on him. *CK. Thales subconsciously raised his arms to block the attack. But fortunately, Edward did not recklessly pounce on him this time. It nimbly stopped not far in front of Thales, and obediently whimpered twice as if to remind him of something. Thales lowered his arms in puzzlement. The large dog approached him carefully with short, quick steps. This time, as he looked at its obedient gaze, Thales realized that the sin of Hell's river in his body did not react. Edward stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and turned twice on the spot with its mountain-like body. Woof, woof. It barked twice at the open door. Its gaze was obedient, and its bark was ingratiating. Sensing its kindness, Thales looked at the door in the distance, put down his arms in puzzlement and pointed at himself. Me? The large dog became even more excited when it received a response. This time, it wagged its tail and barked once at Thales, then twice at the iron door. Woof, woof, woof. Under the dog's expectant gaze, Thales looked at the blocked path and the 2 figures lying on the ground in the distance. He did not know if they were dead or alive. He braced himself and forced a smile. You mean the door? Woof. The large dog happily pounced on the prince, whose face was ashen. It circled Thales twice, arched his back and pushed him forward. All right, I'll go. The anxious Thales walked forward, not knowing what to do. Edward walked beside him, licking the back of his hand affectionately from time to time, and rubbing against the teenager's arm. Until they arrived in front of the iron door. Oh. Standing in front of the iron door, Thales understood. He was a little enlightened but also a little relaxed. You mean, you opened the door for me on purpose? Oh. Edward barked even more cheerfully. Good dog. Thales suppressed his uneasiness, tentatively extended his hand, and scratched its furry head in a rusty manner. Thank you? Edward stuck out its tongue, turned its head and looked pleased. It was obviously enjoying it. On the other side, Raphael got up while cursing. He patted the dust off his body and glared angrily at Sabo, who was also tidying himself up. All right, we all know that Edward is very smart, Sabo said eerily. He extended his hand to grab the large dog's leash, and took over Thales' action of scratching the dog. But this is the first time. Edward growled at him in dissatisfaction, its vocal cords threatening. We'd better hurry up and go in. Raphael looked at the large dog warily, his face full of displeasure. It looks like it's not done yet. Thales turned around for the last time and waved awkwardly at Edward. The angry wolfhound responded excitedly, and wanted to move forward again, but was pulled back by Sabo. With a click, the iron door was shut. Sabo, who was equally displeased, and the large angry wolfhound, who was looking at Thales reluctantly, were both shut outside the door. Sabo. Through the iron door, Raphael looked at the large dog suspiciously. The Duke of Star Lake is traveling in private, do you understand? Yes, I'll tell them. Sabo shook his head nonchalantly. An innocent and cute fawn accidentally trespassed on Edward's territory. The large dog howled angrily. All right. I know. Sabo scratched Edward's neck with a headache. I'll say it's a big wolf, a wolf, all right? It won't damage your reputation. I swear the other dogs will be impressed. Listening to the man and dog arguing further and further behind him, Thales felt a lingering fear. So, Sabo, he can talk to dogs? The Baron Bone Man laughed. He thinks he can. What do you mean? At least according to Lord Hanson, that's what Sabo has believed for decades. Raphael shook his head indifferently. As for whether it's true, only dogs know. Thales smiled. He grabbed his collar and sniffed the place where Edward's teeth had bitten him. The prince immediately frowned. He could not be mistaken. That was fresh, the smell of blood. So, old friend, other than eating, when was the last time you pounced on someone like this? Outside the iron door, Sabo took out an old notebook and opened the cover, which had the crooked words, "Don't get eaten," written on it. As he listened to Edward's roar, he recorded something excitedly. What? You mean the smell? The same smell? Dog. Another dog? Sabo's eyes widened. What, a big dog? Is big dog? A powerful dog? A dog the size of the earth? A dog that gave birth to a dog? A dog that all dogs are afraid of? Sabo suddenly came to a realization. A big dog, his big dog, a dog that gave birth to a dog. Oh, I get it. He put down his pen, touched Edward's head, and looked at Thales back through the iron door. What you want to say is, the angry wolfhound stared at Sabo's palm, licked its saliva-filled teeth, and growled in warning. His mother? The angry wolfhound's eyes turned cold. In the next second, the fierce dog's muscles trembled, and it raised its head. Clack. The sound of teeth clenching exploded in the air. In the nick of time, Sabo skillfully and swiftly retracted his palm. I see. Fine, so you bully the weak and fear the strong. Sabo showed no fear. He raised his right hand, which only had 3 fingers, and smiled at the fierce angry wolfhound. I say, his mother may not be human, but you're a real dog. Edward snorted in dissatisfaction. Then it turned its head in disdain, flicked its tail, and strode its paws, and went back for a walk in high spirits. Chapter 579. In the hall of the manor of the Secret Intelligence Department, Thales stopped in front of a portrait that faced the porch. This is Leinster Covendier. Raphael's voice came from behind him. The man in the painting was handsome and well-dressed. He was sitting on a red leather chair, playing with a slightly unsheathed dagger in his hand. The exposed blade of the dagger reflected a cold light, and the tip of the dagger was inlaid with gems. One of the 6 knights under the King of Renaissance, Fatal Iris. Thales seemed to have understood something when he heard the surname and nickname. He looked at the tapestry under the frame. Leinster P.T. Covendier, top 2700 years ago, he funded and trained the first batch of professional scouts and spies for Prince Torment, who had yet to be crowned king. He contributed greatly to the Battle of Eradication and the establishment of Constellation. He was the first chief of intelligence of the kingdom. Raphael stared at the portrait as if he was staring at the real person. He was publicly acknowledged as the founder of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. The painter's Fatal Iris was no more than 30 or 40 years old. His expression was focused, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He exuded a gloomy and misty temperament, as if there was endless sorrow in his chest that could not be dispelled. It made the onlookers pity him. Leinster Covendier, the founder of the Secret Intelligence Department. The prince seemed to be deep in thought. He was also the ancestor of the Covendier family, the first Duke of South Coast Hill? Yes. Thales nodded and did not say anything else. He followed Raphael's footsteps. They stepped into the room and onto the starry blue carpet that was commonly seen in the kingdom. The hall of the manor was wide and bright, completely different from the old and deserted manor outside. Thales looked around. It seems bigger than it looks from the outside. Sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the silver double cross on the wall carpet and hanging flag. It was not as deep and dark as he had expected. We have to thank the original owner of this manor. The architectural layout was unique and contained a universe. Raphael looked straight ahead and did not stop walking. Unfortunately, the manor was unlucky during the Bloody Year and was almost burned to ruins. Otherwise, it would not have become our headquarters. A few people in casual clothes were busy in the hall. Some were handling documents, some were whispering to each other, and they turned a blind eye to them. It was almost no different from a normal municipal department. Almost. Raphael led the youth into a side hall. Whether it was the shape of the corners of the walls, the pillars, the stairs' handrails, or even the ceiling, Thales could tell that this place used to be luxurious, glorious, and historical. However, Raphael's pace was very fast. It was obvious that he was used to this kind of pace. The teenager only had the intention to admire it, but he could only take a cursory glance at it. Until he saw another classical portrait in a corridor. Halvacium, Caribbean, 1465. The man in the painting was almost middle-aged, but there was no twilight between his brows. He had a mustache and even had a faint smile on his lips. He looked simple and sincere. It was a stark contrast to the shrewd Leinster. That steward Halva. Raphael noticed that Thales' footsteps had slowed down. With just a glance, he revealed the identity of the person in the painting. Leinster's deputy and successor. Thales was struck by a thought. Raphael nodded slowly. Thanks to his talent and perseverance, the intelligence network that was originally privately managed by Leinster was not reduced to a flash in the pan after the passing of Fatal Iris due to its poor reputation. Instead, it was officially named the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. It recruited talents and established rules, and it has been passed down to this day. Thales's gaze shifted to the wall rug under the frame of the painting. There was a sentence embroidered with golden thread on it. The font was simple and unadorned. It was half literate and half white, and it was somewhere between the language of the modern empire and the lingua franca of the modern era. The eyes and ears of the king, the ninth centuries of the kingdom. It is my duty to know and keep secrets. Raphael continued. Of course, Halva was eventually promoted from the position of chief of intelligence. He was promoted and became the prime minister of the kingdom, who was second only to one but above all. He was known as the wise minister. Wise prime minister. While Thales recalled Gilbert's history lessons, he repeated this nickname. Wise minister, Caribbean? His expression was strange. I know what you are thinking. Raphael thought of something inside. Whenever this nickname and this surname are put together, the contrast is huge, isn't it? Thales snorted. He immediately suppressed the desire to curl up the corners of his lips. With a stern expression, he continued forward. Their journey was smooth and quiet. They passed through countless corridors and endless halls. Occasionally, someone would pass by with a stack of scrolls. They would appear from one door and disappear from another. Their footsteps were hurried and they were busy. When they met the two of them, they would only nod in acknowledgement. It seems like there aren't many people on duty? The prince asked curiously. Whether it is because of a certain prince's accident in Western Desert, or because of a certain prince's accident at a banquet, many people have already stayed up for a few days and nights without shifts. Raphael did not care about Thales' pride at all. Take pity on them. Thales could only shrug awkwardly. But what are we doing here? Covendier cannot be punished and you can't do anything about the case. Raphael glanced at him. He was about to answer, but a door behind them suddenly opened. A man called out to them. Raphael, Ass has finished preparing for the white gloves. Do you want to come and take a look? When the man said this, his eyes kept drifting towards Thales. He wanted to bow but he was hesitant. Raphael was deep in thought but Thales frowned. You said ass? Thales approached Raphael suspiciously and asked in a low voice, Ass? Raphael turned around and spread his hands indifferently, as if he did not see the prince's expression. It's a special team under me. I told you the full name. Do I need to repeat it? Thales forced himself to smile. Raphael raised his eyebrows understandingly and turned back to walk towards the man. Very well, Danny. Let us check the procedure. It won't take long. By the way, put your eyes in a normal place. The man at the door immediately stopped sneaking glances at Thales. Thales was about to follow him in, but was blocked by the barren bone man. No, I'll be out soon. Wait for me here. Don't move. Raphael gave him a pleased smile and closed the door. Thales, who remained in the corridor, rolled his eyes. Wipe my ass. The corridor was still quiet. Thales was bored, so he took a few more steps and looked at the portraits hanging on both sides of the corridor. Most of them were men in their prime to middle-aged, either quiet and serious or aggressive. In contrast, one of the special portraits first attracted his attention. It was a full-body portrait of a woman. She was lying on her side on the dark sofa in a relaxed posture. Her skin was fair and beautiful, her facial features were deep and intimidating, and her clothes were full of exotic charm. She was not even afraid to show off her slender thighs, to show off her sexy and seductive figure. Under the painter's fine brush, even her curled toes looked delicate and lovely. But unlike her figure that made men's blood boil, the expression on the lady's face was cold and mysterious, as if she did not care about everything around her. In contrast, when Thales looked at her, he sometimes felt that she was amorous, and sometimes felt that she was noble and inviolable. Thales shifted his gaze to the bottom of the frame. Alf Seldo Ka Mimo Hanbol, 39-77. This is Alf. A slightly rough voice came from behind him, with a Western Desert accent that Thales was familiar with. People call her Oriental Beauty. This is one of the few portraits of her that has not been burned. Thales turned around and was a little shocked when he saw who it was. Wait, I recognize you. You are? Behind him was a well-groomed man with slightly darker skin. He bowed respectfully to Thales, just like when he was in Blade Fang's camp. I am Norb. It is an honor to meet you again, and I am glad that you are now healthy and at ease, Your Highness. Or should I say the Duke of Star Lake? Thales sized him up in surprise and finally confirmed the man's identity. The cadre of the Secret Intelligence Department who dared to contradict the legendary Wing in front of thousands of soldiers in Blade Fang's camp. But why are you here? Thales subconsciously shifted his gaze to Norb's right leg. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, But the prince noticed that Norb held a cane in his right hand and supported half of his body. Norb smiled faintly and was as humble as ever. I came back to report on my work for Western Desert. Thales understood it clearly. Is that so? Thales hesitated for a moment, but in the end he could not help but ask, how's your leg? Norb froze. He slowly turned his head and looked at his right leg, then at his cane. A desolate look appeared on his face. Thank you for your concern. The Secret Intelligence Department has pretty good medicine, but Norb forced a self-deprecating smile and tapped the cane in his right hand. I have to learn to get used to this thing. Thales was silent for a while. He remembered how Roman rudely broke Norb's right leg in the desert to help him cover up the news. He suddenly felt a little guilty. I'm very sorry. Norb shook his head and put away his gloomy mood. It is not your fault. Besides, if it wasn't for this leg, he said with a smile, I reckon they would not have let me come back so easily. I don't think they'll let me come back so easily. It's a blessing in disguise. Thales did not know how to respond to his self-deprecating and open-mindedness. Norb obviously noticed the awkwardness in the atmosphere. He quickly turned to look at the woman in the painting and used the topic of conversation to drive away his momentary depression. In short, Alf comes from the Hanbol dynasty in the Eastern Peninsula. It is said that she is the exiled descendant of Amar Maimo Hanbol, the Grand Cattle. Alf. Thales was puzzled. So Alf? She is a foreigner and a woman, also from the Secret Intelligence Department? Strangely, Norb first shook his head, then nodded. After Black Eye John I failed in his northern expedition and deposed wise minister Halva, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department was not trusted. Its future was uncertain and teetering on the brink of collapse. Norb looked at the alien woman in the painting. His gaze was profound. Until Black Eye decided to give this useless toy to his favorite lover on the bed, like a nominal job or rather, a gift, as a reason to convince the ministers to keep her by their side. The king's lover? Thales subconsciously turned his head, wanting to take a closer look at Lady Elf. In the painting she still looked indifferent and her posture was natural. She did not care about the gazes of outsiders. With contempt and hostility from the inside out, Elf withstood the pressure to fight for the budget, reorganized and preserved this dying department with low morale. Norb seemed to sigh. That's right. In those years, Dongfang Yenying controlled the flow of intelligence and spread the information network widely. She was the head of the Secret Intelligence Department, the chief of intelligence. He was lost in thought. And she did the job very well. Even too well. Therefore, after Black Eye's death, she was sent to the guillotine for the crime of murdering the late king. She was despised by all. Thales snapped out of his daze. What? Murdering the late king? Norb smiled and shook his head. It's not her. Black Eye is not a person who can force the 10 great clans of Extet to let go of their former enmity and unite, to the point where they had no choice but to seek help from the great dragon to prevent their country from being destroyed. Norb leaned on his cane and took a few steps forward. He pointed at the words embroidered in gold below Elf's name. Plans are a bitch. Do not believe them even if you pay them enough. But after Black Eye, his 3 sons inherited his ambition, but none of them had their father's great talent and bold vision. I know this part. It's the end of the 1st century in the calendar of eradication, Thales continued. The 3 stars were divided, brothers were at odds with each other, the land was divided to fight for the throne, and the flames of war reached the heavens. Norb nodded. His gaze was profound. So, when you do not have the corresponding achievements and popularity, yet you want to surpass the other 2 and wear the 9-pointed star crown that your father left behind? He looked at Elf and said faintly, the fastest way is to avenge the late king, and if you want to avenge, the prince came to his senses. He raised his gaze in a daze and continued the conversation. You have to have a murderer first. Thales looked at the charming beauty on the wall. I've seen this plot before. At the same time she was loved by the late king and feared by everyone. She was a foreign spy who was beautiful and skillful and a whore. The teenager seemed to have understood something. His voice was low. When it comes to murdering the late king, there's no better scapegoat than her. Norb nodded. The prince stared at Elf's beautiful figure, imagining the scene of this former foreign beauty with disheveled hair and dirty face, with clothes that did not cover her body, covered in cuts and bruises, shackles, limping and walking alone to the guillotine under the cold eyes of the conspirators and the curses of thousands of people. At that moment, her head was probably held high as well. As if he had guessed Thales' thoughts, Norb took a deep breath and smiled. Don't worry. When King Taiping Kessel I was crowned, the separation of the three stars was ended, and the kingdom was reunited. Oriental beauty was rehabilitated. Thales felt relieved. He looked at Elf's most beautiful appearance and felt the sadness in his heart lighten. That's why I can still see her portrait here. But Norb shook his head in denial. Repaint. Thales turned around in surprise. When this painting was completed, Oriental beauty had already passed away. Norb sighed. The people who painted could only rely on a few memories to restore her former glory of walking at the peak of power and ruling the underground world as a woman. But you can see, no matter how much they exhausted their talent or how extravagant their imagination. Looking at Elf's seductive curves, Norb shook his head in disappointment. Thales and Norb were silent for a while. After a while, Norb reacted. Are you waiting for someone? Yes, Thales said, not without resentment. But. The prince looked at the room Raphael had entered and shrugged. He won't be coming out for a while. In that case, Norb extended his hand to the next painting in the corridor in a friendly manner. You don't mind? Thales nodded and followed him forward. This was much more interesting than Scholar Bonner's grammar class and Raphael's satire. Norb raised his hand and extended it to the other side. Gamble Tabark, known as Dark Moon. Thales turned his head. Gamble W. B. Tabark, 137, 215, Tabark? The ruling family of Blade Edge Hill, Blood Moon of Blade City? Thales thought of Duchess Lyanna, whom he had not seen for many years. In the painting, Chief Gamble was a middle-aged man. He was plump and had a noble face. The pitiful thing was that he put all his weight on the cane in front of him. He puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach with all his might, which made his smile look a little stiff and comical. Coupled with his hairline that looked like he had lost control of the city gate, in another world, he would probably be unphotogenic. He was the chief of intelligence who served 3 generations of kings at the end of the 2nd century and the beginning of the 3rd century. Norb nodded. From Pulsebreaker, Sumer I to Ascension King Alan I, and even Thorncutter, Tormund III, the 3 kings relied on him as their right-hand man and trusted him. Ascension King. When he heard the familiar name, Thales could not help but compare it to Gilbert's history class. He thought of something and his expression turned slightly cold. Norb's words were filled with nostalgia. Don't judge him by his appearance. People born in our era might find it hard to imagine how great Chief Gamble's contribution to the kingdom was, how significant it was, and how deep his influence was. Why? Norb exhaled. Because in the history books, everyone only saw the king, the prime minister, the generals, and the dukes. They were moved by their foresight and great achievements, but they did not know or turned a blind eye to the filth in the night. Because it is also hard for us to imagine how much power and influence Sunset Church once had within the kingdom in the era before Gamble Tabark's reign. It was as big as seizing territories and ruling succession, and as small as weddings and funerals, daily necessities and daily necessities. An order could be changed and a word could be spoken. Thales was deep in thought. Norb clicked his tongue and shook his head. At that time, the king's scepter was lighter than a bishop's ceremonial robe. The loyalty of the people came from the piety of their prayers, and the gaze of the gods was the fate of the mortal world. The next moment, Norb raised his head and looked solemnly. But from the time Gamble took charge of the secret intelligence department and assisted the king, to the time he gloriously retired from old age in Blade City, half a century had passed. Sunset Church's believers split into 2 major factions, the church and the temple. They fought endlessly, and the internal frictions weakened them. They could no longer meddle in the royal family's genealogy of succession, nor could they interfere with the kingdom's policies, let alone dictate the daily lives of the people. Thales frowned. Priestess Meljen, who talked about the conflict between the elders and the young in theology class, appeared in front of him. And that nervous little nun. In the end, the gods became high and mighty again, illusory, and their believers had no choice but to bow their heads to the 9-pointed astral crown and gradually withdraw from the center of power and constellation. Norb looked at the plain-looking Gamble and his eyes sparkled. During this period, Chief Gamble hid his reputation, but his contributions were great. As expected. Thales stood in front of Gamble's portrait. Do not judge a book by its cover. But it was still too early for him to say that. Because the next portrait Norb pointed at was of a hunchbacked old man with a weathered face. William, 226-306. Rather than make people fear him, it is better to make people underestimate him. Hunchback, William, Norb introduced. The William in the portrait was ordinary and well-behaved. Not only was there nothing outstanding about him, he even looked deformed and ugly because of his hunchback. The first chief of intelligence who was born a commoner, as you can see, he did not have a surname. From the middle of the 3rd century, he was in charge of the kingdom's secret intelligence department for 50 years. He was conscientious and diligent. Norb's walking stick tapped the ground lightly. He looked at William's hunchback and seemed to have the same feeling. When people talk about the legend of the Empress Dowager Iron Spike's regent reign, which lasted through 7 dynasties, they always overlook this low-key official who was in the same period as her. Norb spoke to himself. For a moment he even ignored Thale's existence. But it was also William, the chief of intelligence, who lacked illustrious achievements and a noble reputation. Together with Empress Dowager Iron Spike, he managed to support Constellation during the weakest, darkest, and most dangerous half a century in its history. Thales lowered his head and remembered the origin of Ballard Room. Did I make you feel bored? Of course not. Thales snapped out of his daze and spoke in a standard manner. Please continue. Norb's eyes lit up. I got it. You must be more interested in this senior of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. He led Thales forward a few steps, past a few chief executives of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, and stopped next to the most outstanding portrait. Thales was stunned. Unlike the other portraits, this one was framed in a silver frame, which made it stand out from the rest. What caught his attention even more was the young woman in the painting. She was riding on a horse, fully armored, holding the reins and a sword. She looked confident, arrogant, and calm, as if she was going to rush out of the frame the next moment and stab the heart of the viewer with the sword in her hand. This was the second woman Thales saw in the kingdom's secret intelligence department besides Elva. More importantly, Thales squinted at the pattern engraved on the woman's armor and was astounded. That's right. That's the 9-pointed star. Chapter 580. Dazzling Star, Theodora. This is the daughter of the Oathkeeper, the noble princess of the royal family. Norb paused and looked at Thales meaningfully. Also the Duchess of Star Lake. The daughter of the Oathkeeper? Thales held his breath as he looked at the female knight with sharp eyes and thin lips. Never married, she was not famous in history, but she was the longest-serving chief of intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department. Her elven bloodline allowed her to live a long and healthy life, so long that she had to retire behind the scenes and appoint another chief to avoid controversy. Thales looked curiously at the heroic princess and the Duchess of Star Lake. His ancestor. Theodora M. Jade Star 354-. Her temperament reminded people of the fortress flower, but the latter was far from Theodora's domineering aura, which was like a silver radiance that made people bow their heads. But her death year is not written on this, Thales said, puzzled. Norb smiled. Because we, the Secret Intelligence Department, do not know. It is said that when Princess Theodora truly left the Secret Intelligence Department at the age of 101 and went far away, the reigning, surviving king, Alan III, was already one of her great-grandchildren. In comparison, her brothers had a much shorter lifespan. Norb said. Thales looked down and saw the princess words embroidered with gold thread. Look. What the F***ck are you looking at, idiot? Thales was petrified. What the hell? Thales looked at the neatly embroidered but full of profanities, and his face twitched in disbelief. This is the Princess of Constellation? Can't you say something else? Something more normal? Norb showed an awkward expression and hesitated. Well, because it was her own will, it's not convenient. What if she comes back one day? He bit the words in his mouth. Thales narrowed his eyes and understood. He accepted the advice and stopped looking at Theodora's portrait. As you can see, although she was a woman, Theodora was unyielding and domineering when she was in power. She was the best in the Secret Intelligence Department. Norb took the opportunity to explain. Starting from her, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department spread its spies all over the world. They are ruthless, radical, and vengeful. If necessary, she wouldn't hesitate to sign the much-criticized foreign assassination mission, even if it might trigger a war. Assassination outside the border. Thales was stunned. He remembered what King Nuvan had told him that night about the fate of his eldest son. But it was said that during those years, the secret room dreamed of crossing the great pine forest in the south, and Kuntana did not dare to cross the Sea of Eradication. Even though they hated the Secret Intelligence Department to the core, no one dared to touch even a single hair on the spies of the Secret Intelligence Department. Norb stared at the special Princess of Constellation. He did not hide the admiration and longing in his eyes. Thales exhaled. Damn the Secret Intelligence Department. In this place, how much history had not been written in the history books? Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to watch the next 3 together. Norb leaned on his crutch with great interest, as if he was still getting used to his new third leg. He pointed at another painting to Thales. In the painting was a tall, handsome man. Noah C.P. Almond, 434 to 462, Lone Sail, Noah Almond. Rumor has it that he was one of the lovers of the Conqueror of the North, Queen Erica. The Queen's lover. So, this is the Queen's man? Norb lowered his head and blinked. His previous solemnity was gone. Of course, some people said that the Conqueror of the North liked to chase after women. There was no one in her court that the Queen had not slept with, regardless of gender. When he heard the gossip, Thales looked at the handsome Noah differently. From afar, the Noah in the painting had a fit body and a handsome face. He was indeed outstanding and the best choice. Norb shook his head. Unfortunately, as Queen Erica fell from power, Lone Sail was sent to the guillotine by his deputy-cum-successor. Deputy? By his own deputy? Thales frowned and thought of my home tavern in Blade Fang's camp and its thought-provoking slogan. Norb nodded and sighed. Indeed, not every pair of partners can work together as happily and seamlessly as Leinster and Halva. He looked at the next painting. And this is Lone Sail's deputy. There was a hint of reverence in Norb's words. The pale Baron Sancho. Thales looked up and saw a man with a pale face but a pair of deep eyes in the painting. Sancho's face was not bad, his posture was elegant, and his fingers were slender as they plucked the strings. He looked like a scholar. He was not the chief of intelligence of the underground world. Sancho de Doyle, 438 to 489. Thales was stunned when he saw the surname. Doyle? His surname is Doyle? Norb was puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? The pale Baron Doyle. Nothing. Thales shook his head and thought of wise Minister Caribbean. That is, whenever you put these nouns together. Thales tried his best to chase the image of the other sloppy personal guard and his equally eccentric father out of his mind. He sighed with emotion. He sighed and said, "It always makes people wonder, oh, history, what have you done to them?" Please continue. Norb was a little puzzled, but he still continued. Sancho was once the head of the ruthless officials under the Red King John II. He was at the top of the powerful officials, and his hands were stained with blood. The Secret Intelligence Department was just an intelligence agency before him, but in his hands, it became a terrifying monster that combined supervision, control, judgment, law enforcement, violence, propaganda, censorship, and stability maintenance. Norb spoke in a cadence as if he was telling a ghost story. As the most powerful chief of intelligence in history, he spread the Red King's anger and tyranny to his heart's content. He did whatever he wanted, and his power was so great that it was difficult to control him. He ended the historical legacy of countless noble families. Thales frowned and looked at this different Doyle again. He was noble and elegant, and did not look like an executioner with a heavy debt of blood. Norb's tone became urgent, as if he saw the bloodshed of those years. Until the pale Baron also died in the hands of his deputy and successor, Black Messenger Mason Johnvold. Thales raised his eyebrows. Died again by the deputy. He followed Norb's gaze and saw a third person. Mason H. Johnvold, 443 to 506. This person stood alone in the darkness. His eyes were gloomy and his face was not bad, but he appeared harsh and merciless, like a beast choosing its prey in a corner. If one only looked at the portrait, Lone Sail Amon was a righteous and heroic young man, the pale Baron Doyle was a gentle scholar who admired himself, and the Black Messenger Johnvold, there was no doubt that his gloomy and terrifying temperament made him look like a villain. Norb's voice traveled into his ears. The Black Messenger betrayed his master for glory, and after killing Sancho, he failed to defect. He was fortunate enough to receive the first execution order issued by virtuous King Mindys III after he succeeded to the throne, to spend the rest of his life in the prison of bones. Thales exhaled deeply. In that case, from the time of the Conqueror of the North to the Red King, the 3 chief of intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department all died from internal troubles and did not have a good ending. Why? Is backstabbing popular in the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department? As if sensing the Duke's sentiments, Norb said slowly, during that time the kingdom was in chaos. Thales nodded. A little gossip. Perhaps to liven up the atmosphere, Norb lowered his voice and smiled faintly. It is said that these 3 chief of intelligence slept with Queen Erica, or rather were slept with by the Queen. Slept with by the Queen. Thales raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze over the portraits of Lone Sail, the Pale Baron and the Black Messenger. He suddenly realized that they were either heroic, gentle, or gloomy, but they were all men in their prime with their own unique characteristics. All right. Taking advantage of her position. This queen really knows how to enjoy life. As expected, it's very chaotic. Thales blinked. In every sense of the word. At that moment, enough. They turned around in unison and found Raphael standing behind them with a displeased expression. He stared at Norb gloomily, then looked at the prince reproachfully. I said, do not move around. The Baron Bone Man said coldly, especially with strangers. Thales glanced at Norb, and the latter lowered his head apologetically. The Duke of Star Lake twitched his lips. I'm sorry, I thought. Thales glanced at the room behind Raphael. It's not that fast to wipe your ass. Raphael's and Thales' gazes met in the air, and they exchanged a series of blows through the air. Norb observed their expressions and walked forward at the right time to greet them. Raphael. Raphael seemed to have just noticed the man with the crutch as she replied coldly, I'm not sure. He replied coldly, Norb. For some reason, Thales felt that the relationship between the two of them was a little stiff. Norb smiled faintly. So, I heard that there is a sudden major case involving a Western Desert noble? Raphael nodded. There was a faint sense of alienation in his words. Yes. Norb nodded in understanding. He looked into Raphael's red eyes. All right, although it's not my case if you need help, Raphael cut him off bluntly. If I need help. When he saw that Raphael did not want to speak further, Norb stopped talking to him and turned to Thales. I have not had the time to thank you, Your Highness, Norb said respectfully. If you do me the honor, I would like to visit you later. His Highness still has matters to attend to. Raphael suddenly stood in front of Thales and warned him. And he came in private. Norb shut his mouth indifferently. Of course. He looked at Raphael, who refused to budge an inch, and nodded dejectedly. Of course. Norb bowed to Thales again and limped away with the cane that he was not familiar with. His figure was lonely and a little pitiful. Thales could not bear to see it. What did Norb do? Thales suddenly asked after Norb left. Raphael frowned. What? Thales caught up with the Baron Bone Man. What did he do wrong in the bloody year that he was sent to Western Desert, which is tantamount to an exile? Raphael's expression tensed. You will have to ask him himself or his lordship. Really? Thales observed Raphael's expression and snorted. If you want to come to the Secret Intelligence Department for a day, Your Highness, Raphael said unhappily, I can totally satisfy your needs. What? Are you jealous that I'm so popular? Thales was happy to see Raphael's displeasure. Raphael snorted softly and continued walking. All right, so, tour guide Raphael, who is this? Thales pointed casually. Raphael glanced at it. Lissandro Esposito, no nickname. Or rather, there were too many nicknames, so he simply did not want to use them. Thales moved closer to the portrait. It was a middle-aged man with a humble smile, a kind and humble expression. Lissandro Esposito, 530 to 602? When you know your mistake, you are right. He was born in the year the virtuous king passed away. As the son of a lowly cobbler, he changed his fate by passing a literacy test. In the end, he became the chief of intelligence of the Silent One, Sumer IV, and attended the imperial conference. Raphael moved forward steadily, not caring that Thales was left behind. Since him, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has swept away its old traditions. It is no longer the king's private toy, but an important national intelligence department with clear rights and responsibilities, efficient operations, adequate budget, and a clear position. Little by little, step by step, we have taken back the disadvantages we have faced against the secret room over the past 100 years. Hence the secret intelligence department today. Raphael's tone was respectful. Thales had to speed up to keep up with Raphael's inconsiderate pace. And he is also Lord Morat Hansen's teacher. Raphael walked out of the corridor and came in front of a specially shaped iron door. Similarly, he swiped at the air with his finger, opened the magic lock in the ripples in the air, and turned into a dark inner room. You mean the Black Prophet? Thales quickly caught up and walked into the inner room. His teacher? But the moment he stepped into the room, Thales suddenly felt a pang of panic. The sin of Hell's river stirred restlessly, but it was different from any previous danger. This feeling was illusory, but it made his hair stand on end. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A faint hissing sound rang in his ears, reminiscent of a slithering snake. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting, as if it had been there. If it had been any shorter, Thales would have even thought it was an illusion. What's going on? Thales adapted to the darkness of the inner room and followed Raphael's footsteps with trepidation. You know, we usually don't mention this nickname, Your Highness. The Baron Bone Man's tone became cautious. Especially in the Secret Intelligence Department. Why? Under the dim light they walked more than 10 meters forward. Thales was still immersed in the fear he felt just now. He subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" He subconsciously asked, "Why not?" In the next second, a hoarse voice that he had not heard for 6 years rang out in the darkness. Just like how we usually don't mention "star under your skirt" in front of you. Your Highness Thales. This is... Hearing this voice, the prince stopped in his tracks. He did not even have time to understand the ridicule in the other party's words. The feeling of panic attacked him again, even more so than before. The sin of Hell's River was restless. Raphael stopped a few steps in front of him and turned around, revealing the person behind him. Thales' eyes widened. He had expected this to happen, but, Lord Hansen. Thales stared at the thin black figure in front of him. Long time no see. In front of him was King Kessel's current chief of intelligence, the head of the Secret Intelligence Department, the Black Prophet, Lord Morad Hansen, who had been out of sight for many years. He was sitting in a dark wheelchair facing him. The old man in front of him panted painfully while raising his repulsive face, which was only skin and bones, and gave Thales a frightening smile. Thales looked at Morad in surprise. How? He remembered 6 years ago, although the Black Prophet was old, he was hale and hearty, imposing, and could still threaten Gilbert and Gines with a cane. But now, Thales stared at the wheelchair under the other party. Why does he look like he's about to die? But Thales soon realized that something was wrong. Hiss. Hell's senses fed him countless hair-raising hissing sounds, which came from the dark and colorless wheelchair. The sin of Hell's River spread to Thales' eyes, allowing him to see the dark room clearly. Thales instinctively looked down and saw that the Black Prophet's wheelchair was wrapped in countless sticky, moist black veins like muscle veins, which also wrapped around Morat's legs. It even squirmed, contracted, and breathed from time to time. That's not a wheelchair. At that moment, Thales' hair really stood on end. That's a living thing. Like branches, vines, tentacles. Its back extended to the walls of the room, covering half of the room like vines all the way to the ceiling. And Morat, sitting in the wheelchair, seemed to have grown out of these vines. Thales breathed blankly and suddenly thought of the blood mystic. Don't be afraid, Morat breathed with difficulty, raised his skinny arm, and connected it to the thousands of black-veined vines that were squirming like thousands of snakes. Some necessary means like taking medicine to cure a disease. Raphael stood by the side, his expression unchanged. Taking medicine to cure a disease? It took Thales a few seconds to calm down. Your Grace, what's wrong with you? Morat laughed, causing the black-veined vines around him to sway. I'm old. Your Grace. The Black Prophet's voice was a little ethereal, but it still chilled one's heart. Time has caught me. Just like how it captured Teacher Lysandro and King 80. Just like it will eventually catch everyone. The Black Prophet's gaze froze, revealing a yearning look. Of course, except for the elves. Thales breathed in a daze. At that moment he did not know how he should face the monster-like man. I believe you have seen, Your Highness, the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department has gone through 57 chief stewards. Morat came back to his senses. They are all closely related to Constellation, sharing honor and disgrace. Inseparable. We are not your enemy, Thales. Morat looked at the disgusting living thing wrapped around half of his body, and called out the Duke's name. In fact, we are struggling just like you. Thales stared at the black-veined vines and felt his eyebrows twitch. The Black Prophet raised his hand and did something. The black-veined vines that covered half of his body trembled and broke away from the back of his wheelchair, releasing Morat. Hiss. The sound of the vines contracting made one shudder. Only the part that was still wrapped around the wheelchair was still moving back and forth, like maggots surging and pupae twitching. Watching this scene, Thales felt a little uncomfortable in his abdomen. Morat closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths before opening them weakly and nodding at Raphael. Let's begin. The Baron Bone Man bowed his head respectfully, turned to open another door, and disappeared into the darkness behind it. Seeing Raphael leave, Thales suddenly realized that only he, the Black Prophet, and those black things were left in the room. This thought made him uneasy. Mind giving me a push, Your Highness? Morat stretched out his skinny hand towards Thales, opened his deformed mouth, and smiled like a dead man in a coffin. Don't worry, I won't read your mind this time. Chapter 581. In the dim corridor, Thales put his hands on Morat's wheelchair, which was covered in black-veined vines. It took him a lot of effort to struggle with his thoughts before he reluctantly touched it. Following the Black Prophet's instructions, Thales reluctantly became Morat's means of transportation and pushed him forward. The black-veined vines seemed to have sensed his approach. They immediately wriggled and, courteously, made space on the back of the chair to accommodate a pair of hands. This only made Thales feel weirder and more hesitant. Don't worry, it doesn't bite. The Black Prophet chuckled as if he had seen the Duke's expression behind him. It only eats people. The old chief of intelligence murmured leisurely. Thales twitched the corner of his mouth and continued forward. It was not that he had not thought of refusing, but since a week, with one foot in the grave, he had no choice but to comply. Since the crippled old man had made such a request, he had no choice but to comply. But, are the people of the Secret Intelligence Department all dead? The teenager complained silently. So much so that a newcomer is needed to help with chores. Shouldn't this job be done by the kind-looking, black-hearted, sharp-tongued Raphael? The wheels covered in strange vines rolled on the ground, but strangely they did not make any sound. Raphael's figure was hidden in the darkness ahead. Only the faint sound of his footsteps could be heard, barely pointing the way for Thales. They moved forward in silence. Facing the back of Morat's bald skull, Thales felt more and more uncomfortable. Despite the gloves, the inexplicable touch on his hands was still uncomfortable. The places covered by the vines were moist and warm, with a strange stickiness. But Thales still tried to find a gap on the back of the chair as a landing spot for his hands to avoid touching the disgusting black vines, even though it was difficult. This made it even more inconvenient for him to exert force. Is it alive? Does it have its own consciousness? The Black Prophet did not turn his head. Are you alive? Thales frowned. Most people in the world are muddle-headed. It makes no difference whether they are alive or dead, Morat said indifferently. Does it matter whether it is alive or not, and whether it has its own consciousness? Thales sighed helplessly. He had also pushed the wheelchair of Glee Ward, a veteran from Dragon Cloud City. In truth, the roads in Shield District at night were bumpy and uneven. There were many twists and turns and it was difficult to walk. The old cripple from Northland kept cursing and swearing, which left a deep impression on the teenager who needed his help, and he suffered a lot. But now, Thales would rather bear the burden, beat, scold, and push Gleeward's wheelchair for another year than stay with Morat for even a second longer. What the hell is this thing? Oh, your highness. The Black Prophet shook his head and sneered silently. You have seen it? More than once. Thales exhaled a long breath through his nose, as if he wanted to expel the man's nagging words along with the anxiety in his heart. Raphael, Thales turned his head away unnaturally. He forced himself not to look at the strange vines that expanded and contracted as if they were breathing on the wheelchair. He tried hard to find a topic that could divert his attention. 6 years ago, his palm was clearly cut open, but it was as good as new, and he was still able to communicate with you via voice transmission. Against the fire night, his sleeves were set on fire many times by the rising sun saber, and he always retreated in a fluster. In Heroic Spirit Palace, my attendant mentioned doubtfully that he seemed to have seen his heart pierced. The back of Morat's head was fixed, no longer swaying leisurely. And as the sh*T stirrer of the Secret Intelligence Department on the night of Dragon's Blood, he only behaved in one place. Thales focused his gaze. Bright Moon Temple. They did not change their speed. The road ahead was still dark. There was a slight change in Morat's tone of reply. So? Thales slowed down a little. Devil. The vines on the wheelchair were still wriggling. From time to time, they would change angles and entangle other parts of the wheelchair. The Duke of Star Lake remembered what Zacriel said and said absent-mindedly, flesh and blood for food, souls for hunting. Revealed in the fire, vanquished before the gods. Thales stared at the vines. This is the flesh of a devil. Morat tilted his head slightly and glanced at the prince. Thales came back to his senses and remembered the other party's identity. Vigilance crept into his heart. He quickly added, I heard it. That's what I heard. When I was a hostage in the north. There was a moment of silence in the corridor. Only the strange rustling of the black-veined vines could be heard. Sometimes, it sounded like the crackling of flames and sometimes, it sounded like the gurgling of water. Hey, you can always find the answer yourself. Morat turned his head and smiled. As always. So, devils in hell. Thales ignored the other party's sarcasm. They exist here in the Secret Intelligence Department. and developed by you into, Thales glanced at Morat's disgusting wheelchair. Medical prosthetics? Morat seemed to be interested by Thales' words. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. Not us, Your Highness. Not us. We are just inheriting and imitating. We are far from the first batch of people in the world who are unscrupulous and covet the mysterious taboo. Unscrupulous and covet the mysterious taboo. Thales narrowed his eyes. Magic, the prince said quietly. He picked up his pace again and caught up with the faint footsteps ahead. Another legacy left behind by wizards, is it? He said sarcastically. It seems that the kingdom's secret intelligence department is the rightful heir to the magic tower. This time Morat's tone was cold. I thought Priestess Meljen had already reminded you, Your Highness. Hearing the familiar name, Thales was slightly surprised. Priestess Meljen, you know her? The Black Prophet snorted coldly and did not answer his question. Believe me, Your Highness. Magic is not as magical, interesting and fascinating as it sounds. Its gorgeous appearance is on par with the sins it has committed. But you have a clear conscience in inheriting your predecessor's legacy. The prince looked at the living creature wrapped around the wheelchair and continued with a frown. Whether it is the prison of bones, the magic lock outside, or this, Morat shook his head. Perhaps it is not yet time for you to understand. But let me put it this way, the secret intelligence department is like a lock, locking the door to the world's self-destruction. He was slightly emotional. Just like all the obsessions in this world, going too far is as bad as falling short. Pursuing too deeply will eventually backfire on you. Pursuing too deeply. Backfire on you. Thales raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered what his two teachers had mentioned to him. The three major covenants of mystics: do not delve into each other. Stay true to yourself. As he thought of this, he probed. For example, mystics? In that second, Thales' arms were covered in goosebumps. The sin of hell's river surged wildly. The next moment, the vines on the wheelchair suddenly sped up and contracted violently. Terrified, Thales instinctively let go of the wheelchair and stopped in his tracks. He was on full alert. The Black Prophet's figure trembled in the wheelchair, undulating. He let out a low and strange guttural sound, like dissatisfaction, but also like an instinct when he was deep in thought. Like an asthma patient. Thales frowned as he watched. What's going on? A few minutes later, the black-veined vines returned to their original form and became docile again. Are you all right? Thales asked tentatively. After a while, Morat, who looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, panted a few times and said faintly, I won't die. For the time being. Let's keep going. We're not there yet. Thales put away his uneasiness, put his wheelchair back on and started walking. Look at this thing carefully, Your Highness. Morat said with a sickly voice, do you think it's something beautiful? Our good neighbors in hell are beyond imagination. They're even more different than the power of eradication, the head of the kingdom's secret intelligence department said weakly. Even the pieces of meat that are cut off from their bodies look different. Thales stared at the wriggling vines and became even more suspicious. And this one? It appears to be extraordinarily energetic and adaptable to its host. It's a surprise gift for doctors when they're at their wits' end. Morat's tone tightened. But it proliferates endlessly in the dark and corrupts its host. It's an unclean thing that the priests abhor. Just like this world, fascinating and deadly. Thales was silent for a while. So it can help you get through this temporarily but will eventually kill you? Morat laughed. It's worse, child. The Black Prophet's words seemed to be rueful. It's worse than that. Thales subconsciously looked forward. But Raphael's figure had already disappeared in front of him. Don't worry. Morat noticed where Thales was looking and snorted. He's not me. He's still young. He can handle it. The Black Prophet's tone fell silent. He's still young. He can handle it. Thales frowned. Just to save his hands that were maimed by Duke Arund? The Black Prophet silently looked at the black vines on his legs and shook his head. It saved more than just his hands, child. The devil is always there, but the devil does not speak. For some reason, Thales suddenly thought of this sentence. The former Crown Prince Midir. For some reason, Thales suddenly remembered something. As the creator of Project Dragon's Blood, he used to lead the secret intelligence department, or at least worked with you, right? Morat looked up, his gaze sharp. Did he use it? Thales looked at the black-veined vines tightly wrapped around the Black Prophet's legs. Using this thing to treat his crippled legs? This time the silence lasted for a long time. It's not that no one suggested it. It was rare for Morat to express his emotions. He spoke in a nostalgic tone. But Prince Midir, he refused with a smile. He said. Morat stared at his skinny hands, then at the vines on his legs. Without these legs he can still stand up and be a complete and healthy person. Thales's eyes lit up. As expected of him. It's thought-provoking. He said sincerely. Of course. Morat hunched his chest and could not help but lament. Most of the defects that people need to fill are not in their bodies. Looking at Morat in this state, Thales suddenly had an illusion. In his state of being wrapped in vines, Morat, who was weak and in pain, had lost his once terrifying appearance as the Black Prophet. He now behaved like a sentimental, ordinary old man. Perhaps facing this Morat he could gain more. With a thought, he patted the wheelchair and the vines on it shook. Then how did you get this thing? Don't tell me you have a mind that leads straight to hell? Morat was silent for a while. Just when Thales thought he was not going to answer. According to the agreement, the leader of Blood Whistle should be standing here now to continue talking about our cooperation. Morat sighed. But unfortunately he missed the appointment. Thales was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. Who, did you say? Morat chuckled. You know, child? His frail body trembled in the wheelchair. I can read minds. Thales' expression changed. This again? That's right. I know, Ricky, I know the disaster swords, and I also know that you spent at least a few hours together, the old man in the wheelchair said flatly. Ricky. Thinking of the strange disaster swords Crassus, Thales put away the surprise in his heart. Continue talking about our cooperation. The Duke of Star Lake remembered Ricky's words in the dungeon. Our relationship with Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department is closer than you think. Disaster Swords and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. He was just trying, but he actually managed to get some information out of him? I thought you said you wouldn't read minds today. Thales leaned forward slightly and carefully observed the Black Prophet's expression. No. Thales understood. It's Norb. It's him. He came to report to you about Western Desert. That's how he knew I met Ricky. Morat raised his head and met Thales' gaze. Compared to 6 years ago, you've become sharper, Your Highness. He said softly, even their fear of me has dissipated quite a bit. You're really impressive. Thales pursed his lips. Is that so? Then who was the one who reported the prince's presumptuous and reckless actions to King Kessel's Secret Intelligence Department? But in the next moment, Morat asked softly. Then, Your Highness, as someone who personally experienced it, can you dispel my doubts? In Blade Fang's camp, what made the mercenary Ricky break his promise, give up on our long-term cooperation and run away? Long-term cooperation. Thales caught on to this keyword. His gaze fell on the wriggling vines on the wheelchair. The flesh of demons. For some reason, Thales suddenly remembered what Morat had said earlier about the flesh cut from their bodies. I see. That's their cooperation. The Black Prophet's words pulled him back to reality. Do you know? Thales came back to his senses. What made Ricky break his promise and run away? At that moment he thought of Zacriel in the prison of bones, of the blade of purification drawn on the paper, of the former king who was the enemy of the world, according to the night of judgment. No, I don't know. Thales really wanted to answer that. But he couldn't. Because he knew. Thales remembered Yodel's reminder. He could not lie to Morat. Yes. Thales answered naturally, calmly and smoothly. Williams. The legendary wing used Ricky's mercenary group to create chaos and recapture Blade Fang's camp. After that, he threatened him to scram as far as he could. I guess he listened. Williams. The Black Prophet's gaze froze when he heard the name. He was silent for a few seconds. All right, maybe. Very well. Looking at the other party's reaction, Thales said quietly, if Sabo really opened the bet on the evil dog that bit off a certain person's leg, maybe I can really win money. So the Disaster Sword and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department are old friends? Thales was determined to continue exploring. He endured the discomfort and tapped the vine, causing it to shudder again. Did Ricky give you these things? The black texture on Ricky's face, Raphael's arm, the Black Prophet's wheelchair. Not just this. The Disaster Sword from 100 years ago, Crassus and the Red King, mercenaries and the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. It all adds up. Morat was silent for a while as well. But this time he answered Thales with a low, sinister laugh. It made the second prince flustered. I say you've become sharper, Your Highness. But you're still not cautious enough. Thales was slightly startled. Not cautious enough. What do you mean? Morat stopped laughing and said abruptly, Raphael's report is very correct. Thales had a bad feeling. What report? Morat looked her up and down and shook his head. After 6 years of observation he said, "When you're in trouble, Prince Thales is capable and broad-minded. You're good at collecting information from various sources, combining intelligence, piecing together clues, observing and thinking from a different perspective, and then using your bold and imaginative mind, you go straight to the point and creatively come up with solutions that no one can think of. But," his tone changed. "You're too stubborn, too focused on the questions you raise, and lack the prudence and rigor required for intelligence work. It's inevitable that you'll be misled by the logic of the story you deduced, and miss out on inconspicuous but important details. For example, your stunning appearance at the national conference." Thales held his breath. "You're also too emotional, too concerned about the nature of things, and lack the smoothness and comprehensiveness needed to deal with complex problems. You're often bound by principles and ignore the cost, making impulsive choices that ordinary people cannot understand. For example, your all-out gamble in heroic spirit palace." The Black Prophet narrowed his eyes. "Even last night's bravery." Thales felt the arm that was pushing the wheelchair stiffen. Why is he suddenly saying all this? But Morat's words were still unstoppable, like a demonic voice. "So, you often fall into unpredictable and terrible consequences after you act decisively to turn the tables. You've guessed the beginning correctly but missed the ending. The Chief of Intelligence of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the Black Prophet, Lord Morat Hansen said faintly, commonly known as acting smart. Shooting oneself in the foot." At this moment, Thales could not help but think of Raphael's team. The prince's ass. A wave of indignation welled up in his heart. But at this moment Morat raised his eyebrows slightly and brought the topic back to its original topic. "I mentioned Ricky and only said that we're working together, but I never said it was for this thing." He looked disdainfully at the black-veined vines wriggling beneath him. "But why did you connect the clues so confidently, and think that this thing must have come from Ricky?" The Black Prophet glanced at him leisurely. "It seems that you've long known what the leader of the Disaster Swords is." Thales seemed to have figured something out. He suddenly became speechless and his face turned pale. "Then here's the problem. This is his most secretive secret, and he would never take the initiative to tell you when he introduced himself." Morat was intrigued. "So the next question is, when he broke out of the prison of bones and created chaos, with Ricky's skills and Blood Whistle's combat power, what kind of threat did he encounter, and what kind of threat did he encounter? Was that why he was forced to show his trump card in front of you and reveal his true form?" The Black Prophet looked coldly at the vines on his legs. "So that you would believe that this thing is of the same origin as him? Can you answer me?" "Your Highness." Thales clenched his teeth and swallowed with difficulty. "Damn it. What did Ricky encounter in the prison of bones that forced him to reveal his true form as a demon? Revealed in the fire, vanquished before the gods. The heavy but unstoppable figure of the Night of Judgment appeared before his eyes. No. The teenager shook his head and forced himself to focus and answer Morat's question. "Do not lie, Thales. Do not lie. The legendary wing." The prince tried his best to speak calmly. "He beat up Ricky for being so audacious, we all saw his face. It looked like it came out of a black mineshaft just like this." The Black Prophet fell silent again. "Very well, you are telling the truth," the Chief of Intelligence said slowly after a while. "At least you think you are telling the truth." Thales breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. However, the next second. But the second time. Morat's voice became cold again. "The legendary wing. This is the second time you have used him to answer a question." Thales' expression changed slightly. "It is as if you are certain that this is your shield, and that he will prove your words." The Black Prophet rubbed his skinny wrist and muttered, "Both times are related to him. Both times are related to him. Is it a coincidence?" Thales pursed his lips. "Or, Your Highness, is it because you do not want to talk about the situation when Ricky revealed his true form, and because you do not want to talk about what happened in the prison of bones? You would rather send a troublesome busybody like me to ask Williams and throw all the troublesome details to the fiend who is brimming with murderous aura?" The encounter in the prison of bones. At that moment, Thales heard his own breathing. The black-veined vines on the wheelchair began to surge again, making Thales increasingly uncomfortable. But he had no time to care about it. "If I were to guess, perhaps you have some sort of tacit understanding with the legendary wing to hide something that could force Ricky to reveal his true form, something that could even make him abandon his relationship with the Secret Intelligence Department?" The Black Prophet pondered. "Is it Shadow Shield? Or is it the reason why the secret room came all the way to Blade Fang's camp?" At that moment, stake and quick ropes figures flashed before Thales' eyes, almost causing his entire body to tense up. No quick rope, but Morat shook his head. No, you used the legendary wing as an excuse. The person who can force Ricky to reveal his true form is at least on the same level as him. Finally, while Thales was still in shock, the Black Prophet relaxed his furrowed brows, exhaled, and ended his speculation. So, it has been more than 10 years since we last met. At that moment, Morat looked at Thales calmly. How is our dear former watchman of the guards, Lord Zacriel? At that moment, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. As for those prisoners of the prison of bones who escaped from prison during the chaos according to the official announcement and were executed by Williams, the Black Prophet looked at him with great interest, as though he was sizing up prey that had fallen into his trap. Although the unruly Baron of Blade Fang's camp did not give a specific list, I guess it must include some of the former royal guards who colluded with the enemy during the Bloody Year, right? The Black Prophet spoke softly, and each word seemed to be laced with poison. That is why they were not executed. Instead, they were released by you and Williams. The mercenary Ricky was a witness. Thales did not know how to think anymore. All he did was say one sentence more than he should have. But the other party could see? This is what we call. Morat chuckled and tapped his fingers on the wheelchair a few times. Smartass. Shooting yourself in the foot. Thales pushed the wheelchair stiffly, and only then came to a realization. I was wrong. Very wrong. The prince's gaze froze in the air. Just like how he could not be king and still make Williams look good. Even though Morat was in a wheelchair, he did not have long to live. But he was still the master of the Secret Intelligence Department, and King Kessel's chief of Imperial Intelligence. He was the entire kingdom's, the Black Prophet. So, Your Grace, as the heir to the throne, why did you, Your Grace, confine this group of prisoners with sensitive identities, extraordinary skills and knowledge of the secrets of the palace? At that moment, Morat spoke slowly, like a venomous snake hissing. If your father knew, what would he think? Chapter 582. Thales subconsciously pushed the wheelchair. His surroundings were blurry in the darkness. Only the figure of the old man in front of him was clear, making him fearful. F***. This was the first word that came to the teenager's mind. He stared solemnly at Morat, who was in the wheelchair. He accidentally touched the black veined vines, causing the latter to contract. Damn it. Even if I know the truth of mind reading, even if I've gone through 6 years of training, even if I think I'm prepared, the Black Prophet is still the Black Prophet. Even if there are no clues or evidence, he can still follow the scent of deception and lies and smell the truth. How did his father, his grandfather, and the rulers of the Supreme Throne face this old monster? How could they be at ease with such a venomous snake, a dark figure who was sinister from head to toe, holding an important position in their imperial conference and holding the power of intelligence? Thales gripped the wheelchair tightly. But more importantly, at that moment, everything in Blade Fang's camp in the prison of bones, whether it was Quick Rope, Zacriel, or Barney Jr., flashed before Thales' eyes. All of you were tortured and escaped with great difficulty, not to change your shackles. Those people, the debts they carried, the hardships they suffered, the pain they experienced. Thales tightened the muscles on his arms. Your Highness? Morat still did not turn around, leaving Thales with only the back of his head, which was hollow and thin. It was a stark contrast to the endless haze he brought with him. Thales raised his head slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. What wanted criminal? No. At that moment, the teenager said silently. No. No matter how intimidating the Black Prophet was, he could not break through him. He had to hold this line. No matter the cost. Morat sneered. I believe Yodel must have told you not to lie in front of me. Lie? Thales interrupted the Black Prophet abruptly. Morat glanced sideways slightly. You're right. Having made up his mind, Thales did not think further. I did lie. Right now, right in front of you. The prince's expression was infuriating, and his next sentence was even colder. So what? The Black Prophet froze. The corridor was quiet and dark. Only Thales' footsteps reverberated without a care, covering the terrifying sound of the demonic vines. I lied. With gritted teeth, Thales said coldly as if he did not care at all. Because I don't want to tell you the truth, but I don't want to make things awkward for both of us. And your damn mind-reading superpower, I don't know how much of it is real, has to tear apart this layer of tacit understanding every time, leaving no room for negotiation and forcing us into a corner together. Morat turned his head slowly and looked at Thales with a gaze that was rarely seen. He stared back at the Black Prophet, trying his best to forget the fear that had taken root in his heart since their first meeting. Why? To prove that you can do it? To show your power? In order to get the bargaining chip he wanted? To threaten and control me? Thales summoned the sin of Hell's River and tried his best to stabilize his heartbeat and breathing, sealing off any possible emotions from leaking out. He imagined himself to have a heart of stone at this moment, invulnerable to blades and spears. The corridor was silent for a moment. Because it's my job, son. Morat opened his mouth slowly. His voice was hoarse and dry, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Be vigilant in times of peace and eliminate threats. Thales stopped in his tracks. The wheelchair came to an abrupt stop, causing Morat's body to sway slightly. The footsteps stopped and the darkness remained. Only the flesh of the demon on the wheelchair was left in the corridor, wriggling and curling back and forth. The eerie rustling added a hint of silence to the atmosphere. Then this is my choice, Your Grace. A few seconds later, the Duke of Star Lake's emotionless voice rang. I lied out of my own interests and considerations. So what? From an invisible angle, the Black Prophet narrowed his eyes slightly. And you used the wrong form of address, Morat. The second prince stared straight ahead into the darkness. There is no child here. Only Thales Jadestar. Morat was silent for a moment, then snorted softly. Your choice. Even if your choice may endanger the kingdom? Even if your willfulness may go against your father? Bang. Thales slammed his palm on Morat's wheelchair, causing the demonic vines on it to squirm violently. It also silenced the Black Prophet's words amidst the loud noise. Then let him come to me. The Black Prophet's gaze froze. In the next second, Thales exerted strength in his hand and slowly turned the wheelchair around so that the old man was facing him. At the same time, he forced himself to look directly into the eyes of the famous chief of secret intelligence. Go tell him. Thales' voice was soft but emotionless, so cold that it made one shudder. Tell him that I have a group of ex-guards with extraordinary skills hidden outside the palace who are familiar with the palace's rules. His tone suddenly changed. So that I can launch a coup at the critical moment, take over Renaissance Palace and make myself king. The Black Prophet did not speak. The demonic vines on his legs surged again. Morat took 2 light breaths as if to adapt. What's wrong? The Duke of Star Lake stretched out his hands and pressed them against the arms on both sides of the wheelchair. He slowly leaned down and approached Morat's aged face, even though it was not comfortable. Didn't he send me here to let you ask something like this? Thales looked directly at the Black Prophet from a very close distance. He could even count the wrinkles on the other party's face. Be prepared for danger in times of peace and eliminate threats? The surrounding darkness seemed to become more rampant, invading everything in sight, leaving only the 2 people who were looking at each other. Morat's eyes were as dull and unmoving as before. Thales could not get any information from them. But he knew that he could not retreat. Finally, after what felt like a century, a smile crept onto the old man's face. I have to admit, this is an unexpected surprise. Morat carefully sized up Thales and clicked his tongue. Your Grace. Thales also twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing an insincere, fake smile. There are a lot of things you didn't expect. He let go of the arm of the chair, straightened up and called out Morat's nickname. You are not the only ones who are tired of cleaning up after others. The Black Prophet. Morat leaned against the back of the chair. The change in his movements caused the black vein vines to tremble. You look very confident, Duke Thales. The Chief of Secret Intelligence narrowed his eyes. I'm confident that the escaped prisoners won't pose a threat to you, your father, or the relationship between you and them. Thales snorted coldly. So what? The prince repeated for the 3rd time, his eyes cold as frost. In the next second he spoke softly. Didn't my uncle, the former second prince, Horus Jadestar, do the same thing during the Bloody Year? The Black Prophet's eyes widened. He secretly hired a fugitive like Black Sword, bribed the assassins of Shadow Shield, instigated millions of people in the capital, bewitched the guards in the guards and made them cooperate tacitly. At the critical moment he seized the palace, staged a coup, and even assassinated the former king and crown prince. Thales was expressionless, his tone nonchalant. Until he died from the betrayal of the former Duke of Nanchester on the eve of his return to the kingdom to succeed the throne. But you can't do it again. Neither my father nor you are that stupid. The old man in the wheelchair was silent for a long time. He also sized Thales up for a long time. He looked into Thales' eyes as if he was looking at a treasure. You are indeed good at gathering information, aren't you? But Thales did not care about the other party's answer. He just stared straight at Morat. So you know. The sin of Hell's River roared in his veins, helping the prince resist other impulses. Those prisoners in the prison of bones, some of them acted according to orders, some had no choice, some were forced, some were at a loss, and some were completely unaware. The Black Prophet just stared at him without saying a word. Colluding with the enemy? Thales sneered. They may have failed in their duties, but it was mostly because of the Jadestar royal family's internal strife that they had to bear the blame. He thought of Barney Jr. and the deceased Nair and Nalji in the prison of bones. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bury the past." Morat closed his eyes and inhaled softly, as if savoring the dim light and oppressive atmosphere. "I understand." The Black Prophet slowly opened his eyes and looked straight at Thales. "About why you let them go." Thales did not avoid his gaze. He met the other party's gaze and nodded. "They have paid the price for not seeing the light of day for more than 10 years. And at least on the day I see them, they have completely atoned for their crimes." He said sarcastically, "Much more useful than a certain intelligence department that is full of loopholes and only knows how to clean up after things are done." Morat did not defend himself. He just continued to stare at Thales, his thoughts unfathomable. "So, I gave them freedom as a reward," Thales continued. His tone was firm and brooked no argument, in the most low-key, safest, most in line with the kingdom's interests, and in a way that does not damage the royal family's reputation. The prince took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. "Now, Murat Hansen, your grace. Or you can go to my father and tell him that his only son is raising men of sacrifice, harboring fugitives, and coveting the throne. It is better to eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent future trouble." The Black Prophet stroked a demonic vine on the arm of his chair with a profound expression. "And I will talk to him directly, one-on-one, face-to-face, king to king. I will bear his wrath." Thales' gaze was solemn. "But this is only between me and him. There is no need for you to intervene, Lord Hansen." With the arrogance that he had sensed from King Nuven and King Kessel, he said coldly, "Because as a Jadestar, I only answer the questions of another Jadestar." The corridor fell silent. Morat stared back at him, his emotions indecipherable. Thales narrowed his eyes. "Or you'll know your place. Put away your sniffing nose in front of me, put away that self-proclaimed prophetic psionic ability of yours, control the secret intelligence department's voyeurism, don't meddle in the lies I'm about to tell, and don't threaten me with this strange tone." Silence seized control of the conversation. The only sound he could hear was the endless hissing of demonic flesh and blood, like the restlessness of snakes and rats, or like mosquitoes and flies scavenging. In the next second, Thales' expression turned cold. He suddenly reached out and grabbed a restless black-veined vine by the arm of the chair. The demonic flesh and blood on the wheelchair trembled violently. The Black Prophet's expression changed slightly. "Shut up, this damned noisy thing. Shut up." The sin of hell's river surged. Thales clenched his teeth and pulled hard, forcibly pulling it out and throwing it to the ground. "Or I will," he said coldly. The effect was immediate. The demonic flesh and blood immediately moved away from Thales and fled to other parts of the wheelchair. The hissing disappeared. Throughout the entire process, Thales stared at the Black Prophet without moving his gaze. Morat steadied his breathing, but looked indifferently at the vine that was struggling on the ground, gradually losing its vitality, and finally turning into a withered branch. His gaze was profound. After a few seconds, he turned his head and looked at Thales again. "The trip to Northland was indeed extraordinary, Your Grace. In the past you were not so strong-willed. Even if you took the initiative to attack, it was inevitable that you would be nervous and unaccustomed." Morat narrowed his eyes. He was both emotional and surprised. "But look at you. Whether it's threatening, extorting, being tough, or spying, you can be said to be handy and instinctive. What changed you? What changed me? Then think about it carefully. What did you become after you became a prince? Are you still you? Are you still Thales? Or have you become something else?" Thales frowned and cast aside Quick Rope's words. "Nothing at all." He straightened his back and forced himself to be tough. "Only I was born this way. And you came to realize it too late." Morat was silent for a while. "They must be very important to you, right?" The old man in the wheelchair said with interest. "Those wanted criminals." Thales snorted coldly. "Save it. If you're going to bring up the elimination of weaknesses speech from 6 years ago again," the prince recalled the honesty in Ballard Room and said disdainfully, "My father has been talking non-stop all morning." The Black Prophet did not speak. He was still waiting for his answer. Thales looked away, trying his best to forget the people in the prison of bones. "It's not them that's important. It's me," he gritted his teeth and said, My principles, my rules, my choices. Loyalty will, be rewarded. The Duke of Star Lake lowered his head and looked straight at Morat. And those who hurt me must pay the price. Do you understand, my lord? This time the silence lasted especially long. Until Morat, who was watching him silently, curled the corners of his mouth and smiled strangely. The vines on his legs were still wriggling, but they were much more restrained. Looking at Morat's smile, Thales tried hard to suppress the anxiety in his heart. Don't worry, your grace. I'm not that heartless. The Black Prophet put his hands on his knees and narrowed his eyes. Since you've spoken and vouched for it, we'll give you face no matter what. At that moment, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, it's been 18 years. Morat tapped the wheelchair gently as if to appease it. At the same time, his eyes were in a daze. Those old people from Renaissance Palace are long outdated. Their damage is limited and they won't be able to do much. There's naturally no need for me to waste my budget on issuing arrest warrants. Well, except for one person. The Chief of Intelligence snapped out of his daze and grinned. But, your grace, please give us more trust next time. Trust. Thales frowned. Williams is not a professional after all, the Black Prophet said calmly. It's not like the Secret Intelligence Department can't arrange something like a fake death. He glanced at Thales. And you don't have to use this method of looking death in the eye to avoid trouble? Thales' mind froze. He said with difficulty, of course. The Black Prophet smiled. But your father will find out sooner or later. Do you understand? Thales froze. Of course. Then can we continue, your grace? Thales took a deep breath, gripped the back of the wheelchair again, the black-veined vines fled to the other side again, turned it in the right direction and hid Morat's face in the darkness. Of course. Thales took a step forward. They moved forward again. Very good, you're starting to get on the right track, Morat said leisurely. Thales was startled. What? I've been in the Secret Intelligence Department for a long time, child. This time, Morat's words were tinged with a hint of sadness. I don't know when it started, but everyone became cautious and timid in front of me no matter who it was. And as for a person who has no qualms about lying to me, and is not afraid to lie to me. A person who is not afraid to lie to the Black Prophet. Thales thought about this sentence. Morat continued. Ever since the bloody year, when the late King and Crown Prince Midir passed away, only the Sunset Goddess knows that I haven't met such a person for a very, very long time in my life. He chuckled as if remembering something and shook his head slowly. Thales had a strange expression on his face. He could not believe that he actually felt nostalgia and sadness in the words of this notorious intelligence chief. So what about before that? Thales took the opportunity to ask. My uncle and my grandfather, when they stood in front of you, how did you get along? The Black Prophet was silent for a second. Just like you just now. Thales' footsteps faltered, but he quickly adjusted. Whether it was the late king or the late crown prince, they were never afraid or concerned about lying in front of me, even though they knew that I had the ability to detect their lies. In the endless darkness and desolation, Morat said faintly, and do you know why? Thales' thoughts paused. 82nd and Crown Prince Midir, they were never afraid or concerned. Lying in front of the Black Prophet? Thales was a little surprised. At that moment he suddenly recalled the image of the two described by King Kessel in the Star Tomb, as well as the king who was the enemy of the world, mentioned by Zacriel in the Prison of Bones. But he quickly reacted. Power. Thales pondered. Because they have power. They are not afraid of you. And they do not care what you know. He stared blankly at the back of the Black Prophet's head. And as a subordinate of power, you have even less motivation and need to expose their lies. For some reason at this moment, Thales remembered the night he and Quick Rope exposed each other's identities. This has nothing to do with your power, Thales. On the contrary, the more power you have, the tighter the chains will lock you, and the deeper you will be trapped, the more you will be unable to break free. Just like our father. Well said. The Black Prophet suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. He laughed for a few seconds before slowing down his tone. Power. Only power. Morat's words were full of emotion. Power is not afraid of lying. To a certain extent, it likes to lie, enjoys lying, and is good at lying. The power it possesses can only flow through lies, distinguish between friend and foe, and manifest its existence. His tone slowly tightened, causing Thales to be on guard for no reason. When it really makes people go against their will and nature, it makes those who feel that something is wrong start to become numb and convince themselves to give up questioning and believe in lies. Only then can it become real power. Thales was a little lost in thought. The emperor's new clothes, the elephant in the room. The prince said faintly, "They lie to us. We know they are lying and they know that we know they are lying. But they keep lying and we keep pretending to believe them." The Black Prophet pondered for a while, then hummed in puzzlement. "I didn't say it." Thales came back to his senses and coughed. It was a female author who said, "A certain saying from Northland." Morat was silent for a while as if recalling, then denied. "No, there is absolutely no such saying in Northland." Thales was embarrassed at first, then smiled in relief. "Indeed there isn't," he said without hesitation. "I'm lying." The Black Prophet smiled. "I know." Thales snorted softly. "Yes, I know you know." He raised his head and looked at the road ahead. A door appeared at the end of the corridor. "So, when I lie next time, please be understanding." Morat heaved a sigh of relief, seemingly satisfied. "Welcome aboard, Duke Thales." Thales was silent for a while. "My pleasure, Lord Hanson." The Black Prophet nodded and clicked his tongue. "But, you have to understand, when I know it but do not expose you, I am also lying." His words carried a deeper meaning. "Don't get too used to it." Thales' vision turned blurry. Distorted, Thales, distorted. They were all twisted and captured, including my father and elder brother. Thales was captured by power, enslaved and lost. In those chains they became something else, indifferent tools, cold-blooded scum, suspicious tyrants, but they were no longer themselves. Of course. Thales shuddered and stopped thinking about Quick Rope's words. Of course. The teenager's footsteps moved forward steadily. For some reason, after the negotiation and probing with the Black Prophet, he had clearly resolved the crisis for the guards and Quick Rope, and blocked the threat. But it was different from all the previous escapes. This time he did not feel the slightest bit relaxed. He felt a momentary sense of relief. On the contrary, this time, especially when the Black Prophet laughed, Thales only felt that the burden on him was getting heavier and heavier. Tighter and tighter. Difficult to escape. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the wheelchair. "One last question, child." Thales' ears tightened and he became extremely vigilant. "Can you be more stable?" Under Thales' strange expression, the old director of the Secret Intelligence Department leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. "You're pushing me to the point of falling apart." Finally, in a complicated mood of awkwardness and anxiety, Thales followed the instructions and pushed Morat into a dark room. Thales let go of the wheelchair and looked around the strange room doubtfully. The decoration was simple, the area was small, and the visibility was poor. The biggest feature was a huge mirror embedded in the wall opposite them. It barely reflected the blurry figures of him and Morat, one sitting and the other standing. However, in the next moment, a spot of light appeared on the mirror, and the entire mirror lit up. Thales frowned and stepped back, but then he found that the mirror revealed another larger room and Raphael standing in it. "One-way glass," Morat chuckled, "made by infiltrating crystal drops. It's expensive. We can see them but they can't see us." "I know, I've seen it before. Who are you trying to scare?" Unhappy, Thales suppressed the above sentence to the bottom of his heart. "Where is this?" "The interrogation room." Morat answered simply, "Please remain quiet, Your Highness. We can't achieve a perfect one-way voice transmission. We can't do it cheaply." Thales frowned and looked into the room on the other side of the glass. Raphael said something to his subordinates and they retreated out of the door. The Baron Bone Man turned around and nodded slightly in the direction of the Black Prophet and Thales. "Who do you want to interrogate?" Thales was puzzled. "Anchor Byrol from last night?" Morat did not answer the prince. Instead, he looked around the dim surroundings and sighed. Whether on this side or the other, I really miss this place. This glass in particular is of great significance. When we moved, we almost moved it over in its original state." "What?" Thales stared at Raphael on the other side. The Black Prophet snorted. 18 years ago." He pointed to the one-way glass. His old demeanor was different, and his eyes were full of vigor. On the other side of this glass sat a notorious Extension nobleman in his prime. The Count of the City of Halting Light from Black Sand region. He whispered a name. His name was Chapman Lampard. Thales was shocked. He looked at the glass again. "And on this side I stood in your position. As for my position sat the Crown Prince of Constellation." Morat exhaled, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Meteor Jade Star." In the dark and depressing room, the Black Prophet said slowly, "The young dragon devours the Dragon King. The vow must come to an end. The new blood will replace the old, and the great furnace will be activated. That year, dragon's blood, A top-secret plan to use the leader of the enemy country as the target, to open the curtains for Constellation's revival, and to place the final chess piece on the virtuous king's chessboard, was born on both sides of this glass. Chapter 583. Dragon's Blood Project. Thales furrowed his brows and tried to forget the discomfort he felt that night. He looked at the dazed Marat and could not help but think of Crown Prince Midir, whom he had never met before. It was hard to imagine that the man in the wheelchair, the man who Gilbert, Gines, and even the Black Prophet praised endlessly, could devise strategies and completely change the rules of the game in the kingdom of the Great Dragon. However, Thales thought of the stone jars in the Constellation tomb. As a prince and the heir to the kingdom, he could not save himself. At this moment, on the other side of the interrogation room, the door was flung open. Thales snapped out of his daze. A man in luxurious clothes with a black hood and his hands cuffed was violently escorted in by two burly men to Raphael. "No matter who you are or what you want to do, we can talk about it." The man staggered all the way, looking battered and exhausted, but still tried to persuade the other party. Unfortunately, the burly men were unmoved. They roughly pushed the man onto a chair, pulled up the chain connected to his handcuffs, and cuffed him to a ring on the table. The only thing they did not remove was his hood. "Who is that?" Thales whispered, puzzled. But Marat only raised a finger, gesturing for him to calm down. The escorts left the interrogation room without looking back. For a moment, only the man's nervous breathing could be heard in the room. Then Raphael coldly walked behind him and pulled off the man's black hood. Seeing the light, the interrogator squinted his eyes and turned his head away. It took him a minute to get used to it. He looked at Raphael, who was the only one left in the room. "Where am I? Who are you?" The man was middle-aged. His hair was messy and there was a bruise on his face. It was obvious that he had not been treated well before. Forget it, but seeing the light again made the man feel a little more at ease. He observed his surroundings and cleared his throat. "But I strongly suggest that you let me go, before things get worse. My fish is too big. You can't eat it." Raphael did not answer. He just sat down opposite him and stared at him coldly with his red eyes. The man snickered and tugged at the shackles on his hands, causing the chains to rattle. "Ha, that sounds like it. Tell me, brother. Is it the Blood Bottle Gang or the Brotherhood?" Thales looked at the Black Prophet in confusion, but the latter was unperturbed and seemed uninterested in the interrogation. Although he looked disheveled, the interrogator seemed to have gradually recovered his bearing. His tone was confident and confident. "If it's the Blood Bottle Gang, Catherine and I are old friends. We are old acquaintances in South Coast Hill. We are not just familiar, he." Raphael remained silent. The man's smile faded slightly. "If it's the Brotherhood," the interrogator leaned back in his chair, shook his head and clicked his tongue. "That's even better. I know Senza, he's a man who's been through hundreds of battles. There's also Alpha Wolf, Razanki. I've known him since he was selling goods on the streets. We almost became partners. Fatty Morris also has business dealings with me." However, the Baron Bone man seemed to have made up his mind not to speak. He only stared intently at the other party. "If it's neither," the man calculated, and his expression changed again. "Then they must have come specifically for me." The interrogator left the chair and looked at Raphael seriously. "Who's your employer?" "Let me guess. Fragrance Chamber of Commerce? The Carpenters United Guild? Or some noble with a misunderstanding? Or some ignorant country bumpkin?" But the man thought of something and his gaze shifted. "I got it. Did my bumpkin subordinates hire you?" He leaned back in his chair and snorted. "They think that they can. All right, listen, the people who hired you are so poor. No matter how much they pay, whether it's 100 or 200, 1,000 or 2,000, I'll pay double." The man raised his hand with ease and tugged at the shackles, gesturing to Raphael. Raphael was unmoved. The man frowned. "If you're not doing this for money, for example, for friendship and loyalty, or if you're their relative, then listen to my advice. It's not worth it. You're helping them, but you're putting yourself in danger." Although he was in a bad situation, the man's words were habitually bossy. "No," Raphael interrupted him with an unfriendly tone. "We're not a gang robber, nor are we seeking revenge. We're not using money to avert disaster." The Baron Bone man pressed the table, leaned forward, and stared intently at the interrogator. "We serve the kingdom." The interrogator was stunned when he received an unexpected answer. "Serve the kingdom," the man repeated it a few times, then laughed heartily. "You're from the government? Very good. You may not know, but I'm the most law-abiding citizen of the kingdom and a big taxpayer." "So where is this? Which police station?" You're a plainclothes police officer? How should I address you? Where do you work? He relaxed, tilted his head, and sized up Raphael. He smiled maliciously. Most importantly, who's your boss? Raphael was expressionless. You don't want to meet my boss. Beyond the glass, Thales could not help but glance at Murat. The man narrowed his eyes and a shrewd glint appeared in them. Oh, you can't be sure. Raphael twitched the corner of his mouth and flipped open a stack of documents on the table. What's your name? After knowing the other party's background, the man became very comfortable. His attitude became a lot more relaxed, and he did not care about the Baron Bone man's question. And I have a lot of friends in the police station. Many important people, such as Lord Lorbeck Dara, the head of the Western City Police Station. Raphael sighed. The Baron Bone man silently closed the documents and methodically took them down from the table. He then raised his voice and repeated, yes. He raised his voice and repeated, name? The man shook his head. I'm also an honorary director of the Central Territory Wine Merchants Guild. In the next second, Raphael's left hand turned into an afterimage. He grabbed the chain that handcuffed the man to the table and pulled back. Bang. The interrogator had obviously lived a comfortable life for a long time. He could not react in time and was pulled out of his seat. First, his waist hit the edge of the table, then his nose hit the table. The man whimpered in pain and blood flowed from his nose. He wanted to get up and look up, but Raphael grabbed the back of his head by his hair and pinned him to the table. Name? Raphael smiled calmly. The man on the table struggled, his expression twisted and exasperated. You damned little. Raphael lifted the man's head, aimed his nose at the table and smashed it again. Bang. The man trembled, gritted his teeth and grunted. Name? Raphael's smile remained. The man's face was bright red, tears and mucus flowing, but his toughness was beyond expectation. I know this process. Start with simple questions, let the prisoner get used to answering. Without waiting for him to finish, Raphael exerted force in his hand, turned the man's head, and pressed the interrogator's bleeding nose firmly against the table, grinding it back and forth. The man let out a muffled howl like a pig being slaughtered. Watching all this, Thales frowned. Beside him, the Black Prophet laughed softly, causing the black-veined vines on his knees to tremble. Raphael's next sentence was light, like the ravings of a lover. Last name, but it was different for the other party. F***ck, Moss. Under the intense pain, the man cursed, but he answered very quickly, yes. Degory Moss. He protested angrily. Come on. You're working so hard, did you get paid overtime? The corners of Raphael's mouth curled up slightly. At that moment, the Baron Bone man looked sinister and awe-inspiring. He let go, and the interrogator named Degory was able to sit back in his seat. He covered his nose and gasped in pain, indignant. F***ck. Damn it. Raphael took back the documents, but he frowned as he looked at the sticky puddle of blood, mucus and tears on the table. He shifted his stool and finally put down the documents at the corner of the table. What do you do? Degory pinched his nose and glared back fiercely. And what do you do? A new temp? Hiss, wait. Degory's expression changed and he hurriedly stopped Raphael, who was tugging on the chain again. Answer me. The Baron Bone man smiled brightly and shook the half-torn chain. Or answer it. Degory looked at Raphael seriously, and finally confirmed the other party's gaze. What? The interrogator heaved a sigh of relief as if resigned to his fate, and answered without hesitation. I'm a wine merchant. I make wine and sell wine. I sell wine in the capital, and many of my customers are high-ranking officials and nobles. Degory gulped, his eyes never leaving the chain in Raphael's hand. You know, bro, overstepping one's authority and overstepping one's responsibilities is nothing under normal circumstances, but if someone wants to mess with you from the inside, this is a good reason to fire them. Mr. Moss. Raphael ignored him and opened the document. Many of the orchards, wineries, warehouses and shops under your name as well as other related businesses have recently closed down? Degory rolled his eyes trying to read the contents of the document, but Raphael raised his head, and the man quickly looked away. If you want to pick a fight with the taxes, you can give up now. Degory cleared his throat. Back in familiar territory, he was once again in his element. City Hall, Police Department, Department of Finance, City Defense Team, Department of Discipline, all the departments in the capital can prove that I'm a law-abiding citizen, a great philanthropist who repairs bridges and roads. If I go to trial, I can hire the best defense lawyer. Many high-ranking officials and nobles will be willing to vouch for me, and even testify in court. In fact, I've not only paid enough taxes but I've also paid quite a bit more. You know, quite a bit. He stared at Raphael, his smile sly and arrogant, but the smashed bright red nose somewhat ruined his image. The chain in Raphael's hand tightened again. So, Mr. Moss, why have you closed so many wineries and shops in recent weeks, and laid off a large number of workers? Degori stared at the chain with a sour expression. Well, let's be polite. I'm a businessman. What other reason could there be for closing them? Of course it's because the market is bad. Raphael raised his eyes. But you're one of the largest wine merchants in the Central Territory, the wine supplier for many aristocratic families' banquets. Degori raised his eyebrows and laughed fearlessly. Ah, so you know. Raphael still ignored him. So, the many people who work in your winery industry, farmers, workers, craftsmen, assistants, including a few venture partners and some raw material merchants upstream and downstream, as well as distributors and retail wine merchants, totals up to hundreds of people. Raphael looked at Degori. They intend to file a joint complaint and send you to trial. The wine merchant's expression changed. It was first indignation, then disdain. I knew it. He spat harshly, his eyes fierce. That bunch of little bastards, ungrateful bumpkins. On the other side of the one-way glass, Thales frowned at the Black Prophet. This guy is an experienced and cunning businessman, but I don't understand why I'm here to see this. Relax, Your Highness. Morat raised his finger to his lips and said softly, some things may be small, but you can see the big picture. Some things may be small, but you can see the big picture. Some characters may be small, but they can understand everything. Thales was stunned. On the other side of the room, Raphael smiled slightly. So, Mr. Moss, do you know why they're suing you? Why? Degori seemed to have regained his confidence. As you know, the wine market has not been doing well recently and sales have not been good. My cash flow is not good, and for the sake of costs, I have to relocate my business and make difficult choices. Closing down some wineries is just one of them. Raphael narrowed his eyes. Really? As if he did not hear Raphael's suspicion, Degori continued to speak. In the process, I may have had some minor disagreements with a very small number of employees on the issue of salary. Raphael smiled coldly. So, you've owed your subordinates wages on credit for a long time, and even owed your partners money, including the purchase money for upstream and downstream security deposits, and not counting the usual embezzlement, and you're just going to let it go? Degori's expression turned cold. Staring at the chain in Raphael's hand, he explained carefully and patiently, Owed? Listen, I admit I did make some minor changes to the calculation of the money, including the time limit. Raphael interrupted him. So you want to run away with the money? Degori frowned and said sternly, Run away? Hey, I'm just out of town on vacation. I'll say the same to anyone who comes. Don't even think about illegally inducing a confession. Raphael sneered. But the people you owe money to, especially the workers, don't think so. Degori frowned and stared at Raphael for a while, then said seriously, Listen, I bear the cost, creativity and route. They provide the labor, skills and time. The boss and the employees work together to make the best wine and work towards a goal. So, the winery business is not just mine but everyone's. We're like a family. When a family experiences setbacks and hardships, everyone in the family should be considerate of each other and work together to overcome the difficulties. He glared and tapped his fingers on the table, as if to teach the person in front of him a good lesson. But some people just don't understand. They're narrow-minded, don't see the big picture, and can't take the slightest bit of hardship. Just because their salaries are a little lower, and their lives are a little less smooth, they turn their backs on me. They don't care about the opportunities and conditions I provide them. Raphael nodded and pursed his lips. But you're the boss and this is your winery. That's right. Degori said bitterly, so, I can see the truth of this industry better than they can, care more about the future of this industry than they do, and grieve the depression of the wine industry more than they do, because I'm like a father to them. Raphael glanced at the document. But you've closed the winery. Degori's expression froze, then he snorted. It can't be helped. No matter how warm the family is, no matter how hard the father works, if the children are rebellious, disobedient, and immature, there's nothing that can be done. And you know, some people they're just... The wine merchant looked exasperated. 90% of the reason I shut down the winery is because these lazy workers are demanding a pay raise. These people are simply cancer in the industry. They're short-sighted and don't know that the most important thing about a job is not salary and benefits, but room for growth and prospects, including the value of training. Degori looked indignant. They also don't know how to look at the problem from a higher perspective. You should know, as bosses, when have we ever cared about our salaries? They only know how to make a fuss. But when they make a fuss, why don't they think about what happens if one day the winery closes because of them? What happens if the entire industry falls apart because of them? When that time comes, won't they be the unlucky ones who have to pay for it themselves? Degori was tired from speaking and paused for a moment. He exhaled through his nose with a regretful expression. Now, I can only say that they have only themselves to blame. Enough. Raphael was obviously tired of listening to his speech. We don't care about your business. The baron-bone man leaned forward and said coldly, and we don't care if you're another shameless and unscrupulous boss. We only care about one thing. Degori exhaled and smiled coldly with an expression that said, it's finally here. Well, let's get straight to the point, the wine merchant said scornfully. How much target did your boss give you? How much money to let me go? Raphael stared at him, his eyes cold. He said coldly, I want to know the real reason why you closed the winery and withdrew from the wine industry. Degori was puzzled. What? Raphael sneered. Before you closed it, you said at a private gathering at the Winemakers Guild that the wine industry has no future? So you'd rather withdraw your investment and run away? Degori's expression changed at first, then he said indignantly, I'm not running away, I'm just going abroad for a vacation. But Raphael repeated emotionlessly, answer me. Degori was stunned for a long time, but he finally shook his head. I've given you all the answers you want, and to be honest, you're suspected of illegal torture. Raphael smiled and flipped to the next document without changing his expression. In fact, I have a list of bad debts that you've accumulated over the years by robbing Peter to pay Paul. Degori's expression changed. Raphael continued as he observed the other party's watch. And a list of your assets outside of the wine business. 6 estates in the Central Territory, 2 long-distance merchant ships docked at Maiden Harbor, a large plantation in South Coast Hill, a saltworks in the Land of Cliffs, a large field in Blade Edge Hill, 2 foreign titles bought at a high price, your wife's private garden, the positions of your 2 sons, as well as the assets under the names of your 3 mistresses and 8 other illegitimate children. Seeing the change in Degori's expression, Raphael narrowed his eyes. If I send them to the Department of Finance and the Department of Justice. Degori swallowed, but he said firmly, you're right. Then go ahead. Raphael frowned. Degori got up from the back of the chair, leaned against the table and gritted his teeth. I can guarantee that no matter where you go, you'll only get one answer. That's my legal income with all the necessary documents and clear property rights. If you dare to use the public power of the king's officials to extort, illegally embezzle private property, and do such a vicious thing to a powerless civilian businessman? Wow, this is a serious crime, and it goes against the kingdom's policy of encouraging the market and supporting commerce for more than a decade. The wine merchant glared at Raphael fiercely, as if he wanted to return the favor of having his nose broken. It won't be good if this news gets out. With my status, I guarantee that many chambers of commerce will protest, including many righteous and open-minded bureaucrats and nobles, and powerful people from all over the country. They will all speak out. By then it'll be your boss who doesn't want to see me anymore. Degori's tone was threatening. Because you're not touching me but the cheese of many big shots behind me. Do you understand? Now, whether it's a labor dispute or a tax issue, you have no reason to detain me. Raphael closed the document in his hand and began to size Degori up again, as if realizing for the first time how difficult this person was to deal with. The latter looked back at him coldly and shook the shackles on his hands. After a few seconds, Raphael smiled. He was handsome to begin with, and this smile was warm and bright, which made him feel even more favorable. The baron-bone man stood up, took out his key and unlocked Degori's shackles in an almost ingratiating manner. Please rest assured, Mr. Moss. This evidence will not be sent to the Department of Finance or the Court of Justice. We don't want to be troubled by the people behind you. Seeing that his strategy had worked, Degori, who was freed from his shackles, looked overjoyed. Very good. In my opinion, you're young and have a bright future ahead of you. You're a promising young man, how should I address you? But Raphael did not answer. He just continued the topic. I'll just pack up these documents and send them to Jade City. Degori was stunned. What? Raphael's smile was like a spring breeze in rain. Yes, send them to Iris Castle, to the desk of the ruler of South Coast Hill, Duke Zayn Covendier. How's that? Chapter 584. Zayn Covendier. At that moment, Degori froze. On the other side of the glass, Thales's expression also changed. Why? The wine merchant asked subconsciously. You know why. Raphael's smile did not falter. Degori sat up straight and said nervously, This little brother, you said you serve the kingdom? Which department is it? Raphael nodded and became even more interested. That's strange. You're not afraid of the bone-sucking department of finance, nor are you afraid of the fiendish police department. You're not even afraid of the transcendent court. It was only when I heard the name of a foreign noble that I lost my composure. Degori shuddered. He understood something and looked around nervously. This isn't any police station, is it? Who exactly do you work for? Raphael snorted. Oh, perhaps you're afraid that the Duke of Iris Flowers will find out that Degori Moss, the capable businessman who received his help, grace and mission as his representative in the Central Territory wine business, has been pocketing his own money behind his back, reaping huge kickbacks for so long, and running so many private businesses elsewhere. Thales saw Degori tremble with every word Raphael uttered. Raphael smiled amiably. And he actually dared to say that the business had failed, and that he would go back and complain to the Duke that he was poor? Degori's breathing quickened. He swallowed hard. Listen, little brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I don't understand a single thing you're saying. Raphael picked up the documents and left his seat, looking like he was going to pack up and leave. Don't worry, we will arrange for a carriage to send you home with great fanfare in front of everyone to thank you for your cooperation and confession, right after the evidence is sent to Jade City and into Duke Zayn's hands. Degori froze. The confidence and arrogance on his face were gone. You can't? He wanted to say something, but he was tongue-tied. Raphael turned his head sideways and smiled wickedly. He threw the last straw. After all, you know that the kingdom's secret intelligence department is not allowed to interrogate people illegally. In that second, Degori shuddered violently. What? You said you're the king? What king? The wine merchant asked blankly. The Baron Bone Man just smiled and turned to leave. Wait. I remember. Perhaps the last sentence was too powerful. Degori threw himself off the chair and got up from the ground in a panic. His voice was choked with sobs as he said, Today I have a large amount of funds coming in. I guarantee that those who are owed wages and debts will soon receive the money. There is still a large amount of surplus. I want to donate all of it to you or your department to support your work. Can you just pretend that I have never been here? But Raphael smiled wickedly and remained unmoved. Don't worry. You are very familiar with Boss Catherine, right? When you go out, the Blood Bottle Gang will definitely treat you well. Or I heard that the custom of Jadeite City is to sail a ship and bring people out to sea. No matter what happens on the high seas, it has nothing to do with the laws of the kingdom. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. We can't do anything even if we wanted to. It seemed that with every word Raphael said, Degori could remember something. As a result, his sobbing grew louder, and his gaze grew more terrified. No, please, you're killing me. I am also a citizen of the kingdom. You can't leave me in the lurch. Raphael came to his senses and smiled apologetically. Of course not. The Duke of Iris Flowers is so magnanimous and approachable. Maybe he won't mind? After all, you have such a big family. You have to support them too. Support them. Degori shuddered. He stood rooted to the ground and stared at Raphael blankly. Raphael smiled as usual and looked back at him happily, patiently waiting for a response. After a full 10 seconds. Damn it. Finally, under Raphael's gaze, Degori could not bear the pressure and fell limply to the ground. All right, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He completely broke down. Tears and snot flowed down his cheeks as he sobbed. Just don't tell the Duke. I just want to make a fortune before I retire. My family? Raphael smiled very happily. Welcome to the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Mr. Moss. Satisfied, he bent down and helped the trembling Degori to his feet. Don't worry, with our care, you won't retire so soon. Degori stared blankly at the young man in front of him, his face numb. At the other end of the room, Thales turned around in disgust. Is this how you recruit and win people over? The Black Prophet in the wheelchair chuckled. I know you despise such tactics. I don't despise it, it's just... The prince shook his head and said uncomfortably, It reminds me of Shadow Shield. That's right, Morat sneered. Because this is our division of labor. We stay in the dark and do the dirty work, you stand in the light and are responsible for condemning the dirty work. It's a pleasure working with you. Thales glanced at the Black Prophet, his frown deepening. On the other side of the glass, Raphael finally pacified Degori, who had broken down and surrendered, and rearranged him in a chair. Now, can you answer my question? Degori's eyes were red. He was wiping his nosebleed with a handkerchief when he looked up in a daze. What question? Raphael repeated patiently. Why does the kingdom's wine industry have no future? Perhaps frightened by the experience of the past 10 minutes or so, Degori froze for a moment before reacting. Yes, the wine merchant replied bitterly. Although it was only a rumor before, it was confirmed last night. Now, it should have spread among the wine merchants in the country. Raphael's eyes flickered. What's wrong? Degori, who had just experienced a drastic change in his life, pursed his lips and said reluctantly, that prince. Hearing his own news, Thales was taken aback. Degori said sullenly, our wise Prince Thales, the Duke of Star Lake, doesn't like wine. At yesterday's banquet, the wine that my family brewed was placed on his table. He didn't touch a drop. Not even a drop. He said resentfully, even during the toast he deliberately spilled it and refused to drink it. Raphael snorted. Perhaps your wine doesn't suit his taste? The prince doesn't like wine or wine doesn't suit his taste. What's the difference? After Raphael destroyed his psychological defense line, Degori, who started the conversation, went on and on. He looked like he had given up on himself and was ready to give up. And not only does he not drink, the wine merchant said unhappily, he doesn't like others to drink. Thales looked up in surprise. Raphael also frowned. Really? Degori laughed, his face full of sarcasm. I didn't go to the royal banquet yesterday, but a friend of mine did. He saw it with his own eyes. Before the hostage incident, there was a noble girl. She was very beautiful and had a good family background. She asked the prince to dance. In the end, just because she drank 2 glasses of wine before talking to the prince, she was publicly reprimanded by His Highness and came back in tears. Raphael was still skeptical. Are you sure? It's all over the socialite circle. Degori spat on the ground. His Highness rejected every girl who drank. Even his own aunt had a few more glasses of wine. He showed no mercy and kicked her out of the banquet in advance. There's also a servant who testified. After the banquet, when His Highness spoke to Duke Zayn alone, he only drank water. Raphael pondered for a moment. That's it? Just based on the trivial incident at the banquet last night? Maybe this is just an excuse you came up with to cover up your act of running away after your business failed and implicating hundreds of families? Degori interrupted him indignantly. I said I'm just going abroad for a vacation. Listen, the prince hates wine. This has been going on for a long time, not just last night. What do you mean? Degori snorted softly. First of all, the Northland merchants from Black Sand region. They have a rumor that Prince Thales and the current king of Extet fell out over a glass of wine and detested each other. I don't know how the prince is in the north, but his return to Constellation is also very obvious. He lives in seclusion, lives a simple life, and doesn't indulge in wine or women. Degori raised his finger and pretended to be serious. In Blade Fang's camp, my colleagues in Western Desert prepared a bottle of fine wine, bribed the legendary winged soldiers, and prepared to dedicate it to him and advertise it at the same time. In the end, the prince didn't give them any face and smashed it on the ground without even looking at it. You know that's the heir to the kingdom. That's when the rumor started. Degori exhaled indignantly. And I just heard what happened this morning. 2 of Prince Thales' personal guards, royal guards, former members of the 7 Jade Star attendants, drank a few too many glasses of wine last night, so they messed up and caused an accident in which they took hostages. So the prince ordered them to be whipped in Mindy's hall. They were beaten half to death. It said that he even personally counted the lashes. Raphael listened attentively, glancing at the one-way glass from the corner of his eye. Degori slumped, then looked up. This is great. Soon the whole of Constellation will know that the future king doesn't like to drink, and he doesn't like people who drink. Damn the prince. Raphael coughed. Maybe you're overreacting. The prince's dislike of alcohol won't have that much of an impact. Oh, he's the prince. The future king. Degori interrupted the barren bone man impatiently. Everything he does, every minute, every drop has a super huge impact. Okay. Raphael did not speak. The other side of the one-way glass fell into a dead silence. Listen, little brother, you're still young, but I've seen it, I know. Degori grabbed his handkerchief and wiped his nose. This may not happen so soon, but as time progresses, the upper-class circle in the capital will gradually form a trend. In order to curry favor with the prince and get close to the duke, first some people will start to drink less, then everyone will follow the trend and drink less. Then, famous people will advocate not to drink, and then it will spread to the entire Eternal Star City, urging everyone not to drink, until the kingdom officially enacts laws to restrict and ban alcohol. Raphael was dubious. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Degori shook his head. Alright, maybe I'm exaggerating a little, but bro, you're also a public servant. When the higher-ups like it, the lower-ups will add to it. Haven't you heard? When a cup falls in Renaissance Palace, a head falls in the kingdom. The wine merchant glanced at Raphael and smiled sarcastically. And did you know that Prince Thales smashed a lot of cups at the banquet? Ah. His laughter was discontented and desolate, gradually fading away. When the king turns his nose up at a certain kind of person, the people will drive them to extinction. When the duke takes a second look at something, it will go down to the common people and it will be priceless, even priceless. People will regard a certain brainless sentence uttered by a big shot after drinking as a wise saying and interpret it painstakingly. Academic pedants will even invest in it and conduct research on it. Or when a great noble forgets to wear his trousers for a stroll, it will be regarded as a new style of elegance, a fashion trend, and people will worship it and scramble to imitate it. Degori said angrily, That's right. Is there any lack of such situations? The wine merchant sighed. Power is a hook that draws everyone closer to it just for a pitiful amount of bait. How else do you think I made my fortune? There was a moment of silence in the interrogation room. So you closed down the winery after careful consideration, Raphael said flatly. Degori nodded. Do you think I wanted to close it down? Believe me, if I don't cut my losses and exit now in a few months, when the rumor that the prince doesn't like wine spreads, my business report will only look worse, and my sugar daddy in Jade City will be even more unhappy. And I'm not the first person to know, the market has a better nose than I do. Gold coins only follow power. He pouted. Just last night, after the banquet, a total of 6 noble buyers canceled their orders for next month. They said that their own wine was enough. There were 10 more this morning. Degori's eyes became dazed. I originally thought that after the prince's return and the royal banquet, the capital, which has been quiet for more than a decade, would have many more banquets. The demand for wine, especially for extravagant banquets like ours, would definitely soar. So I expanded the range of partners, bought several more wineries and prepared to increase production. For this, I borrowed a lot of money. He snorted coldly, wiped away the last bit of blood from his nose, and threw the handkerchief on the table. Now I can only cut my losses in advance. At least in the short term, I won't have any sizable orders for banquets in the capital, big or small. Raphael was silent for a moment before continuing. According to you, you're only the first person to act on the basis of rumors. In your line of work, more people will suffer and more people will lose their jobs? Degori snorted strangely, half crying and half laughing. What can I do? I'm in despair too. He was in low spirits. But who's the one who caused the wine merchants to lose confidence, the future of the wine industry, and all my workers to have to eat dirt? If you're so capable, don't look for me. Look for His Highness who told the world, I hate wine. Moses slumped in his chair and muttered for the second time. Damn aristocrats. Damn prince. The interrogation room returned to silence. Raphael sighed. Very well, thank you for your opinion. I'll make sure he knows. Make sure he knows? Soon Moses, who was immersed in his decadence, realized something. No, I hashtag in %yen and, the wine merchant's expression changed drastically as realization dawned on him. Don't write down what I just said. Sunset knows that my whole family is loyal and wholeheartedly supports the Jade Star royal family. He waved his hands in an attempt to defend himself to Raphael. But Raphael only glanced at the one-way glass, then waved his hand to have Moses taken away. It's true, my mother can testify. I've been a loyal supporter of His Highness Thales since I was born. Aren't we on the same side? You can't set me up like this. The wine merchant's words slowly faded away but lingered in the ears. Well, may the Duke of Star Lake be healthy and crowned king soon. Hey no, don't get me wrong. I'm also very supportive of His Majesty Kessel. I sincerely wish the Iron Hand King a long life and eternal rule over Constellation. The door to the interrogation room closed, and Degori's voice disappeared completely. Raphael exhaled and looked at the one-way glass. On this side of the glass, the Black Prophet looked at the prince with interest. And for a few minutes, Thales just stared blankly in silence. He was silent for a long time. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.